Studies. We are starting very early at 9 a.m. on a Friday morning with a panel on history. I think for those of us who are historians, it can make us very, word of the seminar, uncomfortable when commentators make a lot of historical references. And we're very lucky to have two very in-depth, detailed papers today on a panel entitled The First Ukrainian War, a very interesting choice of name that perhaps we can discuss in the Q&A. We're actually switching the order of the papers from the program. And once again, just to go over the how we're running the seminar, each presenter will get 10 to 12 minutes, and then I have one question for both of them, and then we'll open it up to the group for your great, incisive, and provocative questions. Thank you so much. So we will start actually with Thomas Chopard from the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales from Paris, with a paper entitled To Wage War Without a State, Ottomans and Insurgents During the Civil War in Ukraine, 1917 to 1922. Please, Thomas.
Thank you, Michael. Well, that's the only historical panel during this seminar. I'm really happy to be here. Actually, I made a little research yesterday to prepare this paper, this presentation, and I could see that with the Cossack revival today during the war in Donbass, the history of these insurgents and especially of these Ottomans were revived. So I think this is important also to have some kind of historical perspective. Because Ukraine was used to have this kind of autonomous fighting groups, fighting against state, fighting sometimes with state, with usual armies, and this moment was especially during the civil war in Ukraine between 1917 and until 1922-23 in some regions. So Christopher and I agree on many points. So we tried not to to emphasize a few differences, and most of the time to not step on one each other paper. And so we try to present really quickly, this war, these peasant uprisings during civil war, because I don't think this is the place to specific presentation. But after 1917, there were large groups of autonomous peasant uprisings in Ukraine, so-called Greens, that fought against the Red, so the supporters of the Soviet power, the White, the supporter of the Russian nationalist power, and also sometimes against the Ukrainian National Army led by Simon Petlura and the People's National Republic of Ukraine. And these so-called Greens were led by Ottomans, and that's a term that you can find today in many references in Donbass with this Cossack revival that I mentioned earlier. And many of these Ottomans are quite known even today. In France, the most known is probably Nestor Makhno, but you have also, since the past 20 years, some kind of Ukrainian historiography that revives the names of Tutunik, Zelgeny, Volynets, and etc., etc. There were many Ottomans. 20 to 30 were quite known, but there are actually 50 to 60 Ottomans that led different groups, different fighting groups. And this peasant uprising were mainly caused by the fact that the state intervened really heavily in the life of the countryside. Especially they were fighting against the requisitions and the forced draft during World War I, the very first uprising in 1916 during the Tsarist time, and also in 1919 against the Soviet power, which was the worst moment of the insurrections. But as I said earlier, some insurrections keep on until 1922-1923, especially in Podolia, Volhynia, these borders region which were really easy to control for these insurgents. And the question of their allegiance is probably one of the most important questions, because today when you read some kind of historiography, you can see that many Ottomans fought for the national independent project of Ukraine. That's more complicated than that. And to sum up a few examples that I give you in the paper, I would say that many Ottomans were past their civil war switching switching side during whole war, fighting sometimes for themselves, sometimes for the Ukrainian Republic, sometimes for the Reds, and even sometimes for the Whites. But most of them somehow try to plead allegiance to the Ukrainian Republic and to the independent project. But the fact that they were revendicating a political color doesn't mean that they were following specific orders from the National Ukrainian Republic or from any kind of high-rank officers. They were autonomous during the whole civil war. And at the same time, political forces like the UNR, the Ukrainian Republic, also claimed that the fight of this ataman, the fight of this uprising, and especially their victories, were them. And despite the fact that they were not actually controlling the insurgents, they claimed that sometimes the victory against the Red was a victory for the Ukrainian movement and the Ukrainian Republic. But when you see the orders, none of them are followed. And they spend the whole civil war to be what they want to be, to go where they want to go, that's the worst aspect, and especially to fight whoever they want to fight. And that led to some kind of military instability during the whole civil war, especially in 1919, when the Ukrainian movement and the Ukrainian Republic was, I guess, the strongest. The Ukrainian Republic claimed to have 100,000 people who were fighting for it. Oh, yeah, it's not a person. But at the very beginning of 1919, only 20,000 people were fighting, actually following the order. I mean, 1/5 of the army was actually an army, and not only fighting groups only for themselves. And that's because these atamans, these insurgents, have one very specific characteristic. They are locally rooted, and they are fighting for their countryside, for their for their district, for their region, and most of the time they are attached to one village or one town in the countryside. And few places are quite known. Nestor Makhno was in Gulia-Polye. Tiotunik was in western Kiev region. Ataman Struk, one of my favorites, was in around Chernobyl. And the Ataman Zelyan is like, you can see right above me with scary face, was in Tripoli, south of Kiev. And actually today there is a sculpture of his head in Tripoli, despite the fact that he probably killed half of the population of the town during the Civil War. But that's it. What can you do with memory? So their major war was not actually to gain victory to Red, White, or Ukrainian Republic. It was to weaken the enemy by fighting behind the front lines and by weakening the army and most of the time their supply. Because as they were fighting against requisition and drafts, they could not allow Red Army or White Army to keep fighting during a long period. So during the Civil War in Ukraine, you have this front line really raging. This is a storm through Ukraine with thousands of miles in just a few weeks. That's because these uprisings were weakening the forces fighting and the main armies at this time. So I would like to emphasize a specific aspect of their fight. It's actually what Felix Schnell called a culture of violence for these atamans and for these insurgents. Christopher and I mostly disagree with what Felix Schnell wrote, but it's a good starting point, I guess. And actually, when you see this picture, you can see that they are all in some kind of uniform, and this culture of violence was really important in the way they presented themselves. In uniform, most of the time with guns all over the chest, on the belt, grenades, with a brutal behavior on a daily basis. And there is also another set of pictures of Ataman Struk men, another Ataman during the Civil War, and all of them are with gun, rifles, etc. So violence was at this time a canvas that held the insurgents together with brutality, but also a fundamental aspect in their relationship with civilians and enemies. on a daily basis, actually. Every day when they met civilian population during the fight, they were immediately brutal. And for Felix Schnell, that aspect means that they are, and this military instability that I mentioned earlier, means that there were no ideology and no politics in their fight. Because they were switching sides, because they were only fighting for them, and because they were really brutal, it means that they were only warlords, some kind of intoxicated by war and by brutality. I think this is not true. And I think this is also some kind of intellectual bias. That means that if you can't argue with complex political ideas, you are not a political actor. I think that's at the very end. That's what there is in his paper. But there were actually some kind of political action from this settlement already. All right. Well, because they were fighting everyone and because every power was weak in Ukraine at this time, they were creating some kind of political vacuum in Ukraine, and especially in the countryside, and they tried to fulfill this vacuum. There are a few examples in the paper. I will just try to sum up. They were putting officials in the villages, in the little towns in Ukraine, appointing starost and militia in the towns, so trying to gain also support within the civilian population. And this aspect was really important when they tried to mobilize on a broader way for the insurrections, because they could have support inside the civilian population, especially in the militia, who were very quick to take guns, not only to maintain order, but to fight against an enemy. And that's also a problem, because when you are fighting in the margins of state, you are facing some kind of lack of supply, permanent lack of supply. And they try, and there is some kind of dilemma for these insurgents. They had to supply and to grow by feeding on the back of the population, but at the same time, they did not want to antagonize this population. And I think that's a dilemma that exists for any kind of insurgent in history. So the answer that the Greens during Civil War gave was to identify the part of civilian population that deserve to suffer this burden in order to perpetuate the insurrection. And especially in 1919, it was the Jewish population on a daily basis that was brutalized to maintain some kind of insurrections. But I think that if we look at Nestor Makhno, who did not brutalize the Jewish population, brutalized the German colonists. And if we look further on in 1943, we can see also that the Ukrainian nationalist insurgents most of the time brutalized the Polish population in Volhynia and in Galicia. And there was not only some kind of political project, anti-Jewish or anti-Post project behind it, it was also some kind of material imperative. And, well, are we... well,
10 seconds.
10 seconds, okay. Just a few words on the attainments. Christopher will deal with this aspect more than I will. By identifying these populations that deserve to suffer, the attainments had a key role in the mobilization of the insurgents. They perpetually, by speeches, by leaflets, etc., by orders, identify this population, and they try to shape their own side, their own countryside, by excluding the Jewish population and the populations that deserve to be excluded from the peasant community. So it was not only a fight for their side, but also a fight inside. And I will.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And now Christopher Gilly from the University of Hamburg, with a paper that actually has a different title than that on the program, correct?
It's now called Pogroms and Imposture, the Violent Self-Formation of Ukrainian Warlords, 1917 to 1922.
Great, thank you.
I think Thomas gave an excellent overview and characterization of the activity and nature of the Ottoman bands. And I wanted to pick up on an area which he touched on and started talking about, namely the role of ideology in the activity of the Ottomani. As he said, the only Western historian to have published a monograph so far on the topic, Felix Schnell, examines the Ottomani as an example of group militancy within a space of violence. Now, this is a term from the German New Sociology of Violence, which sees violence, a violent space, as an area where the best way to pursue one's interests has become violence. Violence is contagious because the threat of violence forces other people to use violence themselves. And within this space, militant communities emerge in order to give their members the best chances to survive and prosper. And these Ottoman bands were examples of those militant communities. For Schnell, ideology is unimportant in the space of violence. It's merely a means of justifying the violence after the fact. Now, I think this approach has a number of pros. Namely, it leads us to have a more critical view of ideology. I don't think the Ottoman bands were fighting for a clearly defined set ideology. And the cycle of violence he describes undoubtedly existed. But as a historian, the major drawback of this approach is that it ignores the sources created by the Ottomani themselves during their activity, namely the leaflets, the newspapers, the brochures which they published and in which they stated very strange and sometimes contradictory political goals, but nevertheless they stated them in these leaflets, which led me to think about how I could accept many of the conclusions of the space of violence model, above all the situational basis of allegiances, and still use the leaflets and so on as a source. And the solution came to me from Sheila Fitzpatrick, who writes in a book on tearing off the masks that, quote, successful revolutions tear off masks, that is, they invalidate the conventions of self-presentation and social interaction that obtained in pre-revolutionary society. In such upheavals, people have to reinvent themselves to create or find within themselves personae that fit the new post-revolutionary society, end quote. And then she goes on to say, all, quote, all identity projects require impersonation. At a certain point, or in certain circumstances, impersonation becomes imposture. Now, you certainly see this creation of identity and impersonation among the Ottomani. The term Ottoman itself, of course, is the word for a leader of the Zaporozhian Cossacks, these early modern warriors who many nationalist historians saw as their forebears. And they adopted new identities by, for example, taking on nom de guerre, many of which recalled the names of either historical or folkloric leaders of the Cossacks. Some, the pictures, could I have the picture back? And some, and we see it slightly in the picture of Zeleny, but you also see it in, especially in pictures of Yuchim Boshko, they created their own Cossack uniforms with baggy trousers, broad belts, and often with Cossack hairstyles. I don't actually have them here, but many of Boshko's followers had the closely shaven head with long hair at the top. And Thomas was talking about photos with guns. Boshko photos himself only with a sword, a long saber, and he looks and a long dagger in his belt. So he looks very much like an early modern Cossack. But many of these personae are not just chosen, but also forced upon the insurgents by circumstances. Now, I found lots of examples of this in the memoirs of an insurgent called Andrei Vladimirov, who is a Russian-speaking landowner and former Tsarist officer who joined the insurgents in Kiev province. He adopts numerous personae throughout his career, first dressing himself as a private soldier in order to return home from the front, and then during the first Bolshevik occupation of the Kiev province, he joins a revolutionary troop in order to escape persecution from the authorities as a landowner, and he also writes poems in the revolutionary spirit, he says. So in a sense, he's acting both on and off the stage. During the German occupation of Ukraine, he's forced to adopt a new persona, namely that of a partisan, when the local peasants force him to join their band. And in the second Bolshevik occupation of Ukraine, he's now given a new persona by the peasants, this time a partisan leader, who say, you must join our band and you must lead us. Now, imposture is an essential part of his partisan activity. He and his band attach red stars to their to their clothes in order to infiltrate Bolshevik villages, work out who the Bolsheviks are, and kill them. But also the leaflets he uses at the time are a form of imposture. So this former monarchist, or this not former, this self-proclaimed monarchist, issues a leaflet saying, quote, "We are fighting not against Soviet power, but against the communists, Bolsheviks, and Jewish commissars and Chekists. Our slogan is long live the Soviets, but without communists and Bolsheviks," end quote. So, and he explains in his memoirs that this is a slogan adopted specifically to meet the peasant understanding of what Soviet power was. So he is consciously using ideas with an instrumental purpose to mobilize support. That doesn't mean that ideology is important. It shows that the actors themselves thought ideology was important because they use it. He may have been unsuccessful, but he still considered it to be important. And I suggest that we look at the more nationally conscious Ottomani in a similar way and look at their slogans and leaflets with the same means. So Thomas mentioned Yurko Tuchunik, who was a Ottoman who fought first for the well-known warlord Ottoman Hurhoriev, and as such fought on the side of the Red Army and then rose up against the Bolsheviks. He fought or entered into a temporary alliance with the left wing of the Social Democratic Party, who tried to create a non-Bolshevik, non-UNR Ukrainian Soviet state in Kiev province. And then he joins the UNR, fights for them for several years, and in 1923, he is tricked into returning to Soviet Ukraine by a Soviet security operation. Now, throughout this entire period, he's issuing leaflets presenting different personae in order to explain and justify his changing allegiances. So he starts off describing himself as a leftist Ukrainian alternative to the pseudo-socialist Russian Bolsheviks. And then he presents himself as a disciplined and determined supporter of the Ukrainian state. And finally, after 1923, when he's been tricked back into returning, he portrays himself as a repentant opponent to the Bolsheviks, who's come to see that the Bolsheviks have made concessions in the nationality question. Now, some of those positions are obviously impostures, especially the last one. We know from his private writings that he still saw the Bolsheviks as a foreign occupier of Ukraine. But others we can't really be sure whether they're genuine or identities, or if he's just these are just impostures in order to justify his actions. And for me, it's not really an important question. The important thing is why he chose those identities at those times. And I think what we see with Tuchunik is the way that many warlords moved from the idea that the best way to mobilize the peasants was through social goals to national ones, which in the historiography would say, well, that's entirely wrong because the peasants were only interested in social goals. But this seems to be the movement that many Ottomani made over 1919, 1920. Now, for me, these personae are related to violence because they involved, during the time of war, the identification of who the enemy was. And as Thomas says, it was normally the Jews. And how the Jews are depicted within the personae changes as well. So when the warlords or Ottomani are presenting themselves as left-wing opponents of the Bolsheviks, the Jews are the perverters of Soviet power. Everything would be great with the Soviets if only the Jews weren't in them. And when they move to a more nationalist position, the Jews become just the eternal supporters of Russian occupation in Ukraine. So my argument is that you can accept many of the conclusions of this space of violence model, but you can still use these sources as a way of getting an understanding of what the Ottomani are doing. There's much more to the space of violence than just violence. There are other things happening in it as well, and one of them is the self-creation, the self-formation of identities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for two very interesting papers. I'm sure there are lots of questions, but I'd like to start myself. I think it's really great that both of you are pushing against this perceived dichotomy between violence and ideology, right? That if something's violent, it can't be ideological. If something's ideological, right, we can't focus on the violence, right? But to really sort of, in a sense, take the Ottomani seriously right? And take them at their word and really try to figure out what are the specific dynamics and factors involved in these very complex movements in this very complex and dynamic time of political and social transformation. And my question to you, though, is actually about the violence itself, right? Both of your papers, perhaps less your presentations, but the papers themselves really go into the details of this violence, right? You both work on violence a lot, and this is, I know from my own work, a very violent time. But there's violence in other spheres as well, right? The Bolshevik occupation was certainly not pretty. We think of Isaac Babel's Konarmia, the Red Cavalry tales, right, and the Bolshevik-Polish War, very violent. Even in World War I, Ansky's depictions of the pogroms in Galicia, also very violent. Is there something specific to the violence of the Ottomani and the violence that you're looking at, whether in its manifestations or its particular dynamics? It's a question for both of you, yeah.
Well, it's autonomous. So it's not done in the name of a state. And it's, in all cases, and it's reactive because they are responding to the violence used against the village. But of course, you could say that parts of the Red Army violence is reactive because they're responding to peasant insurgents capturing grain requisitioners and slitting their bellies open and leaving corn inside. So, I mean, I don't really think it's all that specific. I think here Schnell is right. There is a space of violence. People are afraid of violence, therefore they use violence themselves. So, I mean, it's all part of the same process. But yeah, I mean, it's also autonomous, and they are connecting violence to their own self-formation, maybe in a way more that other soldiers are doing. But I'm not entirely sure if that's right or not. It was just that was my immediate response. I hope Thomas has a better thing to say than me.
I could see a few specifics. Actually, the question of prisoners of war was because they couldn't rely on prisoners camps and this kind of thing. They barely make any prisoners. Either you can go on their side or you could die. And at the end of every battle against Red Army and Greens, most of the time communists and Jews were set apart, killed right away. And those who didn't want to become Greens, well, they were killed also. So it was some kind of very radical violence. You can say that the white or red violence was very radical, but I guess that white and red try to brutalize the whole social body, try to control the whole society. And whereas this local route of the insurgents made them fight for their countryside and sometimes to radicalize their fight on a very small land. And the pogroms, the anti-Jewish pogroms, are very, very brutal from them. Actually, there are a few cases of pure extermination of Jewish population, and they all come from Greens and insurgents. They are killing the Jews of their hometown. I can give a few examples, but I will give the worst, the insurgents and without an ataman at this time, of the small town of Tetiev today, south of Kiev, where 6,000 Jews lived, where all these Jews was exterminated in March 1920 by the insurgents, the local insurgents, and the local militia. And in 3 days, all the Jews were killed. This kind of radical violence also against Soviet officials, most of the time were killed or at least, chased away. But this kind of radical violence was very specific, I guess.
And that was from insurgents. This was not from an Ottoman band.
This was from an Ataman band without an ataman. There was not a proclaimed ataman, but there was a leader. It was very close from an ataman, and this was the same kind of fight, but they did not have an ataman. He was killed just a few weeks ago. That's why.
Okay.
Can I disagree?
Please, and then we have a couple questions, but please disagree.
Yeah, I'm not sure how different it is, because I mean you've got Ploskuriv pogrom, which is not every single Jew of the town was killed, but I mean that also had a exterminatory goal. And compared to many other pogroms, supposedly the pogromists refused bribes to allow people to survive. And that's quite a key factor in many pogroms, is that is a way of getting money, as you say yourself. And then another similarity between red pogroms, Konarmia pogroms, and the Ottoman pogroms is they're justifying the pogroms in exactly the same way. They're saying we want the Soviets but without the Jews. And you even find that with Red Army troops saying that. So there are also similarities, but...
My turn to disagree. There are a lot of similarities, especially in the cause of the program. As you said, the fact that they wanted Bolsheviks and not communists and not Jews especially. But in the Proskurov program in February 1919, around 15% of the Jewish population was killed. It was not an extermination. It was one of the most bloody programs with more 1,500 people killed, but it was not an extermination. It was just a very, very, very brutal program. But the few extermination are most of the time in the countryside, in small town. TTF is some kind of exception. Most of the time, small towns, small villages. 60 or 80 Jews of the villages are gathered together and exterminated. And that, I guess, this radicalization of the programs is only the aspect of the Greens. But
we can continue to disagree later.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about how you disagree, but I'd also like to get some of the questions from the room. Jesse Driscoll.
So this is really fascinating, and unfortunately, it reminds me of a lot of other irregular warfare in a lot of other parts of the world. So I've learned a lot, but it's just such dark stuff. My question is where the state is for either or both of you in this story. I mean, sometimes in the description, the fluid side switching makes it sound like the state is really just kind of a coalition of warlords, but that's not quite right, because both of you also make reference in your discussions and in your papers to this entity which exists somewhat separate from the people who are joining in and joining out. So in terms of the dynamics of the war, I guess the narrow question would be, does the state ever fail for either of you? Or is there a Ukrainian state that perseveres through the whole period?
Well, I will answer for me. The state is, well, you can't speak about one state or about state as a global entity, because there are three pretenders. There are the Reds, the Whites, and the Ukrainian Republic. You have actually three states fighting for the control of Ukraine. That's a big issue, and that's why also there is this kind of military instability and this political vacuum in the countryside. The political vacuum doesn't exist in the big cities, in Kiev, Kharkov, etc. You have some kind of big administration, and especially, well, red political police or even white political police, etc. But in the countryside, there is a political vacuum until some reports, Soviet reports of 1924, 1925, still state that there is no authority in the countryside. And so the state is most of the time the enemy for these peasants, because the state only has a form of battalions for requisition, for draft, etc. So it's some kind of battalions that pop up a few weeks separately, and so it's more than the state is more a threat and a political project than some kind of global actor, I guess.
Yeah, and you have to remember that these aren't states that existed before. They're being created now, so they're having to set up structures and set up armies at this time. So they don't really have much control over what's happening, and often you almost have the impression that the Ottomani change sides not to be with the stronger side, which one might expect, but rather the side that currently has control of most of Ukraine. So they often seem to be reacting against the attempts to create a state rather than join it, because the state threatens their activity, because it threatens their autonomy. In the end, some people do end up being drawn into the Soviet state or drawn into the UN proto-state. Well, they're both proto-states, but the Soviet state is the one that gets consolidated. But yeah, often they are just trying to maintain their autonomy against whoever has nominal control of the territory they're operating on.
Great. Faith Hillis.
Hi. I wanted to commend both of you, first of all, for working on this period, because I know how complicated and difficult it is. And when my students ask what was happening in Ukraine during the Civil War, it's very hard to explain. So I really appreciate the contribution that you're making. And I find the emphasis on ideology that both of you are taking totally convincing. I'm 100% on board. I think my question, though, has to do with the relationship between the Ottomani and the peasant communities, because I think that the second presentation in particular talked a lot about the self-fashioning of the Ottoman and how he's using this, the new license that comes from this new world of violence that's taking shape to sort of promote his ideas among the peasantry. But I'm wondering if there's also an influence from the peasantry going up. In other words, if the Ottomani are also putting ideas out there in an effort to appeal to the ideas that they think that the peasants already have. Because there's already, right, this very developed moral economy of the peasantry in this area, and I would argue it's a moral economy that, yes, it's social, but it's also political. And going back all the way to 1905, it's very violent. So, you know, we see violent attacks and arson against landlords, largely Poles, and then we also see brutal attacks on Jews, both in the forms of pogroms and then also villages expelling Jews ever before the First World War and the Russian Revolution ever even start. So in other words, how much of this is the Ottomani sort of, you know, imposing ideas from above, and how much is them trying to respond to ideas that they perceive bubbling up from below?
Great question.
I think they're definitely trying to work out what the peasants want and adjust their slogans for that. So a major theme is the Tsars took your sons and produce away from you. The Germans did it, and now the Bolsheviks are doing it, and we're going to stop them. And there's also the idea of the village as a family. It often talks about the leaflets often talk about brothers and sisters among the peasants. And one leaflet even describes the peasants as God's chosen people. So they really are trying to work out what the peasants want, but also connect them to these larger goals of nation, social, international revolution, and so on. So yeah, and they're peasants themselves, of course. So and many are peasant teachers, village teachers. So they have direct experience of the village, and yeah, they are trying to work out what the peasants want. But as I think Thomas says very well, any attempt to operate militarily involves doing the exact same things that the people you're supposedly fighting against are doing. That is conscription and requisitioning. And so there's that very great tension. Of course, there's the other question of land redistribution. And you've got villagers fighting against each other to take control of the same bits of land. And that dynamic also exists within the Ottoman activity, that they end up fighting over villages because they want to lay claim to a certain piece of land.
Well, just a few words on the relationship between peasants and the Ottomans. Actually, as they were mobilizing the countryside and the peasant communities, there was all the time some kind of distance between the peasant community and the villages and the Ottomans. Also, well, it was also a distance because when the red battalions were coming or the white battalions were coming to crush the insurrections, they were destroying the villages. So I have an example in mind in a small village in south of Kiev called Napadivka, where in late 1919 the village put 3 portraits on the marketplace with a Tsar, Lenin, and Shevchenko. So you never know who is about to come. So they try to gain distance, and also they did not have some kind of very articulate political ideas, but they were very aware of what the threats were, I guess. And that's why they always had this distance with the Ottomans and the insurrections. Most of them were called the men of the forests, because they were outside the village. So,
Anna.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and it echoes to a lot of contemporary questions, but I won't go on the contemporary comparison. My question would be about the economic model of functioning of these Atamans and the relationship between ideology, allegiance, and the economic functioning of these groups. Both of you.
Well, they have immediate economic function for the peasants because they were by fighting the requisition, they allowed the peasant to have more grains and to keep their men home. But it was an immediate aspect of their fight. But on the long term one, on the middle term, with the battalions of pacification from the big cities, with all the requisition, actually, it was not a great bet for the peasants to support the insurrections. And the insurgents themselves were actually in lack of everything. Clothes, guns, food, all the time. That's why they choose to plunder especially the Jewish populations. But it was some kind of plunder all the time. They spent I don't know if you look at the Soviet report, they were fighting the Reds 1 or twice a month, but all the months was spent plundering the population. So it was hard for them. It's hard to have compassion for this kind of people, but it was really a hard way to fight in a lack of everything permanent.
Yeah, can't disagree with that.
And that's what made them very brutal all the time, because they were lacking of everything. So when you are hungry, when you want to fight, and when you're about to be shot by the Reds, you got to be brutal all the time.
Amandine.
Thank you. Thank you very much for both presentations. I had maybe a more global question on, is it possible to make a social portrait of these Atamans as a group? I mean, you talked a little bit about their social background, on the way they got some kind of social ascension through the war, through the First World War. But is it possible to make this social portrait? And did they have not only a socialization through violence, but also a political socialization somehow during the war? And last question about their vision of authority. What should be authority? What did religion play? What role did religion play in their way of implementing this authority and their vision of the political relationships?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I'd actually like to build on that a little bit. What are the factors that lead them to become Ottomani, right? I mean, there are so many people who go through the Red Army and become, work for the Red Army, right, for the Bolsheviks or for the White Army. So what is it that makes this group of people this group of people?
Well, first, socialization other than violence. Education seems to be important. So Yurko Titunik, in his autobiography for the Soviet Security Services, says, keeps stressing how education was important for him and how his older brothers encouraged him to read, and he tried to read as many books on different subjects as possible. And many Ottomani had been, as I just said, village teachers. And contact with politics, yeah, I think as well, many people went into the army, and one of the parts of the socialization was to come in contact with different political ideas. And Titunik himself mentions that that's what happened. You have to be slightly careful with a memoir written for the Soviet Security Services, because he does say, well, I met someone who had views very similar to the Bolsheviks, and he had a big influence on me. So, I mean, it's obviously written there for a specific purpose, but I think the work was socialization other than violence.
Yeah,
you can answer the other difficult questions.
Well, on the social portrait, I would say also that they are really young. The average age of all the Atamans in 1919 is 27. The youngest is 21 in 1919. So there were more than a socialization through the war. It was their only socialization. They were on the top of, most of the time they were on the top of the peasant community, but their socialization and their social trajectory was army and war. And that's why when they were in, I think, social ascension during war, it was for them a good experience. That's why they keep fighting, because for them, social stability was, social ascension was through war. And that's why also they didn't want, I guess, to join the Reds or the Whites, because most of the time when they join, when they side with the Reds or the Whites, they wanted to control them and to regain control on the insurgents, and especially to regain control of some kind of charismatic aspect and leading of leaders. And so it was for them some kind of desocialization. That's why they keep fighting also for themselves. It was the only way for them to control their power.
Thank you. Alex.
Both of you may answer. Question concerns the processes of nationalization at the grassroots levels that are very visible, I think, from early 1917. You have Free Cossack movement in the Kiev region, and I believe you mentioned the sort of aesthetic, Cossack aesthetics, them wearing traditional garbs. And so the question is, how many of these groups actually spring from the Free Cossack movements, and what is the relative ratio of the former soldiers of the Imperial Army? Is there a way to untangle? I understand it's a very complex reality and there are not that many sources, but any of you can comment on this would be nice.
Well, in my knowledge, none of them came from the Free Cossack movement. This movement was integrated to the army, to the UNR army, to the Ukrainian Republic, but most of the atamans, well, they took the Cossack imagery and the outfit, etc., but none of them were part of this specific revival of the Cossacks that was lead to the national project. As we said, I guess that atamans did not have some kind of national political project, some kind of local project, and with national relationships. I don't know, but the Free Cossack movement was immediately some kind of nationalist project, I guess. Do you have?
I think there were. I mean, Kotsur in Holodny Yar was a Free Cossack. Boshko, I think, was a Free Cossack work defending a railroad somewhere. Chichunik claims to have been part of the Free Cossack movement, but again, that's in his emigre memoirs, and I'm a bit uncertain what he was actually doing in Zvenyhorodka at the time. So I think there are definitely some biographical connections. But if you, insofar as I've been able to look at the SBUR materials, you have interrogations of people who've been caught by the Soviet Security Service, and they all have to tell what they were doing under Kerensky and the UNR and so on. And they're often very patchy careers, so often they were just at home. So I bet there were Free Cossacks, and I bet loads of people would have served in the Russian army in the First World War. But lots of people were just even younger. Lots of followers were even younger than 21. They just got mobilized by the Ottomani against their will. Going back to the use of Cossack images, that's done by everyone. It's done by UNR troops, and it's also done by Red partisans. So there's a document where a group of Red partisans write back to Petlura, who called on them to join the UNR army. And he says, no, but like we like the Zaporozhians writing to the Sultan, reject your plea. So you do get this on all sides in Ukraine.
The gentleman in the back, please.
My question is,
Can you wait for the microphone? Thank you.
yes, can you tell us what was the attitude of the Jewish population of Ukraine towards the three contending states, the UNR, the Reds, and the Whites? What was their general attitude towards the three contending parties in Ukraine?
My,
Do we have time for a historical lecture?
well, I would say it's pretty much like anyone who's stuck in the middle of a war. Please don't kill me. Please don't take my stuff. Please don't beat me up. Pretty much the same as Ukrainians and Poles and everyone. I mean, that's how I would say it. And many of the appeals from the UNR side, from the Red side, even from the Ottomani, saying, well, we're the only people who can give you peace and order. And I think that's pretty much what everyone wanted, regardless of religion or ethnicity.
Well, politically speaking, there were actually the more conservative population in Ukraine in 1917. During the elections, they vote for the conservative parties, most of the time Jewish conservative parties, but conservative parties. They switched side in 1920, globally, because of the pogroms. As Christopher said, they turned to the Bolsheviks because for them, and that's a quote from a joint distribution report, the Bolsheviks did not perpetrate pogroms. And well, that's not true, first of all, but for the Jewish population, that was the main reason why they became some kind of very weak support for the Soviet regime after 1920.
And just look at the Bolshevik side. I have no sympathy with the Soviet Union or anything, but looking at their documents, they do seem to be the only group who are actually interested in combating anti-Semitism. Now, that is not because they are wonderful anti-Semites. It is because they know that where there is anti-Semitism, there's anti-Soviet feeling. And the two are very closely linked. So combating anti-Semitism for many Bolsheviks is about consolidating the Soviet state. There's another strange thing which I've come across in some Bolshevik statements regarding the role of Jews within their party, is that they seem to have almost sometimes picked up the canard of Judeo-Bolshevism themselves. So they want to explain, if the Bolsheviks are trying to explain to themselves, why don't people support us more? They say, well, we've got too many Jews, so that's why we're not getting enough support. So that they're kind of blaming Jews themselves for everything that they're doing wrong, sometimes in certain statements that I've come across. So there's a really interesting work to be done. I think I know someone who has done work on this to look at how the somewhat ambiguous way that the Bolsheviks fought against anti-Semitism. They probably were the only ones who were really serious about it, in my opinion, but they were doing it for very much self-interested reasons.
But I think if I can just add 2 words as moderator, I think that there's also not one Jewish community, right? I mean, there's multiple communities, and I think the question of ideology actually plays a role here, right? That to what degree ideology, to what degree all of the soldiers fighting for the Bolsheviks actually experienced this ideology is a separate issue. But part of the Soviet ideology was, right, some kind of internationalism and an anti-imperial imperialism. I mean, this idea that you should be able to have different peoples in one place, right? Whereas for the Ottomani that you guys are talking about, right, and for many of the white armies, part of the ideology was a specific anti-Semitism, right, anti-others, right? And so that ideology, I think, plays a role in the way that people responded, and sort of certainly Jews responded to the different people fighting over the territory.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Yes. You will be our final question.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I was just wondering, what was the role of the Jewish battalion of the Galician army under Limburg at the time?
I've done any research on it, so I have no idea.
Well, they fought for the Galician army, and that's it. The Jews were part of the Ukrainian population, and many Jews sided with the Ukrainian republics, where that was a Western Ukraine republic, but they fought for their political project. This political project could be Ukrainian independentist or red, and there were also Jews in the white armies during until late 1919, where they were expelled from the army. So, well, they were part of the population, and they fought like the rest of the population.
Thanks.
Great. We will continue some of these questions of ideology and violence and insurgents and combatants later today in the contemporary situation. But right now, please let's thank our two wonderful presenters this morning. There is no coffee break right now. 5 minutes break. 5 minutes. Don't go far. Okay, welcome back, everyone. This is our second of 3 book panels where we have a conversation with an author who's just written a book that we deem important for the field of Ukrainian studies. And we are thrilled to welcome Faith Hillis here from the University of Chicago, who has written this book right here.
It exists.
It exists. You can buy it on Amazon. Children of Rus, Right Bank, Ukraine, and the Invention of a Russian Nation. And she will present the book very shortly, just the highlights for about 10 minutes, and we have some questions, and then we hope to have a really great discussion about her work. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me, and thanks to all of you for making what has already been a very interesting weekend. So the central assertion of my book, Children of Rus, is that it's in 19th century right bank Ukraine, not in Russia, that Russian nationalism assumes its most potent form. I argue that it's in the Ukrainian lands, not in Russia, that the idea of a Russian nation as a unified Orthodox civilization with a world historical mission to fulfill first takes shape. That it's in Ukraine that Russian nationalists first managed to assemble political followings and to build parties. And that it's Ukraine that directs the first formal efforts to nationalize the Tsarist Empire. And by that I mean they're trying to alter organs of governance in order to give more power to East Slavs and to diminish the powers enjoyed by other ethnic groups. And to those of you who know something about 19th century Ukraine, which I assume is all of you, these assertions probably sound surprising and startling. There's been no dearth of scholarship on nation-building processes in the 19th century Ukrainian lands. There's a huge literature on the Ukrainian national movement that many of us, I know, have read. There's also a large literature on Russification efforts undertaken by the imperial authorities. And Russification is usually spoken of as an arbitrary, top-down, heavy-handed effort to promote the language and culture of the great Russian center at the expense of those of the periphery. I'm talking about something else altogether in this book, and this is a third way between these two extremes of Ukrainian nationalism and bureaucratic Russification. And I call this third way the Little Russian idea. And I want to immediately, I already saw some ears perk up with this phrase. I want to clarify because the term Little Russian has taken on a rather pejorative meaning. That's not the sense in which I'm speaking about it. In fact, this is a term that my actors themselves use and that they use with pride. They identify as Little Russians. What does this mean to be a Little Russian? The protagonists of my book were men today whom we today would identify as ethnic Ukrainians. Many had even been raised speaking the Ukrainian language. They were proud local patriots who honored the unique language and culture of their homeland. Yet they also firmly insisted that Ukraine was an integral part of a larger East Slavic civilization that was then ruled by the Tsarist regime. Or even that this local culture in Ukraine should be seen as the purest manifestation of the Russian nation, the Russian spirit, rather than a sort of separate national entity. So this Little Russian idea, it turns out, served as the basis for a Russian nationalist mass movement that would gradually coalesce in Ukraine and would sweep the entire region by the early 20th century. So I can't give a full summary of the book, a full explication of my argument in this very brief time that I have, but I will walk you through my major arguments and then also how I reach these conclusions. I argue that a massive and very important Little Russian lobby has been hiding in plain sight in Ukrainian history all this time. And there are a number of reasons for the absence of historical interest in this group and this movement in the past, but I think the most important is the way that we tend to think and write about nations. The constructivist school of nationality studies, which was pioneered by Benedict Anderson, has now effectively overturned the once conventional primordialist wisdom, right? To be a constructivist is no longer controversial at all in most settings. Anderson helped us see that nationalism is in fact a very modern construct that relies on modern culture and modern infrastructure to spread. Yet there's also a way in which this constructivist approach tends to naturalize the nation, tends to treat it as an inevitable development of modernity. And in asking how a group reaches consciousness, as Anderson and other constructivists do, some of this literature, I would argue, takes it for granted that a group is actually a group. And so influenced by Rogers Brubaker, as well as a new literature that's emerged primarily out of the East Central European field, I try to step away from this assumption and to ask how a group comes to perceive itself as such in the first place. So in other words, instead of analyzing the competition between these bounded and self-evident Ukrainian and Russian nationalist projects, I'm doing a close reading of what actors in this story are actually saying, how they're talking about themselves, and how they define what demarcates a Russian from a Ukrainian in the first place. I tell this cognitive history of nationalism in Ukraine in 3 registers. The first section of the book is an intellectual history. It deals with how elites define groups in this very complex and multi-ethnic region. 2 ideas come to form the basis of the Little Russian idea. The first is the notion that Ukraine, by virtue of its ties to Kiev and Rus, is the natural center of Orthodox civilization, the place where all of these ideas, all of these practices were first invented and developed. And the second component of this Little Russian idea is the notion that the Orthodox East Slavs, and I'm calling these people the children of Rus as a sort of shorthand, that these Orthodox East Slavs are the rightful owners of Ukraine. So by extension, this way of thinking presents the non-Orthodox inhabitants of the region, of which of course there were many, as interlopers who have no right to live on this Rus land. And just to clarify, we're speaking primarily in the right bank about Poles and Jews. So I see this Little Russian idea as the driving force of local intellectual life from the early modern period until the 19th century, and I trace this through in great detail how this idea coalesces. I argue that this Little Russian idea, in fact, is first tested and first begins to develop in Khmelnytsky's campaigns of the 17th century. I then trace how it's further consolidated in the intellectual and cultural work of hetmanate elites in the 18th century, and then how it reaches its apogee in the mid-19th century in the works of scholars like Kostomarov, Kulish, Antonovich, and Drahomanov. Now, of course, all of these actors who I've just mentioned, Cossacks, hetmanate elites, 19th century intelligentsia in Ukraine, these men are commonly thought of as Ukrainian national awakeners, and indeed, they go on to make very important contributions to the Ukrainian national idea. But I argue that at the same time, their contributions are somewhat more complex than we might assume. Because although these figures were very proud of local traditions and they all wanted to preserve local autonomy, some even had critiques of the imperial regime and where it had gone wrong, none of them were in fact advocating a full-fledged Ukrainian nationalist agenda. And in fact, what many of them were insisting that what made Ukraine so special was that it was the very center of this large Rus East Slavic civilization, which by necessity included Great Russia. And in fact, at key junctures, the bureaucratic imperial state sponsored this strange form of local patriotism, which officials saw as aligning with their own interests at many junctures. So the bureaucratic interests in Ukraine at this point involve promoting orthodoxy in the region, a region that had a lot of Catholic influence as a result of the Polish nobility that had been in place there, and also minimizing the influence of non-Orthodox minorities. In the late 19th and early 20th century, this Little Russian activism became only more intense and powerful. And the second part of the book turns to how the Little Russian lobby used urban concerns, focused on the city of Kiev, to spread this message further down into society. In other words, to get their ideas out of this constellation of elites and down to the people. Activists seized on the urban challenges that late imperial Kiev faced, and these challenges included massive income inequality, major public health problems, and corrupt governance. And they gradually worked these concerns into a narrative that presented the Rus people as perennial victims at the hands of these foreign interlopers, again, speaking of Poles and Jews here. So the argument was that these problems could only be resolved if non-Orthodox populations, in essence, lost their power and lost their local foothold in society. The third section of the book turns to popular politics in the 1905 period. It shows how Little Russian activists spread their ideas through electoral agitation, so how they go into peasant communities and begin to organize and mobilize people. It also examines how they worked with the church. And as a result of this agitation, these activists managed to claim many of the local offices in the right bank. There is, by this point, some electoral infrastructure in place, and these sort of Little Russian nationalists do very well in these elections. I also trace how these activists use violent rhetoric and actions to advance their idea. So these activists play a key role in inciting a very deadly pogrom in Kiev in 1905, and they're also involved in fabricating the Baylis affair of 1913, in which a local Jew is charged with a blood ritual murder. And both of these events, I argue, the pogrom and the Baylis case, are predicated on the notion that Jews posed an active threat to these children of Rus. And indeed, they're both essentially propaganda efforts, right, to try to show the people the threats that Jews supposedly pose. By the early 20th century, though, there is a slippage in this rhetoric. These Little Russian activists who I can trace for decades how they've been carrying out this product, they're increasingly describing themselves simply as Russians. And this is a term that for them really denotes their opposition to liberal ideas, to the revolution of 1905, and to Polish and Jewish influence. And these men closely work in the 1905 period with the imperial state, which is then interested in reestablishing order after the disarray brought about by revolution. Many of the activists who I trace attain high-ranking positions in the imperial government, and they come to serve as a sort of brain trust for a czarist regime that's increasingly embracing their dream of turning the multi-ethnic empire into a mono-ethnic nation-state. Yet, I stress throughout, there are still these very strong local Little Russian, Ukrainophile kind of elements to this agitation. So the leaders of this movement remain almost exclusively ethnic Ukrainians. These men are not ethnic Russians. And much of this nationalist agitation in the countryside is, of course, carried out in the Ukrainian language, since it's targeted at Ukrainian peasants. So in one sense, I'm telling the story of this remarkable victory of this nationalist lobby, right? These activists find a way to reconcile local particularities with this imperial superstructure that's advancing this Russifying agenda. These men have great success in shaping hearts and minds across Ukraine, and they also manage to have influence even in St. Petersburg, beyond the borders of their homeland. Yet this apparent nationalist victory in late imperial Ukraine also brings unexpected consequences. I discuss how the radical and violent ideas that this lobby propagates undermines the stability of the empire that it's in fact trying to assist, hastening its collapse. So, for example, one result of this agitation is we have local populations increasingly turned against one another, neighbors who had lived in peace for many decades now seeing each other as enemies. And of course, the street violence, the imperial authorities are very concerned about this element of this activity as well. I also discuss the unexpected evolution of this Little Russian notion itself. So I show in great detail how state sponsorship of this idea was essential to its development and its propagation, but I also show how beginning in the 1870s, this lobby begins to split, giving rise to what we can now identify as the first Ukrainian national movements. So Drahomanov is one notable figure who I trace, who really begins his career in this Little Russian camp, and he ultimately ends up rejecting the lobby, turning against it, and embracing the Ukrainian national project. Khrushchevsky himself, the founder of the Ukrainian nation, has an interesting connection to this Little Russian lobby. His father was a very hardcore activist who's sent into parts of Poland after in the 1860s trying to convert Poles to Orthodoxy. So the father is working, he's an imperial bureaucrat promoting this Little Russian idea, and of course the son then becomes the founder of Ukrainian historiography and eventually the Ukrainian political nation. So we can trace how individuals over the course of their lives change ideas, change nationalities, as it were. And we can also trace how families with the same DNA make very different choices about who they are and to whom they belong, what they stand for. With some interpreting local culture as purely Russian and others coming to see it as, of course, Ukrainian. And in the end, as these two outgrowths of the Little Russian idea, as they compete, they gradually strive to write each other out of history. So I think this is another reason why it's been very difficult for historians in the past to sort of excavate this identity that's been lost. Ukrainian nationalists erase their own participation from the Little Russian lobby, as well as their participation with the Tsarist state and the ways in which the state helped to promote the ideas that they advanced. And Russian nationalists take an ever more radical stance on this Ukrainian question, gradually insisting that the Ukrainian nation doesn't even exist, that it's an invention of sort of foreign interlopers. This is the language that they use. So I've given you an overview of the kinds of arguments that I make and this local ecology, political ecology that I try to reconstruct. But I just want to close by zooming out and asking, what is the takeaway? Why do we care? And what contributions do I want this to make to Ukrainian studies? I really want this story to prompt us to rethink how we conceptualize the role of Ukraine in the Russian Empire, first of all, and then also in the modern world. At least from the Russianist perspective, Russian historiography tends to treat Ukraine as a periphery. And on top of that, it often invokes this language of backwardness, of underdevelopment. The idea is that things that are happening in the Russian Empire are not happening in Ukraine, right? It's happening in Moscow and St. Petersburg. By contrast, I'm arguing that both of these are really serious misconceptions, that what's happening in Ukraine is absolutely, completely central to what's happening in late imperial Russia, to all the most important ideas about the imperial regime and also then about national ideas that we have coming forward. And furthermore, I'm arguing that what's happening in Ukraine is not backward, it's actually at the vanguard of imperial politics. And let me just say, unpack both of these points very briefly. I show in this book how incredibly complex this Ukrainian-Russian encounter is in the 19th century. Identities tend to evolve in complex and often nonlinear ways, and the story I'm telling is one in which various types of identity, linguistic, ethnic, religious, national, ideological, they don't necessarily always neatly line up. But what everyone in my story agrees, these little Russian protagonists and the imperial regime who supports them, all of them agree that Ukraine is completely central to the Russian nation. In other words, they say, if there's no Ukraine in Russia, there's no Russia. And I'm not arguing that this is good. I'm not arguing that this is right. I want to clarify that in no way am I justifying this kind of Russian nationalist claim on Ukraine. But I think it's a really important force in imperial politics. And indeed, unfortunately, it's an idea and a force that we're still dealing with today and that we're still having to try to decide how to respond to. Then finally, I want to close by discussing the very modern nature of these little Russian politics. The anti-liberal Russian nationalism that emerged from 19th and early 20th century Ukraine was certainly disturbing by our standards today. It had ideas that we reject, we don't like, but it was not reactionary. The social mobilization and the electoral campaigns that were happening in early 20th century Ukraine were light years ahead of what was happening in the rest of the Russian Empire politically and socially. And so were the violent mass politics and the sort of racial fantasies that accompanied a lot of this rhetoric. I suggest that these ideas help to precipitate the collapse of the old regime. In other words, that 19th century Ukraine and the kinds of experiments happening there created forces that the Tsarist Empire could not contain. But I think we'd be wrong-headed to believe that these ideas simply disappear, evaporate after the Tsarist regime's collapse. And so I talk about in the epilogue how this witch's brew of sort of anti-liberal populism that's forged in Tsarist Ukraine, how this remains behind and continues to shape political legacies after the collapse of the Tsarist regime. And in fact, I think that the story that I'm telling here is sort of a prelude to the last panel that we had, this remarkable violence, astounding levels of violence that we see in Ukraine after and during this revolutionary collapse. I also trace in the epilogue how these ideas forged in 19th century Ukraine travel abroad. So many of the protagonists of the book, the men who were longtime Little Russian activists who become Russian nationalists, they're forced to flee into emigration after the Bolsheviks take control. Most of them go to Central and Western Europe. And I trace the role that these Ukrainian Russian nationalists, as it were, play in developing early fascist movements in exile and immigration in the 20s and 30s. So this book is arguing that Ukraine plays a crucial role in the end, in the collapse, the end of Russia's 19th century, right? In bringing about the collapse of the Tsarist regime, we're closing one era. But I argue that we're also opening, in this book, the beginning of a new era. We're opening the 20th century in Ukraine for Russia, and this is, of course, a century that will bring unprecedented violence and political extremism. So I will stop there and await a good discussion and questions.
There's so much to respond to in that presentation and in your work, and I'm not quite sure where to begin. I want to begin at the end, but maybe we should start at the beginning.
It's a free world.
Okay. I'd actually like to talk a little bit about language and ask you about some of your terms and if we can unpack some of those terms. I mean, first of all, I certainly understand that your actors use the term Little Russian. I've definitely come upon people who call themselves Little Russian as well. And I'm wondering if you can talk about what led you to use that term for this group of people and this idea of a Little Russian lobby. Mm-hmm. And also if you can unpack the word Ukraine, mm-hmm. actually, and how they use it and how you're using it in your argument.
All right. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Let me deal first with the term Little Russian. As I said, I was inspired to use it first and foremost because it was an identity that these players actively embraced in a very positive sense. And again, I hadn't really seen that acknowledged in the historical literature. It's often used in this sense, it becomes a polemic term by 1917. So both conscious Ukrainians and Bolsheviks are sort of saying, oh, these Little Russians, they're reactionary. The conscious Ukrainians look down on this group as a sort of self-hating Ukrainian, someone who is Ukrainian but insists that they're Russian. So it becomes a term of contention and really an insult by the end of the period that I'm talking about. But for much of the period that I'm talking about, this is the term that people use and this is how they identify themselves. So this is the first reason that I wanted to excavate the term. But the second is also a strategic move on my part in that it's a way of, I think, making a point that there was, the choice was not merely between being a sort of Russian imperialist or a Ukrainian nationalist, right, for most of the 19th century. And in fact, I think that this whole debate is really more a product of the 20th century. So in the 19th century, this was a viable option, and in fact, it was really, I would argue, the dominant option for educated Orthodox people in the right bank. This is the point of view that most of them held. And so that is why I decided to use that term. Now, I'm using Ukraine really in a contemporary sense, in part because what we're talking about is today Ukrainian territory. The actors themselves, though, often use the term Ukraine for a territorial region. They do not use the term Ukraine, however, as an identity. As I already said, they prefer this identity of Little Russian because they are arguing that Ukraine is sort of an integral part of a Russian nation. So
they're not talking about a Ukrainian nation, right? I mean, I think that's one of the interesting things about the book. These are not people who are advocating for a politically independent, autonomous Ukrainian state.
Right, and I want to unpack that a little bit too, because the argument is not that they're just saying the Russian Empire is great, we want things as they are, right? Because the Russian imperial officials also do not use the word Ukraine and are also using the term Little Russian, but from a different vantage point, right? They're using this essentially to argue that there is no Ukraine. My figures are not advocating for independence, and in fact, they often have a pretty harsh critique of the Tsarist regime. It's not that they're unreflexive Tsarists. For example, Kostomarov, who's one of the intellectuals who I talk about a lot and who's often thought of as the father of the Ukrainian nation, his critique of the Tsarist regime is that it has deviated from these original Slavic values that he argues were forged in Rus. He says it's deviated, first of all, under Mongol influence because Muscovy, right, remains under the Mongol yoke for longer. But he also argues that he talks about it as a Germano-Tartaric sort of deviation of true Russian values. So Kostomarov's argument here is not, it's not uncritical of the Tsarist regime, but it's actually arguing that it's in Ukraine that sort of the true East Slav values have been retained. So they're not arguing that Ukraine is just much of a muchness, that it's all, unvariegated territory, it's just the same as Russia. That's not the argument at all. It's that Ukraine is a very special place. But the argument about Ukraine being a very special place is that it's special because it's sort of the true Rus, right? And that Muscovy and the Tsarist regime have deviated from these true values. So that's the relationship between these ideas.
So, Faith, you agreed to come to an interdisciplinary seminar.
Yeah.
So now you're in a pincer because
Good.
I'm the political scientist.
Yeah.
She's the historian. So let me pick up on that. My reading of your fascinating book, in the subtitle you mentioned the Russian nation and the birth of the Russian nation. But my reading is that it's kind of a very late happening, actually post February 1905 revolution. I'll get back to that a bit later. But this little Russian movement, in a sense, could be called Orthodox nationalists in the 19th century. They're all about orthodoxy, protecting orthodoxy, and they happen to live in what we call now Ukraine, which was under Polish rule and certainly cultural rule and then the role of the church and so forth. So the Poles are basically the big enemies in the 19th century.
Yes.
On the language front, because they define themselves in terms of religion, they're actually very proud of their language, of their Little Russian language. So there's nothing which we would call now anti-Ukrainian about their stance. actually they're proud of their distinctiveness of the language. You're quoting one of them saying, we want to be able to think and write in our own way. But since you quoted Benedict Anderson, so let's 1983, the other major book, Gellner.
Yep.
Low culture, high culture.
Yeah.
So Gellner brings language, of course. Now, is it fair to say that you're Orthodox nationalist, very proud of the distinctiveness of their Little Russian language, nonetheless conceived, in a sense, of their language as what Gellner would call a low culture, not in a normative sense, but they were not calling for the standardization of the Little Russian language. In their view, basically, the standardization had to be the imperial language, because they don't see themselves in exclusive, their identity is not seen in exclusive terms. They're both Little Russians and Orthodox.
Yes.
Eventually, they'll call themselves Russians, but now they're Orthodox
Right.
within the empire. The language of Orthodoxy is Russian.
Right.
Whereas, again, the Little Russian language has to be promoted and so forth, proud, but in a kind of low cultural sense.
Right.
Would that be a fair political science reading?
I think it's a fair reading. Let me clarify a little bit and explicate too, because I'm talking about a very broad time span in this book, and actually part of the argument that Dominique has picked up on is that I'm arguing that the conception of who the nation is and how it's defined actually really changes over the period. So at the beginning, beginning with Khmelnytsky and all the way through, you're right, and until the 19th century, orthodoxy is absolutely key. Orthodoxy versus Catholicism. And there's a national proxy here where we're talking about the Orthodox people versus the Polish Catholics. It's understood that they're one and the same. But orthodoxy is what forges this nation. Now, by the mid-19th century, there is a shift, and it has to do with the fact that, well, let me actually back up a little bit more. So the first question, right, Orthodox identity, I argue, the question here is not really is it Russian-Ukrainian, the question is what makes national thinking possible? Because part of the story I'm trying to tell here is that people in what is today Ukraine are thinking about belonging and nationhood in very different ways. Actually, really until the mid-19th century, the Russian imperial officials and the elites in Moscow and St. Petersburg, these people are basically allergic to the idea of the nation, actually. They're imperialists. They don't want to talk about the nation because the nation involves the little people, the simple folk. This is a dynastic autocracy. It's multi-ethnic. So the Russian imperial authorities are very leery about thinking in terms of nations, whereas these people on the periphery, by virtue of this religious conflict that's going on, I argue are really among the first to begin to think in national terms in the Tsarist regime. But as we go, this sort of Orthodox nationalism gains all these other attributes. So one is a social attribute that emerges in the mid-19th century. So on the question of language, yes, all of these intellectuals, for the most part, are writing in Russian, which is the language of educated discourse. They write in Russian among themselves, and they also publish in Russian because they want people all across the empire to read their ideas.
The high culture language.
Exactly. But it's in the mid-19th century that they bring in this low culture element. So for example, many of these activists, even though they're writing in Russian, establish Ukrainian language schools. In the 1860s, Kulish, who is one of my key players, is writes the first Ukrainian language primer. And in fact, these guys, after it speaks again to the strange interaction between these local activists and the imperial state, but after the Tsars are emancipated in 1861, the Tsarist regime begins to get more interested in getting the little people, the peasants, into this political process, and they actually commission these activists to translate the Emancipation Manifesto into Ukrainian, right? So it's a funny thing. We often think and speak of these injunctions, Russian imperial injunctions against the Ukrainian language, which indeed wanted to prevent the Ukrainian language from developing into a language of high culture. But there's a really profound social project going on here too, with these activists actually promoting Ukrainian as a viable language of low culture. Does that answer the question?
And can you talk a little bit about the Valuev Circular as well and how that plays into the story?
So in 1863, the first thing I need to say is that this happens in the context of a Polish revolt that's happening in right bank Ukraine. The nobles are overwhelmingly Polish Catholics still at this point, and they revolt against the imperial state. So this really concerns the Russian authorities. And this is a moment where in the book, I talk in great detail about the sort of breaks and acceleration of this relationship, very complicated relationship between local activists and the imperial state. But this is a moment where the state gets very concerned about what's happening among these little Russian activists, because the fear is that the promotion of Ukrainian patriotism, the promotion of the Ukrainian language on the local level may lead the Ukrainians to develop their own project of national separatism, like the Poles have. And the fear is correct. This happens. And so Valuev in 1863, who's the Minister of the Interior, circulates this, this decree that essentially says Ukrainian has not existed, will not exist, and will never exist. This is the famous line that's always cited, trying to prevent Ukrainian from becoming this language of high culture. That's essentially what it does. So it limits the publication of Ukrainian books. It limits Ukrainian language plays and theater, for example, as well. And there's then another decree in 1876 that does this as well. But this gets back to Dominique's question, because in fact this decree is not an injunction against Ukrainian language writ large. It's an injunction against the Ukrainian language being used as a viable language of high culture. And the whole time there's this, and in fact in the Valuev decree, if you read it, there's a sort of loophole that says you can still use this for historical documents. So a lot of what these guys are publishing are these historical documents about peasant uprisings and also Cossack memoirs in Ukrainian. You can still publish those, says the loophole. There's also a loophole about sort of, I forget the exact language, but it's, sort of narodnaya material or something like this. So material aimed at the people. So even while we have this injunction against high culture, which is very real and is very oppressive, we still have on the local level a great deal of leeway for these activists who are first and foremost interested in publishing historical narratives and educating Ukrainian peasants in their native language.
But Faith, I think actually you're underselling your argument here. I think you're saying more. Maybe I'm reading too much into your argument. I think you're saying that the Little Russians, as we've talked about, are really not hostile to what they call the Little Russian language. Not only are they not hostile, they actually truly don't believe that language could actually eventually lead to a lack of state loyalty, to lead to separatism. They're convinced that it's actually complementary, that the distinctiveness of the Little Russian language then actually enhances the orthodox identity of what you perhaps anachronistically call the East Slavs. I don't think they called themselves East Slavs at that time, but what we would call them now East Slavs. Again, it's still not quite Russian. That would be more like the early 20th century. They truly believe that language is not the problem. But of course, Valuev thinks the opposite. So you have a very strong faction in the central state. Because obviously language is actually becoming a factor in European politics. It's not just in Imperial Russia, as a marker of identity and therefore as a legitimizing factor of, again, the idea of self-rule. So if you speak a different language, then you're a nation, a culturally defined nation, and so forth. So my point here is that what you're showing is that from the 1860s, 70s, there is this constant ambivalence within the state as to the impact of language. The Little Russian lobby, as you call it, saying language is not a problem. But at the center, and perhaps also in Kiev itself, although you seem to be arguing that the bureaucracy tends to be sympathetic to the idea that language is not the problem. So, of course, the ambivalence means very drastic decrees that are interpreted, perhaps rightly as in retrospect, as anti-Ukrainian. But what you're showing is that it's not the only thing going on here. There is this ambivalence.
Right. That is the argument. That's exactly right.
At least until 1905, 06, 07, when the picture changes.
Right.
But if I can add, Mayhill mentioned yesterday the book by Matthew Polly on Ukrainizacja that came out just a bit after yours. So it's kind of companion volumes and even chronologically. And it's a very detailed investigation of the ambivalence of now Soviet central officials about precisely the role of language in terms of state loyalty. We need language, we have to push Ukrainian language and so forth, as long as it's for the betterment of course, the socialist project. So in the 19th century, it was the betterment of the Orthodox project, protecting yourself against the non-Orthodox. Now it's socialism. You still have this ambivalence, and we know how it ended. It ends with massive repression against the Ukrainian language. So you could say in both cases you have the ambivalence and it ends badly, but the story of the ambivalence itself needs to be
That's
told,
right. And in fact, I think I would, to expand on what Dominika said, I think I would even argue that this story is maybe a prelude to Korenizacja. I mean, in the 20s, I think there are really interesting parallels there, and that's what this Poly book is about, because language is key, and as Dominika has pointed out, the argument is that the language isn't a problem. One can speak Ukrainian and love Ukrainian and still be a great Russian. This is the argument. But it's also about culture. And in fact, we have these guys are also doing a lot of ethnographic studies of the Ukrainian peasantry, which show ethnographic differences in the physical appearance, in the dress of Ukrainians and Russians. Yet at the same time, the argument is not necessarily that this difference indicates that there's a problem. The argument is actually that this difference shows that it's these local Ukrainian people who've maintained true Rus customs. They look like the Rus rulers. They speak the language that's closest to what the guys spoke in Rus. So there's a way in which, again, this difference is actually used to reinforce the coherence of the empire, which I think is ultimately the goal of the Korenizacja campaigns.
Yeah, and I think that actually Matthew Polly makes a very subtle argument that it's not that locals did not want to Ukrainianize the schools. It's that actually a lot of the teachers didn't even know Ukrainian, or they didn't have the primers, they didn't have the materials to do so. So that a lot of what I think is actually arguing against the sort of from above, top down Russification narrative, and actually showing that there's a lot of simply inability to properly Ukrainianize on the ground, right? He's showing a much more complex picture on the ground. And I think, too, one of the things that comes out of the story of the Little Russian lobby is precisely what is Little Russian and what is Ukrainian, and the connection between Little Russian and Ukrainian, and sort of this idea of, Ukrainian not being something primordial, but something that emerges through multiple stakeholders negotiating with each other, right? And we certainly see that happening then in the Soviet period. Yeah, can I switch topics slightly?
as long as it's on the book.
Yeah. So I want to talk actually about the chapter on the pogrom in Kiev and the story of street politics. And I think one of the things that I would like to highlight so that we don't undersell Faith's argument is this idea that, because a lot of the story of empire is that empire is built and created and maintained and collapses in the center, not in the periphery. And I think one of the really interesting arguments in this book is that it's actually on the periphery that new political models and new political tactics and practices actually happen, right? And that there's something actually unique and new happening on the periphery. And so I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about this new relationship between the state and the street, and this new relationship with the street and street politics that you see in 1905 Kiev.
Yeah. So a big part of the prelude to this is how these activists work to build political coalitions. So this is a process that actually begins in the 1890s. In Kiev in the 1890s, we have City Duma elections, right? City council elections in which people are already speaking of themselves as belonging to parties. And this is, partisan politics remain completely illegal in the Russian Empire until 1905. And even in 1905, it's still very halting. So it's an era in which I think people are working politically in very sophisticated ways. So we have this tradition of partisan politics. We also have newspapers going on. So a big part of the book is also about how these activists, one of the most prominent founds Kiev's first and most prominent daily until 1917. Another example, published in Russian, but publishes, folk tales by Drahomanov and whatnot. So this very interesting Russian-Ukrainian dual project.
Shulgin?
Shulgin, yeah, and the paper's Kiev-Danin. And so we have these activists working in very sophisticated ways. Now, I think the way that these activists in Kiev have typically been characterized is very misleading. So Kiev-Danin, this newspaper, is often characterized as this arch-reactionary, Russifying newspaper. In fact, what it's doing is, again, it's trying to reach down deeper into society to build coalitions and to mobilize people. And the political project that these men are advancing by the 1905 period is a project that's in many ways very populist. So they're saying, you know, you are the worker of Kiev. Why is your life horrible? You know, but their answer is capitalism is part of the answer. Capitalism is out of control, they say. So there's a critique of capitalism from the left, but there's also a way in which this anti-capitalist critique has this ethnic overtone. So there's a notion that Kievjanin and Shulgin and many of these urban politicians say that capitalism is out of control in Kiev because Jews and Poles still have a stake in urban capitalism. And especially, this is where anti-Semitic rhetoric comes in, that we already have a strongly developed racial anti-Semitism circulating in these sources, that Jews' very nature is to exploit the people. And so we have this political program that is capable of winning elections and getting people out into the street by 1905. But as I'm saying, it's difficult to characterize. It's not reactionary, it's very modern, but it's also deeply anti-liberal. So in 1905, we have a revolution. The order is questioned, and in fact, the pogrom happens it begins on October 18th, 1905, which is the day after the Tsar has issued this manifesto that essentially says the revolutionaries have won, you can now have an imperial parliament, I'm granting you these particular rights. So it's a moment in which people across Russia who had been part of this revolution began celebrating. Yay, we won. But what happens is these urban activists in Kiev, using the newspaper, using the political interest groups that they had mobilized, they say, wait, this revolution is not complete. So we have an imperial parliament, so we have civil rights, but we still have these Jews and Poles who are exploiting us. This isn't good enough. And so this is the genesis of this pogrom, and we get I go through in the book in great detail about how this comes together, but these intellectuals play a really important role in inciting it. And in fact, the violence goes on for 3 days, but on the second day it stops just for a moment where everyone convenes at the newspaper and where the editor gives this inciting speech. So I argue that there's this very important interplay to, there's mob violence, that's part of it. People are getting drunk, people are stealing things, order has collapsed, and it's a riot. But it's also a riot that is incited by these politicians in essence, and it's a riot that has pretty clear political goals, I think, for many of the players involved.
But you're showing also that the Polish socioeconomic power is on the wane by the late 19th century. Mm-hmm. So being anti-Catholic, anti-Polish, so the little Russians protecting Orthodox identity and so forth, that's a 19th century story. By the time you get to the revolution, actually Jewish socioeconomic power in Kiev is definitely on the rise.
Exactly.
And that may explain, again, in the street atmosphere of the revolution, that suddenly the targets are shifting. They're not going after Poles anymore, or not in a significant matter, but against Jews. So we have now an evolving story.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is, again, a story of how nationalist narratives, who we are and who we aren't, shifts. The diminution of Poles in this rhetoric, it happens as a result of these anti-Polish campaigns sponsored by the imperial state. Poles are rapidly losing their landed wealth. They're rapidly losing their cultural capital. Kiev was really a Polish-speaking city until the 1850s. This is no longer true by 1870. And so it's at this moment that we see the rise of this new enemy, Jews. And what's really fascinating is I've talked a little bit about the writing of history and how the kinds of historical narratives and ethnographic studies that these authors are producing shape this nationalist project. And it's exactly at this moment where we see the disappearance of the Poles from these narratives, who had always been the people, these are the guys who are always oppressing the peasantry, who are unfair, who are unjust. They disappear, more or less, from these historical narratives, and it becomes all about Jews. So again, the argument is not simplistic. It's not sort of one story, but it's about how, as time evolves, we still have this driving national idea, but how we have it inflected in different ways. It takes on different agendas, and there are also new enemies and new allies as we move on.
But then the story keeps evolving, and suddenly we have a new player, not socially, but in terms of only political power. After 1905, it's the Ukrainian. We would say now Ukrainian nationalists. I don't think they call themselves Ukrainian nationalists at that time. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. In any case, promoting the Ukrainian national idea of self-rule.
Yeah.
Obviously, the idea was there before, but in terms of political power after 1905. And my question to you is that, I think it's that this moment, and in the years after, you're referring to an organization called the Club of Russian Nationalists. My sense, if I recall from the book, that it's post-1905
Yeah,
in
exactly.
terms of
Yeah,
expansion,
it's founded
right?
in 1908.
And
Yep.
suddenly, forget about the Poles, okay?
Yep.
We have the pogroms, the Jews,
Yeah.
beginning of Žida Komuna,
Yep.
but suddenly the enemy are these, what we would now call the political Ukrainians,
Yes.
right? The political
Yes.
Ukrainians are on the scene. And now the little Russians are beginning to call themselves Russian nationalists or splitting. You're showing there's actually now a tension within the group. But what you also see increasingly is what we would call anti-Ukrainian discourse,
Absolutely.
which was absent from the 19th century.
Yeah.
So again, this idea that the language and the very idea of that language is linked to self-rule is actually an attack on the foundations of the empire.
Exactly.
And must be combated.
Yeah, and
But
this
that's
is,
very late in the game, right? We're like less than a decade before the First
Yeah.
World War.
yeah, it is very late in the game, and this is the new enemy that approaches absolutely anti-Ukrainian discourse is critical to this post-1905 Russian nationalism. But I again want to make the point that we have this continuity of figures. So one of the leaders of the Kiev Club of Russian Nationalists is a man named Ivan Sikorsky, who's a physical anthropologist at Kiev University, and is the man who, he plays a crucial role in that Baylis affair that I mentioned. He does the autopsy on the young boy found murdered and said, definitely this looks like ritual murder to me. So he's this ardent Russian nationalist. He mocks Ukrainians who speak Ukrainian at this point. He says the Ukrainian nation doesn't exist. It's a political plot by Poles and Jews to undermine the unity of the Russian nation. But this man, Ivan Sikorsky, if you look at what he's doing in the 1860s, he's working in these Ukrainian language schools. He's a member of this lobby. So this is what I was talking about when I talked about how these activists then write this third way out of history, and how that's a really important part of this nationalist competition as well, is that ambiguity that had existed previously. Activists on both sides try to make it disappear and try to strike it from the historical record, which in many cases involves even sort of distorting their own pasts and their own actions in the past.
Yeah, I think we should actually open it up to
Can I say
questions.
one last thing
You can say
before
one
we
last
leave
thing,
it to
and I will be taking
to
names.
the Narod?
Okay.
Faith, since your book has multiple audiences, including here at the Danyliw seminar, but obviously one major audience is Ukrainian studies. And one critique could certainly be that there couldn't have been, I mean, you're talking about the little Russian lobby in late imperial Russia, because precisely they saw themselves as belonging to a larger group, loyal to the empire, but in a distinct way, etc. So in a sense, they were players, maybe minor players, depending on with different degrees of influence. But there couldn't be a Ukrainian lobby in terms of the idea of, against Ukrainian language, self-rule, and so forth, because of the nature of the state in the 19th century. There's an intellectual history of the Ukrainian idea, but there couldn't be a Ukrainian lobby. So reading the book, suddenly, in a sense, the Ukrainians just appear in 1905 as really an actor. But maybe they couldn't have appeared before precisely because of state repression. Aren't you, in that sense, kind of underselling the weight, social, intellectual, and so forth, of the Ukrainian idea in parallel to the little Russian idea in the 19th century? Of course, a question that has been explored in great depth in many, many monographs in the last few decades in Ukrainian studies.
I think I'm actually coming at this from a slightly different angle, because the literature on 19th century Ukraine actually suggests that there was a Ukrainian lobby, and in fact, many of the protagonists who I'm speaking about in this book are classified as being part of that Ukrainian lobby. I'm trying to point to, first of all, a complexity of the ideas themselves. So the men whom we've typically associated with this Ukrainian lobby, again, when I'm talking about Kulish, Kostomarov, Drahamanov, Antonovich, these guys, all typically thought of as part of the Ukrainian lobby. And I'm saying, well, Ukrainian national pride or local pride was certainly part of what was going on, but I think that their political agenda was somewhat more complicated than that, and it's somewhat more ambiguous than that. And likewise, I think I'm suggesting that because the imperial state was so concerned about, let me back up. The imperial state was incredibly concerned about claiming Ukraine in the 19th century. And as the century goes on, it sees this political Ukrainianism emerging, and it's repressive when it sees that, when it sees these local ideas going in a sort of separatist direction. But actually, for most of the 19th century, the imperial state in Ukraine is obsessed with Poles, and it's the effort to repress, suppress Polish culture that drives the Ukrainian state. And so there's a way in which...
You mean the Russian
Sorry,
state?
that drives the Tsarist state.
Tsarist
and
state.
so there, in fact, we see Tsarist bureaucrats making this very pragmatic decision to actually sort of promote Ukrainian consciousness in a way to undermine Polish consciousness. It's just that it backfires very badly. And I think that the imperial officials realized quite late. So yeah, it is in 1905 where I think Ukraine as a political nation becomes, for the first time, a viable option. But I don't think that that means that these ideas don't exist before. So that's, yeah.
Dane Gustafson.
Dominique, you said a moment ago that faith is caught between a historian and a political scientist. So I'd like to triangulate by adding an economist. And to suggest that your thesis would not seem so surprising, perhaps, to an economic historian, because the period you're talking about is one in which there is strong economic development, but particularly in what is today Ukraine. And so you have the steel and coal starting to develop in the Donbass. You have the sugar fortunes leading to the sugar barons' mansions on what is today Shevchenko Square. You've got the flows of wheat coming out of Odessa, and the great Jewish fortunes, the Afrusi family, et cetera, building at that time. And so the proposition that Ukraine is the center of the action is something that an economic historian would be perfectly comfortable with. So now coming a little closer to my question to you, the direct connection is this. Intellectuals require money. They have to put food on the table. They need sponsorship and funding for newspapers, for theater, for academic programs, et cetera. And consequently, you have no intellectual movement and no political movement unless you've got big money in back of it. The question is, during this period, where is that big money coming from for this movement? And what is it promoting? Now, one way of reading this would be that a lot of that wealth that is arising in Ukraine is escaping from the people who are Russian Orthodox. If the money is going to Jewish families in Odessa or to British capitalists in the Donbass or to other people, are we seeing a manifestation here of class jealousy, which is then finding political expression in the ways? So I guess my question to you is this: what happens if you take your book and, in addition to considering it a great work of intellectual and cultural history, what if you treat it also as a great work of economic history? How does that add another chapter to your book?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. The theme of economic history is not really latent in the book, but it's there. And in fact, part of what I was really trying to do with the book was bring together different registers of doing history, right? Because there's the intellectual history of the national movements in 19th century Ukraine. There's urban history with an economic and social history aspect. There's a political history of parties. But it's very rare that people actually bring them together. And part of the point that I'm trying to make in the book is that actually all of these things are in dialogue. And it's the social conditions, not only in the countryside, but also in this rapidly developing metropolis, that provides fuel to nationalists and not only gives them ideas about, who's on top, who's on bottom, who's winning, who's being exploited, but it also provides them a real political platform in a way to reach down deeper into the masses. So thank you for recognizing that. That's part of what I was actually really trying to do in the book by putting all of these things in dialogue, all of these different modes of doing history. In terms of the money, though, and where it's coming from, I do think that resentment or jealousy is a big part of the issue here. So in the 19th century, until the late 19th century, who these little Russian activists are, they're actually nobles. They're all imperial nobles. They come from the left bank. So they're men who are descended from the Cossacks, who had formerly been part of the Hetmanate. And so the money early on is noble money, right? But then as the century goes on, nobles are still rich, but nobles in Russia are losing their power. And we see the rise of these new industrial classes, which tend to not be Russian or Ukrainian or Orthodox, right, with some exceptions. So there are forms of new wealth that are coming up, and in fact, the new sugar barons and the new entrepreneurs, their wealth is actually very rapidly eclipsing this old elite. So I think that's a huge part of what's going on here.
Great. Mikhailo.
Here's another question from a non-historian.
Yes.
At the same time, I'm fascinated by what you've done, and I see lots of parallels. But continuing on with Thane's question, by the way, it's a very interesting thing that the political centers are rarely the economic centers.
Yeah.
So my question actually will refer to parallels between what your work is doing and perhaps if you've looked at Western Ukraine, because the economic center is Drohobych, yet the political center is Lviv or Stanislaviv or even Krakow. Whereas in Eastern Ukraine, you've got the economic centers being in Donbass and Odessa, and yet the political and cultural center is Kyiv. That is actually what I was looking for. My question was related to perhaps looking at a broader picture of not just the invention of the Russian nation, but perhaps the invention of the Ukrainian nation and why there would be contacts between Galicia and right bank Ukraine. We know that in the early 20th century, for example, people like Hrushevsky and Franco were going back and forth to each other, and as a matter of fact, Hrushevsky sort of ended his life in Lviv, which was a little bit strange. Lived next door to Ivan Franco, although they spoke what could be considered to be different languages. So I guess the question is, the processes seem to be similar. You got Narodovci, and I mean, I'm looking at what John-Paul Himka and Ostap Sereda have worked on, and you've got your work in Eastern Ukraine, and I guess there's a bunch of questions here. Why were there contacts between the two of them? Why this wouldn't have been natural because there's a border, and these are two empires. What similarities or differences do you find if you look at that work and your own work in terms of the sort of national ethnic positive perhaps discourses and changes of identity as time goes on?
Okay. I think that I'm thinking about this relationship in a somewhat different way than others have. So the literature often talks about Galicia as the Piedmont, right, of Ukraine. And the notion is that although Ukrainians are a minority in the Habsburg Empire, although there are struggles that they face, that the conditions in Galicia are more conducive to the creation of a nationalist movement. And the argument is that the nationalist movement really begins in Galicia and then invades the Russian Empire via cross-border contacts, and then also this very bustling trade in illegal publications that's constantly smuggled across this border. That's the argument. I think I would argue that it's much more complex, and in fact, I think that these little Russian activists who were active in the Russian Empire in the mid-19th century, I would argue that actually they were the ones who got the ball rolling. Again, another irony that these guys working under the Tsarist regime helped to first imagine Galicia as part of the Ukrainian nation. This is something, right, when we talk about Ukraine, prior to the 19th century, Galicia doesn't have much to do with it. It's about Cossacks and it's about the Hetmanate. So this is the mystery, how Galicia comes in. So in the 1840s, there is a group called the Slavic Benevolent Society that many of these actors are involved in. And they are trying to use these similar cultures, similar languages. Again, there's a lot of debate about whether Galician Ukrainian looks anything like the Ukrainian spoken Poltava and whatnot. But these activists, once again, with Tsarist state support in the 1840s, are crossing the border into the Habsburg Empire, are distributing the kinds of stuff that they're publishing in Russia in the Habsburg Empire. And they're doing this because they're trying to undermine the Habsburg state in this geopolitical competition between Russia and Austria. So in other words, they're going into Galicia and saying, hey, you're like us. You know, basically, you're Ukrainians, we're Ukrainians too. But again, the argument, the key is that, and we belong in Russia together because of the Orthodox power there. So there's a funny way where I think the cross-border contacts, they go both directions. But I would argue even that the flow from Russia into Galicia may even be more significant, or at least is earlier. By the 1860s, I think there's a shift in focus where we have these peasant associations in Galicia that are then coming back, and also some of the activists who are eventually forced into exile, like Drahomanov and Hrushevsky himself. Being in Galicia creates more dialogue, but I think the dialogue is there early, and it's going both ways.
Great. Tomas.
What happened to this activist and this movement during World War I, and in general in Russia? That's it? No. Well. So I start again. I wanted to know what happened to this activist and to this movement during World War I, and in general within the mass mobilization of the empire before war, and specifically dealing with this question of the Ukrainians abroad in Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and especially dealing with their ill treatment by the imperial Austrian state. Because I have in mind there is a small monument in Lviv cemetery that is written in honor of the victims of the Tadahov camp in Austria, where imprisoned Ukrainian activists. And on the monument there is written Galitskaya Rus. And I always wonder where did this come from?
Yeah. Okay. Well, in World War I actually see this lobby completely disintegrates under the pressures of war, and I talk about this in some detail, and this is where people began to take very different trajectories. So the monument that you mentioned, it does connect to this book. So I just discussed in the last question this imaginary, in the minds of these activists, that Galicia needs to be part of this broader East Slavic cultural nation, and that remains salient for many. So some of these guys are involved in the first Russian occupation of Galicia, and in the very brutal ways of efforts to repress Ukrainian language and culture, but again with this goal of also bringing Galicians into the fold, just not a Ukrainian fold now, it's a Russian fold. And so this language of Galician Rus, this is, I think, where this comes from. At the same time, though, the movement became so radical by 1914 that it dissolved essentially from within, because many of the leaders of the movement were pointing out by the war sort of how intellectually unsustainable the whole model had become. So, for example, many people object to the ways that object to the treatments of the Galicians in this occupation, because the counter argument to these Russian Ukrainian mediacs going into Galicia is saying, look, you're not going to bring them into the fold, you're going to alienate them more. And indeed, there's this weird way, Mark von Hagen has discussed this so well in his books about the occupation regimes, but there's a way in which even the most ardent Russians who are trying to destroy Ukrainian culture and bring Galicians into the Russian Empire, they're in fact once again insisting that Ukraine is a territorial entity, right? So there's a way in which their own logic that Galicia must be part of this broader cultural project also then undermines their idea, right, in that it creates a Ukrainian political nation. So it's a moment in which we see, really see, I think, all the contradictions of this idea.
Ralph Clem.
First, thanks for a great presentation, and this discussion has really been terrific this morning. Let me inject a kind of a social sciences, demographic element into this discussion, mainly to follow up on what I think Dominique was saying, is that there may have been, throughout this process, particularly late 19th, early 20th centuries, a Ukrainian ethnogenesis running in the background, perhaps, in some ways, to all of the intellectual and political discussions. The first benchmark that we have in this regard is the 1926 Soviet census. In that census, and I'm running from a faulty memory chip here, but of the population of Ukraine in 1926, when asked the question to which ethnic group, let's not have the nationalnost narodnost argument, please, but to which ethnic group do you belong? Roughly 80% of the population of the Ukrainian SSR said that they were Ukrainian. If you were to include Galicia, that number would go up. So we're talking about somewhere between 25 to 30 million people who, when asked for the first time ever, who are you ethnically, said, I'm Ukrainian. Does what you have seen in your research explain that?
In part, I mean, in part what I'm discussing is an ethnogenesis. It's just an ethnogenesis that doesn't really connect with the way that we think of Ukrainian today, right? So it's people becoming aware of their local language and their local culture, that it has value, that it's meaningful, but they would still identify as Russian. But the short answer to your question is, and this I think needs to be explored much more, by the time I end my book, I end really in 1914 with this short and just very suggestive epilogue, but by the time I end in 1914, it's actually really not still clear that the Ukrainian nation has formed. And the evidence that I'll give for that is in 1917, actually, Kiev conducts a census. So this is between, I think this is under the provisional government, so it's before the Civil War starts, it's before the Bolsheviks come in, but it's under a free society where people are trying to figure out who they are. And I don't want to misquote the numbers, but I think something like 7% of the people identify as Ukrainian. A much larger number identify as Little Russian. This is one of the categories, and a great number identify as Russian. Now I realize also this is Kiev, it's a city, urban demographics are somewhat different, but I think that looking at that, the notion that you can be Ukrainian in 1917 is still, I think, relatively underdeveloped. And so I think how this happens so quickly, I think that this happens really in the early Bolshevik years, and I think that we need to look at that much more. But at the point at which I end, it's really not clear who's going to win this debate. It's really not clear.
If I can add to Ralph's question, by 1926, nationality or ethno-nationality is now a legitimizing criteria of state power. And the Little Russian criteria is no longer available.
Right.
By 1926, it's even if people would say it, it would be recoded as most likely Ukrainian. But interestingly, 1917, it's still
very
fuzzy.
fluid.
It's still fluid.
I also think that the previous panel somewhat answers that question a little bit, in that the Civil War is very important here in terms of the violence, destruction of the population, people emigrating, people leaving, and people claiming new identities, precisely because of this 5-year period, right? I mean, it's really very unusual in this part of the former Russian Empire that war actually really lasts for 5 years, right? And so that process that Tomas and Christopher talked about, I think, is really important in asking how we get to this different demographic sense of belonging in 1926. I would add that. Okay, so we had 3 questions here, so please.
My name is Anna Oslund, and
We need a microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Anna Oslund. I take advantage of Dominique's kindly allowing me to be here and hijacking the floor. So I just couldn't help it because I ran here, and you know what I missed. Because I figured if somebody has PhD from Yale and is a professor at Chicago, chances she's not brilliant close to zero. I was right. So thank you so much. It was overwhelmingly wonderful. And then I want to do short defense of pre-1917 Russian Orthodoxy. See, I'm walking, talking illustration, the research sample of faith is research because on my father's side, my grandmother didn't speak Russian, she was Ukrainian, and my aunt was teacher of Ukrainian in university, while on my mother's side, everyone is Orthodox priests. So, and the church was near Kremlin. So I know stories from my Russian grandmother that Orthodox priests are actually were known for hiding Jewish girls, namely my grandma's friends, in the basement of the church right next to Kremlin when Black Hundred was known for doing their pogroms near Kremlin in Russia. So pogroms didn't only happen in Ukraine, which is terribly important today when, say, people of Jewish religion and Israelis all somehow misled to think. And so my question number one is about Black Hundred, how they are related, and doesn't it confirm Thane Gustafson's thesis that maybe that's where the money comes from, that nobility losing out, Black Hundred are all officers coming from Russian nobility, getting jealous and trying to get power and money back from emerging merchants and bankers of Jewish religion. And the second one, what's happening today? Because today we hear a very prominent, say, Nina Matviyenko giving this scandalous interview saying that it's all Jewish conspiracy who started the war, et cetera, which is terribly dangerous. And of course, anti-Semitism shouldn't have space in furnished rooms in the 21st century, but it does. So these two questions, Black Hundred and what's happening today.
Okay. On the Black Hundreds are extremely active in the right bank. They actually are functioning, again, under the aegis of these political parties, so it's a little bit different than the patterns that we see in Central Russia, because these are actually mass political parties in Ukraine. Where the money is coming from, a lot of it, well, there's a debate in the sources. It appears that the church was actually very involved in Ukraine. The Orthodox Church was involved with these Black Hundreds and was sponsoring them and was, most importantly, perhaps offering its printing presses to people to print these political pamphlets. That said, it was not a universal, so many priests, such as the one you alluded to, said this is horrible, this is not Christian, this is not what the church should do, so there is a split in the clergy. But the clergy provides absolutely crucial support to the Black Hundreds in Ukraine. And then there's also the noble funders using their what money they have left, as has been alluded to promote these parties that probably advance their own narrow interests, right? What's happening today? I'm not sure if the question is particularly about anti-Semitism or in general, but I mean, this book was anti-Semitism. Yeah, I think that this kind of paranoid conspiracist anti-Semitism is still very present in the Russian sources today. And I'll just also say that it's been, the experience of this book has been somewhat eerie because it was published in November 2013, and I received my copy, I think, a few days before Euromaidan began. And so I went from a position of trying to explain to people why, first of all, where Ukraine was, second of all, why there would be Russian nationalists there, and third of all, why they should care, to suddenly having journalists calling and saying, how does your book explain everything that is happening? Which of course, I wouldn't say it does that either. But I do want to just point to one final irony, right? Because the cover of the book shows, I should have done slides, but as you'll see, it shows a very famous Volodymyr in Kiev, right? And this has come up in the news again because Putin and many of his supporters are upset that the Ukrainians have claimed Vladimir of Rus, according to the Russians, as their own national hero, and there's now these plans, to erect this bigger and better Vladimir in Moscow. The irony of this is that the imperial state erected this statue, again, in collaboration with these Ukrainian activists. So it was not some rogue Ukrainian nationalist who put the statue up on Dnipro to look over Ukraine. It was the Russian Tsarist state. And Putin and everyone else seems totally unaware of this. So I guess I'll just say that it doesn't seem to be over. We're still recycling these images. We're still recycling these old canards, and they're not going away. And so I think on the one hand, it can make it difficult to discuss them, but on the other hand, that's precisely why we should be discussing them and laying bare the very strange history of many of these symbols and ideas. So that's
Maybe
what
you
I'm trying
take
to do.
a cluster of questions.
Sure. So we have Boris, correct? Yes, and then Christopher.
Very quickly, you answered my first question partially when you spoke about Costamaro. But at the same time, in Canada, there was the idea that Canadians were better, more effective, and purer carriers of the British imperial ideal than the drunken, effete, and worn-out English nation.
Yep.
Do we see that same sort of thing happening there?
Absolutely, yeah.
And just the second question very quickly. At the same time, the idea of Eurasianism was gaining some currency within the Russian Empire.
Yeah.
Did these Malorossi see themselves as combating this idea, or was there any relation between the two at all?
I'll need to think more about the Eurasianism angle. That is something that I actually really haven't seen intersecting much with the sources. So I honestly would have to think more about how that connects. Yeah, I think that the general argument that it's often on the periphery where identities are formed in the most salient way, I think that's a real argument. Another example, right, is it's Austria where all the Nazis come from, or at least where many of the most ardent Nazis come from, rather than Germany proper. So I do think that this can contribute to a broader conversation about the role of the periphery in forging the center.
Christopher.
You talked about cross-border contacts with. Oh, you talked about cross-border contacts. You talked about cross-border contacts with Galicia with regard to Ukrainophiles, but what contacts are there with Russophiles, parts of the Galician Russophile movement? And secondly, connected to that, when I was looking at Ukrainian Sovietophiles in the 1920s, there seemed to be Galician Russophiles who, from having supported Russia, Imperial Russia, now started supporting the Soviet Union because they represented Russian values. I was wondering, is there, in the little Russian emigres who have to leave the country because of the Soviet takeover of power, is there a kind of Smyrna Viech amongst them who start seeing the Soviet Union as the defender of Russian values?
The question of the Russophiles in Galicia, that's actually what I was referring to before. I didn't mean to imply that they were funding Ukrainophiles. It was the Russophiles in Galicia are funded by the Russian state in the 1840s and 50s. It's just that the groundwork that they lay in Galicia is actually the groundwork on which the later generation of Ukrainophiles draws on. So again, I realize it's ambiguous and confusing, but that's kind of the point. The Soviet Union, this is a really interesting question, and again speaks to how these ideologies continue to morph in strange and unexpected ways. So the one figure who I'll talk about, Shulgin, so I talked about the Shulgin family in the paper Kiev-Lyanin. The son of the editor of the paper is, who I alluded to before, is one of these guys who goes into immigration in 1919 and ends up in Yugoslavia and writes this horrible book in 1938 called Anschluss im Müll. And in this book, so Hitler has just taken Austria, and Shulgin is essentially a fascist ideologist who's anti-Semitic and anti-communist in the 1930s. He writes this book in 1938, hailing the Anschluss, but saying that the original Anschluss happened in Ukraine when Bogdan Khmelnytsky engaged in the unification, right? So again, invoking this little Russian idea now to serve fascism. But oddly enough, this man, he lives to be 98. He dies in maybe he lives to be 100. He dies in 1978, incredible. But in the 1960s, he undergoes this other conversion. He goes back to the Soviet Union, and he makes all these propagandistic movies, basically, turning these kinds of fascist ideas that he'd been developing in the 1930s for the Soviet cause in exactly the way that you're suggesting. So saying, well, I had it wrong in the 30s. Actually, the Soviet Union is great. The Soviet Union has defended Russian values. I'm a true Russian, all of this stuff. So again, just very interesting ways in which we can trace people over their lives, taking the same set of ideas, but in very different ways.
Can you say more about the Shulgin? because we had at the first Danyliw seminar in the audience an elderly lady, Shulgina,
Oh yeah.
whose father was involved in the
Yes.
was a political Ukrainian.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
It's the same family,
It's
or
the same
extended
family. The Shulgin family is one of the most prominent. They began as one of the most prominent backers of this little Russian idea, but there's a schism in the family, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. So we have Shulgin, the arch-Russian, who I've just alluded to, who becomes a fascist, but then later becomes a communist. But his cousin is Alexander Shulgin, who fights for Ukraine in the revolution and becomes a figure in the independent Ukrainian state. So once again, using this family heritage in very different ways. And as far as I understand, the schism in the family has been maintained. So there's still a Russian faction of the family, and there's still the Ukrainian faction that you encountered.
There is one final question in the back.
Could you tell, please, about something about a Russian general, Skoropadsky? Was he a little Russian, or that became Ukrainian, or
Yeah.
just circumstances?
I will. All right. I will say I talk about him in the epilogue. I also want to say I'm no expert on the Civil War, and it's just really difficult for me to try to categorize what's going on there. All of these ideas are swirling around. That said, in the epilogue, I suggested that Skoropadsky is actually quite close to this little Russian idea, who then ends up becoming more Ukrainian. But his background, right, is in the Imperial Army. It's of the former Hetmanate elite. So he is full stop, right, one of these sort of left bank nobles by social orientation. And a lot of the ideas he promotes early on are, I think, consonant with this little Russian idea, right? He's not calling for Ukrainian independence, but he's developing Ukrainian language and culture. There are elements of his ideology that I think change later on, but I think he's largely working within that framework, yeah.
Well, I think we've reached nearly the end of our discussion. I would like to thank you, Faith, for your very complex and nuanced exploration of this region and these questions. I would urge you all to read the book. And I would also like to reiterate what you said at the end of your talk, which is the importance of this region for Russian imperial history. And I would say that's certainly true for Soviet history. And it's an argument that Serhiy Plokhy has just made in his last book, that actually this is not just a case study of empire or a case study of the Soviet Union, but actually this region is central to the imperial and the Soviet story. And I would certainly echo that. And thank you very much for sharing your work with the Danyliw seminar.
Thank you.
So we're having lunch now, and we'll be back here in session at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hey, it's quite a panel, eh? On the grill for 90 minutes.
It's really draining.
Especially the pincer initially, left and right. Left bank, right bank.
Thanks again.
If I may interrupt for a minute?
Yes.
Going all the way to the
Christy to come here for a talk? Have you been able to ever get Christy to, has Christy ever come here? Christy Freeland? Has she come here to give a talk? Or you should, because I think when she's in, I mean, I don't know, now she's going to be so busy, but when she's in Ottawa, she actually has a lot more free time, I think. She doesn't.
Than when she's in Toronto?
Well, because she has her family.
She might be a minister next week.
Yeah.
Probably will.
Probably will.
Because especially he announced the parity. And
Yeah. Well, she's even like Minister of Finance, which I find a little bit shocking.
I prefer foreign affairs, but...
Oh, she doesn't want foreign affairs.
No.
Because come on, it's Canada, man.
It's like a little She'd be great doing foreign affairs.
No, she'd be great. But I think she wants money.
So we'll get started. Okay, so welcome back. This is the 11th annual edition of the Danyliw seminar, and we had never done book panels before, and decided to do one, and then two, and then three. So I think the first two worked pretty well. The bar is high, and now we have our good friend Lucan Way and his forthcoming book coming up in December, I believe, Pluralism by Default, Johns Hopkins University Press, and I will be co-moderating with my friend Josh. And since this is, again, a special panel, it's just like special panels are kind of becoming the norm since yesterday afternoon. So we'll give a little more time to Lucan to lay out his thoughts about the book, and then we'll start the discussion.
Great. I'm just waiting for the clicker. No. Yeah, that's not it. That's the law. Yeah, I'm sure that's much too smart for me. So.
Wrong one.
I mean, I wish I could have Jesse's work, man. Oh man. That would like make my life so much easier. That would be somebody. No, even more. Yep, one more. Danyliw. There we go. Thanks a lot. I owe a special gratitude to Dominique, both for inviting me, but also he allowed me to present my Ukraine chapter when it was about 200 pages long, actually 150. So, and you know, it took enormous bravery, for which I am grateful. So basically, my book, which comes out in December, the broader puzzle that I'm looking at is trying to explain why, after the Cold War, there emerged a number of cases of pluralism in countries without democratic prerequisites, by which I mean countries that were relatively economically underdeveloped, had weak rules of law, and faced weak external pressure for democracy. Now, among these countries, you had a very large, a dramatic increase in these type of cases that became more democratic in the 1990s and 2000s. And specifically, I look at what explains variation in pluralism within the former Soviet Union, why Ukraine and Moldova ended up, on average, being the most democratic and competitive regimes in the post-Soviet space. We see they had the largest numbers of turnovers and the best Freedom House score for democracy. So lower is better in Freedom House. And basically, the bottom line is that pluralism in these cases has emerged more out of authoritarian weakness than democratic strength. In other words, it was not a function of a particularly strong civil society, democratic leadership, or well-designed institutions, but more the product of underdeveloped ruling parties, dysfunctional states, and divided societies. That's I call this pluralism by default. Now, there have, of course, been many attempts to understand pluralism and theories that explain
degrees of democracy or pluralism across case. Probably the most dominant one in the field of post-communist studies is constitutional design. The idea here is that if you have countries with stronger presidential regimes, they're more likely to be authoritarian than ones that have stronger parliaments. Now, it's indeed the case that there's strong correlation between presidentialism and authoritarianism across Eastern Europe. But the problem is that first, as we all know who study the former Soviet Union, rules are often ignored, right, to put it mildly. And indeed, if you look in certain countries, you have dramatically different regimes under the same constitution. Thus, Russia under Putin, under Yeltsin, was much more democratic than Russia under Putin, despite the fact that they were under the same super-presidential constitution. And even more importantly, rules themselves are often the product of concentration of power than the cause of the concentration of power. In other words, in social science language, they're endogenous to authoritarianism. So that's a big problem. Next, my good friend Henry Hale, who many of you have heard of, has this argument that competition is a product of term limits. That when term limits are about to come up, that creates uncertainty and opportunities for opposition to the incumbent to challenge incumbent rule. And he says that this oftentimes leads to turnover. This has actually been a quite influential argument. The problem is, if you look at the post-Soviet cases, almost all of them, 10 of 16, occurred in the first term, long before term limits were to take effect. And indeed, more incumbents, sidestep term limits by either changing the constitution or whatever, then abided by them. 7 sidestepped, 5 abided by them. So it doesn't seem like term limits are a really great explanation for pluralism. Next is civil society. Now, especially in Ukrainian studies, it's oftentimes argued that mobilization, the Orange Revolution, was a product of a strong Ukrainian civil society. Now, it's true, I think, that civil society groups in Ukraine have been important in coordinating protests, in sort of, setting up the stage and making sure that people are fed and whatnot. These are very important activities. But there's very little evidence that the civil society groups actually brought people to the streets. So surveys of Euromaidan, by a couple different surveys, including Olga Anuk's survey, as well as by Democratic Initiatives Foundation, found that 90% of people who showed up just came there spontaneously. They weren't organized by any civil society group, right? So there's really very little evidence that civil society organization can take credit for actually bringing hundreds of thousands of people onto the streets. I actually argue that they sort of a kind of police function of coordinating and directing protests and actually, bringing them to the streets. Another argument, which is popular in the field, is that greater democracy in Ukraine is a product of different traditions. I mean, people talk about Cossack democracy in Ukraine versus collectivist mentality in Belarus. I think there's, it's really hard to completely falsify this argument because it's very hard to sort of grab a hold of and identify sort of how you would disprove this. But there's actually little evidence that Belarusians as a whole are any less democratic than Moldovans or Ukrainians. So it's hard to understand why, how this explains greater authoritarianism in Belarus. Furthermore, actually, which surprisingly, studies of Ukrainian protesters have not found that protesters in the Orange Revolution were especially democratic compared to other populations. Indeed, Mark Beisinger, in a famous article, shows that according to a couple of surveys, more protesters opposed multi-party democracy than supported it during the Orange Revolution. Finally, we might think that sort of levels of democracy is simply the fact that you had more democratic leaders in countries. And I think that's probably true in some cases. The greater pluralism is a function of the fact that in certain cases you had more tolerant leaders who came to power. Now that becomes less plausible to explain greater democracy because these countries had a lot of leaders. And to buy this argument, you have to believe that all 8 leaders of Moldova and Ukraine since the early 1990s just happened to be more democratic than in Belarus or in Russia. And these leaders include people like Yanukovych and the communists in Moldova, who hardly are known as particularly democratic. So I don't find that very plausible. Instead, what I argue is that pluralism was a product of basically authoritarian weaknesses, of weak authoritarian institutions, and that rather than seeing these cases as emerging democracies, they're better understood as weak authoritarian regimes. Now, basically, the argument here is that authoritarians are too weak, basically, to suppress opposition and steal elections. The state is too dysfunctional to carry out basic authoritarian activity. Now, to understand this intuitively, it helps us to return 20 years ago, long before the Danyliw seminar was going to take place, the first turnover in Ukraine in 1994. Now, what's interesting is that about this turnover, as many of you recall, there was major strikes in 1993. Kravchuk agreed to early presidential elections, but it turns out that he didn't like it. He changed his mind. And he writes in his memoirs, which I love that he wrote it in his memoirs, that he wanted to shut down parliament and delay presidential elections. But then, so he announces he actually has a date when he's going to announce it to everybody that he's going to shut down parliament, January 11th, 1994. He goes, but then he meets with his security and military personnel, and they say, not going to happen. They say, basically, in part because the police and security had not been paid in months, and they really worried whether they would be, would have the capacity and cohesion to do something as dramatic as shut down parliament. So as a result, Kravchuk was forced to change his mind. The election went ahead, and you had turnover. So in other words, Ukraine's first electoral turnover was not the product of democratic leadership or strong institutions, but more of a dysfunctional state. And overall, in general, I argue that pluralism by default was a product of three different factors: an underdeveloped ruling party, a weak authoritarian state, and a divided national identity. And I'm going to talk about what these are in turn. First, by ruling party refers to the degree to which the ruling coalition is organized in a single, well-organized political party. So by weak party, I mean where there's either no party or the ruling party is one among an equal coalition, as in Yushchenko in 2004. It's more of a kind of equal coalition of parties rather than a single ruling party. And basically what I argue that when you don't have a ruling party, this basically facilitates elite defection, means that your former allies have an easier time going into opposition, which in turn greatly increases the likelihood of strong competition and turnover. The next factor is the authoritarian state. Now, when I talk about the state, we typically think of the state as something good, which creates public goods, health and welfare, none of that, right? Here we're talking about basically the willingness and capacity of the state to engage in repression and to distribute resources to keep the incumbent in power. And there are two dimensions that I look at: coercive control and economic control. Coercive control refers to the coercive capacity, the degree to which the leader is able to control the police. And in case of weak capacity, this is indicated by significant wage arrears, open insubordination of a lower level of officials, such as unwillingness of local governments to send up tax revenue and the like. And I argue that this basically, so in the next dimension is economic control. Basically refers to the degree to which the central state has control over the economy. A weak economic control is where there's no control. A strong is where there's basically a command economy. And both of these, a weak authoritarian state, basically make it harder for the incumbent to steal elections, to put down opposition, and to buy off opposition. The final dimension is national identity. And a divided national identity exists in those cases where there are relatively equal and politically salient divisions along regional, cultural, ethnic, or other lines. And the important thing is that these divisions have to be relatively equal. In other words, each side is large enough that it can plausibly gain power. Right? This is not like gain national power. This is not like the Christians in Egypt. Whereas an undivided identity is where the group is so large, 70, 80%, where only one side can plausibly gain national power. And basically, my argument here with national identity is that that as many have argued, when you frame protests in terms of national identity, it raises the stakes. People think it's not just about increasing their budgetary allocation, but it's about defending their way of life. And indeed, many have argued that, Mark Beissinger has argued that nationalism basically was the main factor that promoted and stimulated protests in the collapse of the Soviet Union. So it basically makes it easier for opposition to mobilize protest. So to summarize, I argue that underdeveloped ruling party facilitates defection and therefore allows the opposition to be stronger than it would have been otherwise. A weak authoritarian state makes it harder to steal elections and suppress opposition. And a divided national identity heightens the ability of opposition to mobilize in the face of even strong repression. Okay. So basically, this book looks at 3 cases, and I examine 2 puzzles. First, why was Moldova and Ukraine more democratic than Belarus? And second, what explains the various changes over time in the degree of pluralism in each of these cases? Because you do have rather important changes over time. And basically, the argument is that national divisions explains the existence of national divisions explains why you have more democracy in Moldova and Ukraine than in Belarus. Whereas changes over time are a product of changes in party and state capacity. First, I argue that Moldova and Ukraine have been so dynamic and competitive in part because you have highly divided societies between Russophiles who see, in Ukraine, between Russophiles who see Ukraine as part of the sort of Russian civilizational space, and Ukrainophiles who focus more on Ukrainian culture and see Ukraine as part of Europe, in a sense. You have similar division in Moldova between Russophiles and Europeanists or Romanianists. And basically what this division did is 2 things. First, it facilitated very powerful early nationalist mobilization in the late 80s and early 1990s, which led to the split of the ruling Communist Party in these republics, and also the weakening of the authoritarian state. On a long-term basis, these divided identity basically became the basis for powerful and enduring political competition between basically parties that really separated parties between Russophile parties and more Romanianist or Ukrainophile parties. And this made it, in turn, facilitated turnover. And indeed, all 4 turnovers in Ukraine and all 3 in Moldova were basically from one identity to another. Each case, it's not within the identity, it was between one identity and the other, which I think provides some evidence of the importance of this divide. Because when you had a Russophile in power, the next person to come to power was a Ukrainophile and vice versa. And furthermore, identity has been shown to be very important in terms of explaining popular mobilization in Ukraine, especially in 2004 and 2013. A number of different studies by Mark Beisinger and others have shown that speaking Ukrainian language, whether or not you're from Western or Eastern Ukraine, strongly predicts your participation in protest. So I think that and there's been a very strong regional element to each of the both the Orange Revolution and Euromaidan. And I can talk about that more in Q&A. I think the regional element is absolutely central to understanding why Yanukovych fell. Now, next, I think it's organizational capacity explains variation across time. I'm sorry. So basically, a weak identity in Belarus, sort of more unified Russophile identity in Belarus helped to explain his greater capacity to centralize power. First of all, in the early 1990s, it meant that the opposition was relatively weakly mobilized. So in 1996, Lukashenko decides to shut down parliament. And the opposition doesn't really put up much of a fight. And I talked to one of the opposition leaders and asked, well, what was going on? Why didn't you, protest more? 5 minutes. Okay, I can do it. You don't think I can do it? I can do it. And he said, well, basically, it felt like it wasn't clear what the fight was about. It felt like a kind of disagreement within among Lukashenko's allies. It wasn't anything really at stake. Furthermore, Russian identity, a relatively unified Russophile identity, made it easier for Lukashenko to attract significant, massive Russian aid in the 1990s and 2000s. Basically, because Belarus was so strongly Russophile, he was able to sort of openly support unification with Russia. This, in turn, made it, was beneficial to Yeltsin, who could be, seen as the sort of collector of Russian lands. And this was something that, leaders in Moldova and Ukraine could never do, right? It was much more politically costly for them to say, okay, now we're joining Russia as part of the same state. It was much more complicated in those cases. And Yanukovych, moved in that direction in 2013, 2014, and we see what happened there. There was massive protest. Now, we also see that my variables help explain variation across time. In other words, both in Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine, you see significant variation in competition across time. And basically, my argument is that it's explained by the increase and decrease in party and state power. That in Belarus, what you had in the mid and late 1990s was that Lukashenko came to power, increased control over the state, over the coercive apparatus, over the police. He also reconstituted central state control that had been destroyed basically in the late 80s and early 1990s. The result was that it was very hard for opposition to mount any kind of serious threat to Lukashenko. Moldova and Ukraine, here the primary difference across time is how organized the party was that came to power. And when the incumbent came to power, what kind of party they bring with them. So in cases like Yanukovych, where you bring a highly organized, tightly controlled single party of regions, or there's the same case in Moldova under the communists, you have much lower competition. In other words, they're able to stomp out competition. In other cases, where the leader comes to power, as in under Kravchuk, with basically no party, it's much harder for him to prevent massive defections. So as a result, you have incredibly high competition under Kravchuk, as well as under Yushchenko, who came to power as part of this sort of relatively equal coalition of parties. Okay, what about the rest of the Soviet Union? I'm a little less sure about this, but I'm going to pull it off, man. Okay, basically I argue that the same, these explain, these variables explain the rest of the Soviet Union. Basically, geography explains, a lot of the levels of competition in the former Soviet Union. Central Asia is a lot more authoritarian than the Western Soviet Union. But within the region, we find that my variables partly account for higher and lower levels of competition. The one exception, and I blame it on Jesse, is Tajikistan, which has incredibly weak state, relatively weak party, but still is highly authoritarian. And in general, we find if we look at across incumbents, I scored incumbent strength across all the 27 incumbents, and I found that among the weaker incumbents, only 3 of 16 of the weaker incumbents endured for more than 2 terms in power. So they were much less durable than the stronger incumbents. So among the incumbents, among the 11 incumbents that had a relatively strong party and state and were less divided, 9 of 11 survived for more than 2 terms or give power to someone within the regime. So I think there's strong evidence across the incumbents within the former Soviet Union. Finally, I think if you look at variation across time, in the Soviet Union as a whole, now it's interesting. So if you, now if sort of the strength of democratic institutions were the primary factor driving pluralism in the former Soviet Union, you would think that democracy should increase over time, right? The idea here is that once civil society is no longer being under the pressure of the totalitarian state, it has an opportunity to develop, and sort of over time, civil society and other democratic institutions have more of an opportunity to develop and strengthen. You should see greater democracy over time. The alternative, if my argument is correct, by contrast, you should see less democracy over time, because over time, after the Soviet collapse, the state strengthens, incumbents build more effective parties, and that's what should determine the outcome. And in fact, we find a decrease in competition over time, overall decrease in levels of authoritarianism. I'm so close, man. Stop bugging me. You're like my mom. Leave me alone. Okay. And indeed, if you look at specific cases, particularly Azerbaijan, Russia, the strengthening of the state, the fact that they no longer faced fiscal crisis, they were able to pay local officials, makes it much easier for them to sort of carry out basic state functions, but also to do things like steal elections and suppress opposition. It's much easier to suppress opposition if you've actually paid your police. That's one major surprising conclusion of my book. So that's also, I think, an important confirmation. None of this proves the argument. I have such a small enemy. I'm sure Josh is like, what's going on? But what can I do, man? I'm a softie. Okay. Talk to my wife. Okay. Conclusion. To understand democratization, we need to look at not just whether or not you have a strong civil society, whether or not you have Democrats, but you need to look at basically whether the leader actually has the capacity to impose authoritarian rule in the face of even a weak opposition. Finally, the argument is that all good things don't go together. That basically, what promotes pluralism? Weak parties, weak states. That ain't good for things like economic reform, that ain't good for long-term democratic development. But that's the reality. And that is Ukraine. And on that note, I end it.
Thank you. Lucan, you sit here. Closer to Mom.
To Bob.
No, not that one. Not that one. The blue one. No, the PDF.
Do they have a pad of paper?
That one. That one.
Sorry?
Pad of paper.
It's not. Yeah, that one. Good. Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Dominique. Thanks for inviting me to participate in this this roundtable today on Lucan's book. As always, it's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to talk about Lucan's research and to interact in this way. And again, a pleasure to be here today. So the first thing I want to say about this book is this is a huge contribution. And in a sense, it's going to be a huge contribution, and it's almost unfair, right? If you know Lucan's work with Steve Levitsky, these guys have made what is perhaps one of the most important, if not one of the most important contributions to comparative politics and to the study of regimes by getting us to think about competitive authoritarianism as an alternative to democracies and authoritarianisms. And the fact that now, Lucan, this book is going to give us a sort of big picture way of thinking about another big picture contribution in terms of thinking about how we get to certain types of regime types in the post-communist context, it's almost unfair that he gets to make two such huge contributions. Although I'll come back at the end to whether they contradict each other a little bit here. But it's going to be a super important book. And I think along with Henry Hale's recently published book, which I would highly, highly recommend to everybody interested in this, we now have this, those of us who've been sitting with Henry and hanging out with Henry and Lucan for the past 10 years, having both of these books out in print right now is really going to give us a huge richness and a huge new discussion to the sort of transition paradigm and the post-communist sort of focus on regime types. That is, it's been a pleasure to discuss these things while they were in progress. But it's really going to, I think, shape the way that we think about regime trajectory in the post-communist world. So I want to begin by saying, how much of a pleasure it will be to see this in print, and also just how strong a contribution this is. It's an incredibly powerful idea. I'm going to go through and raise 3 questions here. I prepared these slides beforehand. I have about 5 more questions based on Lucan's talk now, which we'll get to in the discussion. But I want to talk about 3 things here just now in this opening salvo. The first is going to be the relationship between the 2 key variables, between this bifurcation of bifurcation of identity and the strength of the state. The second thing I want to talk about is behavior, which is individual level behavior. So I'll come back to that, and that's where I want to spend most of my time. The final thing I want to talk about is that the title consciously eschews the word democracy, and then it's called pluralism by default. But it raises a really valuable, a really important question for us, which is, as we go forward to do studies where we think about regime type as an independent variable or a dependent variable, should we be thinking of these as democracies? Should we be thinking about these pluralism by default systems as some other regime type? And what implication does this have for how we do research, both theoretically and empirically? So those are the 3 things I want to talk about. First one is the relationship between the 2 key variables. And so the question I want to ask is, do multi-ethnic societies always have a weaker state? Right? These are presented as 2 sort of separate variables, but are they tapping into something that's similar? So I thought about this as I was beginning to think about this, and I thought, okay, well, of course, you've got the Netherlands, you've got Israel, so no, multi-ethnic societies don't necessarily always have to have a weak state. So then I said, okay, so is there something about multi-ethnic societies at a certain level of development that means they always have a weaker state? Or do multi-ethnic societies at certain points in a sort of post-regime collapse in a post-communist context always have a weaker state, right? So when you're dealing with these big picture concepts, such as divided, multi-ethnic societies or a strong versus a weak state, what's nice is they're powerful, powerful ideas, right? And again, one of the beauties of this book is its simplicity of the argument. And they're powerful ideas, but then the question gets in the devil of the details. So that's the question I want to ask. Are these 2 separate processes? Or are we somehow conflating something a little bit here? That when you have transitions in multi-ethnic societies, by definition, it's harder to have a state with consolidated power that's stable, that's not in a civil war context, that's not in other contexts. So I would like to hear a little bit more about that, and I'd like to think a little bit more about that, because if we're going to frame it as a 2x2, is it really a 2x2? All right, the big question I have, and this is a sort of go thing forward, and these last two questions are because I think this is going to have such a big impact. But if this is the story we're going to tell now about what happens with regimes, where's the role for voters in these societies? I mean, it's called pluralism by default. And based on Lucan and Steve's other amazing work about the role of elections in competitive authoritarian systems, right? Like, these are regimes that have elections. These Ukrainian elections have meaningful outcomes. But the story that Lucan tells has almost no role for voters in it at all. When you read the book, there's not discussions of what's going on here at the individual level and why individuals are making the decisions that they're making here, right? So my first question is, well, do we need a new sort of set of arguments about how voters might behave in societies that had pluralism by default? In my first book on regional economic voting in Russia, Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, and Slovakia in the 1990s, I made the argument that you could take basic economic voting models from established democracies, bring them into the post-communist context, but you had to adjust them a little bit to take account of the peculiar nature of the post-communist context. But the sort of same general arguments about what voters were trying to do in the voting booth would hold. Well, is that the case here, right? Or if we think these pluralism by default systems are different, right, do we think voters are going to behave differently here? And if they're not going to behave in the same way, right, we have this sort of, Lucan, you made this huge point about the state is not providing public goods, the state is distributing resources, the state is repressing, the state is falsifying elections, right? So what about voters? And there are parts in the book, actually, so come back to this for just 1 second. You've got this whole idea that one of the ways we tell if there's a strong state is that the state's busy stealing elections, right? And that shows that the state is strong because the state can steal elections. And we get 2004, we get the Orange Revolution because the state's too weak to be able to steal the election effectively. But that presupposes that the voters want to vote against the incumbents, which sort of has a backdoor role for voters in this system, right? If the voters want the incumbent to win, you don't have to be strong enough to steal the election. So I wish that I'd like to hear a little bit more about where the individual level comes in here. So let me give you another example. So I did some work with Marko Klasnia, who's now an assistant professor at Georgetown, was then a grad student at NYU, and we did this comparative study where we were looking at the effect of attitudes on corruption on voting behavior. And we did survey experiments, comparative survey experiments in Moldova and Sweden, where we sort of varied the queue, where we had a sort of 2x2 design, where there was either you were given a scenario about a hypothetical local mayor running for re-election, would someone support them, and you were given the mayor had some problems with corruption, or the mayor had done some strides against corruption, and then you had a prompt about the state of the economy. The state of the economy had gotten better, the state of the economy had gotten worse. And the takeaway point from this piece is that in Sweden, you get punished for corruption regardless of the state of the economy. In Moldova, you only get punished for corruption if you've also messed up the economy. If you haven't messed up the economy, they look the other way on corruption. It's a fun little paper. It's in electoral studies. But our main context about what was different in Moldova and Sweden in that particular case was just about the corruption environment, right? We focused on the environment, as Anders was talking about yesterday, about what do we think voters are going to do in an environment where corruption is prevalent versus an environment where corruption is not prevalent. But if we take your framework seriously, maybe voters are going in these kind of elections in these sorts of countries with a different sort of motivations because these are pluralism by default societies. So my question is, like, if we were to redo this now and look at Moldova versus Sweden, is there something in your book here that tells those of us who study political behavior other things that we should be looking for? Is there something else that's going on in that context that we don't normally think about? And then I would have the same exact questions for partisanship, for public opinion, for anything that has to do with how the individual citizen interacts with politics. The final question I want to ask is, so we've been talking about this project for years and interacting on it. And, the puzzle is, how do we get these more democratic systems in these, as you just set it up, in countries that do not have the correct prerequisites for democracy in there? But then, by the end of the story, right, we've gotten to this case, and it's something that looks like democracy in the sense that you have people voting, and the election results are by and large being counted, even if after several hiccups. There's turnover, right? And so we say, wow, look, what are those dependent variables you're throwing up there? Those are Freedom House scores. Those or polity or something like that. Like these guys are actually scoring high on levels of democracy. But should we think of this as the same thing as a country that is getting a higher level on democracy, that has the political and civil liberties that go along with it, that isn't there because the state would like to steal the election, but because the state doesn't go about the business of stealing election? So from both a theoretical and an empirical standpoint, is somebody who gets a 4.3 on Freedom House or polity or whatever it is, because of the set of situations you've identified in the post-Soviet context, should we be even thinking of that as equivalent class to someone who gets a 4.3 because they have competitive elections, but they don't really have a great tradition of freedom of the press or something else that puts them down in that area, right? So on the one hand, I think this is crucial if we think about this as a dependent variable, right? We want to understand why we get democracy. You've now given us a totally different path, but is it a totally different path to democracy? Is it a totally different path to something else? But I think, again, this is based on the assumption that this book is a big deal and it's really going to change the way we think about things. What about all the other things that we think about come about democracy? I mean, you made the point in the talk about the state not being something that delivered public goods. But if we have arguments, if we have models that we're testing here where we say we believe that democracies are better at X, are better at providing public education, better at providing, or don't go to war with each other, all sorts of things. We use democracy in our models all the time. Is the takeaway point from this book that we have got to revisit these things, and just because we have these countries that look like democracies, that meet our definitions of democracies, again, that they're somehow qualitatively different, right? And is this another regime type out there? Is it a regime type with an asterisk, right? Should we be interacting whenever we run democracy in a regression? Should we also have an interactive variable for whether you're a pluralism by default democracy that tells us whether or not those particular democracies are behaving differently? And what does it say about how we use these Freedom House or these polity scores going forward? Are you launching a sort of attack on Freedom House and polity right now by saying that you cannot no longer use this continuum because the thing is forked, essentially, right? That you can get to a 4, but there's 2 different 4s that are actually quite different. Finally, is it a challenge to the competitive authoritarianism paradigm, right? Well, you just spent all this time telling us that we should think about regimes as there's democratic regimes and there are authoritarian regimes, and then there's this big middle ground of competitive authoritarian regimes. And then this book is sort of almost saying there's a subclass of competitive authoritarian regimes that are actually pluralistic, that we might want to call democracies, but they got there by this pluralism by default. So can we still use the sort of tripartite classification, or again, is this raising issues about that? And then the final question is the extent, and I kept wrestling with whether to go into this in detail, but is this a post-communist phenomenon? And if it is a post-communist phenomenon, why is it just a post-communist phenomenon? And if it's not a post-communist phenomenon, if it's a more general phenomenon, what kind of evidence is there out there beyond this? I mean, I kept trying to think about your framework in Syria, right? It's a multi-ethnic society. It doesn't have a particularly strong state right now. Assad has control of the army. It was a strong state. Now it's got a civil war going on. And I was trying to think about so I really do want to get a sense of the extent to which this is a post-com phenomenon. It clearly is a wonderful explanation of the 3 cases there. We had 3 minutes at the end of the talk to talk about the rest of the post-communist world. I want to think a little bit more about the sort of legs of this pluralism by default. And if it is a post-communist phenomenon, that's not to say anything any lesser about the achievement of sort of identifying this and getting us talking about it and getting it into our language. But all in all, just a wonderful book. It's a pleasure to read, and it's been a pleasure to be associated with the project. It's moved along. So thanks.
All right. Could you try to answer maybe a few points, but shortly, so that we can get a dynamic discussion going?
That's fantastic comments. What's your name? Josh. Sorry, I've gotten no sleep.
I'm Dominique, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Fred. Voters. Yeah, they're actually, 2 things. I mean, one level, pluralism by default, if the voters are more likely to matter if the authoritarian institutions are weak, because it's harder to steal elections, so that kind of brings an opening for voters. So in that sense, and I think, so in that sense, I think it's sort of, pluralism by default is basically whether the state can actually suppress voter intent or not. And I'm certainly not saying that necessarily in case of pluralism by default
that the voters behave any differently than they do in other societies. It's just that the weakness of the authoritarian regime, provides an opening for them. And in terms of regime type, this is a very important question. I try to make this clear in the book. This is actually not a regime type, in the sense, but it's more the explanation for certain regime types. So in other words, and I think actually democracy with asterisks is a great way of thinking about it. These are oftentimes real democracies. I mean, truly democracy in a substantive way. By any kind of definition, there's very few civil liberties violations. There's free and fair media. There's free and fair elections. Turnover. I mean, these are real democracies. But just as you said, I think you're absolutely right. It's important to understand what's behind that. What's behind the screen? It's actually very important that because these are products of weakness rather than these strong democratic institutions, they're likely to have very different dynamics. And I think it is very important to put all these asterisks. In terms of whether or not it travels, I actually think it does. I actually have, basically, I didn't have enough room, but there's a whole paragraph on Africa. If you look at the African cases, there are a very large number, of cases, Benin, Mali, cases that were highly democratic. But if you look more closely, it's more because the state is simply too weak to impose authoritarian rule and crack down on opposition than the sort of any kind of dynamic civil society or long tradition of powerful democratic institutions. And I think that's it's very important. So I think it does travel. But yeah, I'll end it at that.
All right. Josh, yesterday with Megan, you were grilled a bit on your use of the word ethnic on the Twitter project. And my sense is that you fell in the trap again, particularly facing a Ukrainian studies audience when you're talking about multi-ethnic societies and having in mind specifically the Ukrainian case, where clearly the pluralism by default is not about Ukraine as a multi-ethnic society. That is, it's not about a Ukrainian part of the country and a Russian part of the country, the default. It's certainly, in Lucan's argument, plural. So there's identity in a much larger sense that at least up to Maidan, and that's been borne out by repeated survey evidence, that you had these broad, let's say, identity orientations vis-a-vis Russia that were not actually matching ethnic identity. So the so-called, being a Russophile, quote unquote, didn't mean that you were Russian, and still doesn't. And so the argument is really about plural identities, but not in a sense ethnic identities. Now, the larger comparative argument, you said,
But it is an identity.
It's not ethnic.
Okay, fine.
It's not, and we discovered in the last year and a half that the identity has been reconfigured in a very powerful way, in a nationality sense, but not linked to language,
Okay,
clearly.
that's fine. But I mean, but we're not talking about political polarization. We're not talking about a left, right.
Oh. Do we have, keep the microphones, so we have three microphones. Yeah.
I was trying to hog it all myself.
But it's a very different, it's a different argument than saying it's a polarized society politically. We're not talking about a left wing versus a right wing. We're talking about an identity based. All right, so pause.
But be careful with the word ethnic, because in the Ukraine case, and it happens to be your test case in the book, this is the case, right? It happens to register as the most plural, right? And it's the largest case and so forth. This is the test case. It happens not to be ethnic. Obviously, we're self-declared Russians, still are, in Ukraine, Donbass and Crimea, up to Maidan, but that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about a country, a state basically, whenever it's so-called captured by a group from one of the other two large identity orientations, unable really to exercise state power on the turf of the other group. That's the default argument that.
So what's the word that you prefer?
Well,
what kind of what's the adjective before identity?
Well, plural. I mean, that's
no.
the
But if you're
concept
going
that
to talk,
he's
I
using.
mean, you're saying don't call Russophile versus Ukrainophile, or whatever you want to call it, ethnic identities. What do you want to call it?
Well, they're plural identities, meaning that you have more than one major identity here that has political meaning in Ukraine.
Right, but Lucan's story is that there's two identities.
Yeah, but they're not ethnically based.
Okay, so what do you want to say they're based on? Are these geopolitical identities? Like, what do you want to call these identities? What's the correct term to use so that I don't get the term wrong again?
Clearly, the defining factor up to Maidan was a certain orientation vis-à-vis Russia. Not in a sense that we are Russians, we want to be with Russia, because we understand what it means now in practice since 2014, but a certain orientation vis-à-vis Russia and vis-à-vis the status of the Russian language. Clearly, it had electoral and political potency.
I would
it's
say
not ethnic. It's not ethnic.
So then, Lucan, does that?
I would say geopolitical kind of I think is one way of thinking about it, right? It's about where you place Ukraine. I don't know that there's a single adjective, but where Ukraine is in the world, right? Is it like in the Russian sphere of the Russian civilization, or is it European civilization? So, I'm not sure.
So would your argument apply to a society that we would call ethnically homogeneous, but where there were, I mean, because at this point we begin to start, the definition's starting to get a little bit looser, right? Could Poland ever
Well, it's
have?
an empirical question. It's, in certain societies, like take Bangladesh, which I'm sure all of you know about. That is an ethnically homogeneous society, but there is, which actually is oddly very much like Ukraine, because there is a strong component of the population which identifies strongly with Pakistan. There's another part of the population that identifies strongly with India. That division is quite real. It's evident in a number of different spheres, but it's not ethnic. Right? So Bangladesh proves my case.
Could you have an identity that you have a strong identity that a strong portion of the population that identifies with left-wing political ideology and a strong portion that identifies with right-wing political ideology? Well, how far are we going to stretch? How far can we
Come
stretch?
on, you're familiar with the consociational model. I mean, these were not ethnic identities, but it was very, very powerful, but in this case, non-territorially based, but plural identities that had formidable electoral and political potency over generations.
Right. I'm just trying to say
we're talking about broader identities.
But this is a variable. It's supposed to segregate different countries into different classifications. There are countries that have these strong multiple identities, and there's some that don't. And if we make the definition of identity completely broad like this, then we're going to get to every country being in that category.
Well, not every country is strongly divided along their conception of the national idea, right? That's the question.
On this point, Margarita, it's specifically on this point?
It depends how broadly you define the point. But I should remember the argument better because I was in the book Incubator a year ago. But I want to ask you, where economic factors...
So it's not on this point.
Okay.
Just a minute, because I have a few other points. I thought you wanted specifically to... In any case, let me ask you, we'll come back to you, Margarita. You just have to be careful, because since Ukraine is the major case study, the minute you say ethnic, just credibility goes out of the window, because it doesn't actually describe the nature of the problem in Ukraine. But it doesn't mean that Ukraine is incomparable. It is comparable to plural, and in some cases multi-ethnic societies. It is, but we have to use the right, again, concept, which I think plural identities here with, you would add in your case, territorially concentrated, territorially based. But my first question to you, Lucan, this has been a decade-long project. You've presented actually a much preliminary version of this idea. I don't know, Danyliw Seminar 2006, I believe, and you have a piece, an article that came out 12 years ago called Pluralism by Default. So it's a very fertile and inspiring argument you're having. But I've asked you that before. Your argument is that it's not about civil society. So it's not about bottom-up pressure. It's not about external pressure, although the external pressure, it doesn't quite fit the model. There's something internal happening, is whether a state is strong enough to be authoritarian, in a sense, to stay authoritarian. And then you have all kinds of criteria to show that if we have evidence that basically the state is dysfunctional, is unable to control defections of elites, or the police don't want to follow orders. So Kravchuk wanted to shut down parliament, inspired by what Yeltsin did 3 months earlier in 93, but basically the police or the army said, no way, we're not doing that. This is not Russia here. We don't want to do that. But you can only know that ex post facto. It's only because the state has been unable to, or state officials have been unable to, that you say, well, it's because they're weak. They're kind of almost inherently weak, or maybe, and that's my question to you, maybe they were in critical moments unable to because they reach a breaking point due to exogenous pressure, either bottom up or external pressure. But you keep coming back to, no, they were kind of almost, I wouldn't say primordially, but organizationally weak. But you can only know that at the end, retrospectively, when you tell your story.
No. You know beforehand whether they're wage arrears. You know beforehand whether there's rebellions by local officials. You know beforehand whether they're able to carry out basic, things that the state does, like pay pensions. And I mean, I think I just want to be clear. I'm not measuring state weakness by whether they can steal elections or whether elections are stolen or not. The question is, first of all, I actually outline at the end of this, what are the observable implications of my argument to be the true? Because obviously, elections aren't stolen for a large number of reasons. Among them, that the democratic institutions are strong. You have a strong rule of law. They're not stolen in the United States, not because the U.S. state is weak, but it's because we know we have strong institutions. To show my argument, it's incredibly demanding, data-wise, because these are things that are hard to find out. I have to show that they tried to, but they failed. I have to have empirical evidence. And for a number of cases, I'm able to, right? And so that's what, that is the evidence. It's not simply, it's not tautological in that sense. And furthermore, for weakness, there are a number of ex ante, ways of seeing whether a party is weak. Do they come to power with no party or with a party? That's pretty easy to code, right? So I think your question is a very important one, but I think I'm pretty careful to avoid it.
So was the Yanukovych regime weak in 2014 because it actually fell apart, as we all know now, in late February? Was it, or did it reach a breaking point because of actually unforeseen pressure, unforeseen events that the regime was unable to withstand?
I think absolutely not. Yanukovych's state was quite strong, so that per se is not a good explanation. And that's where my other variable, identity divisions, are important because they explain the size of the protest, which I think was more important in this case than state weakness per se. In other cases, such as Ukraine under Kravchuk, where the state was much weaker, much underfunded, or Georgia under Shevardnadze, there I think the argument is much stronger that it was a weak state. So I think I'm certainly not saying in all cases where they don't repress protests that's a function of state weakness. Only in cases where you can see the causal mechanisms.
So what you're saying is that in 2014 it was basically a matter of civil society.
That's not civil society.
It's not civil society.
It's not civil society. What do we mean by civil society? Civil society, we typically mean organizations outside the state. It doesn't mean, civil society should never be conflated with protest. You can have protests in all, talk about African cases, I'll give you Cameroon. 1991, ghost town. Cameroon was universally considered to have a weak civil society. In 1991, suddenly you had this massive protest in which they basically took over most of the cities with no pre-existing civil society. That wasn't civil society, and protest is not. Civil society are stable organizations that are able to hold the state into account. And in that sense, I think it's important to be clear about this. We oftentimes sort of conflate, oh, we see people on the street, that must be civil society. Well, no, people can come on the street spontaneously, or for reasons that completely have nothing to do with the organization of non-governmental organizations.
But then can they create civil society? Let me be closer to the mic. Can mass protests actually be an incubator of civil society?
We'll find out.
Could we actually have organizations that are forming in the middle of mass protest? Why shouldn't be called actually a kind of a known state? In other words, civil society kind of pressure on your authoritarian state?
Well, to ask Megan, see what she thinks, though. We discussed this before. I mean, maybe, but maybe not. I think in the Orange Revolution, that's what everybody was saying. This is a new civil society, para, yellow para, black para, pink para, purple para, whatever. That was going to be new civil society. That didn't pan out. Doesn't mean it won't pan out this time, but I think that's a question. But
So just one point on that. It is worth asking as we would sort of go through the ritualistic. We were talking yesterday, wherever Thane is, about the arguments that are made about how everything is different because of these social media fueled revolutions. But one thing that social media organized protests do is they leave behind digital networks. And one of the biggest questions that's going to be, and this is what the conversation we were having yesterday between the sessions, is whether those networks are able to be reactivated. And whether those networks give way to something that we think of as looking like civil society organizations as more traditionally construed. I've talked to people at Occupy Wall Street, and there's this huge thing in the United States. Oh, what happened to Occupy Wall Street? It disappeared. And she said, no, we haven't disappeared. We have a mailing list with 500,000 people on it, and we're around and we're doing things right now. We're just not out in the streets protesting. So it's a great research question. But for all the things that weak ties are disparaged for not forming the types of organizations that are necessary to lead to change, it will be very interesting to see if digitized weak ties actually have some sort of staying power above and beyond what we normally think about weak ties.
All right, let's take a few questions. Let's start with, yes, Megan.
This is not about that conversation that we had yesterday. It's actually about something quite different, going back to something that Josh brought up about what it means when we look at these states that have pluralism, but in other ways maybe don't fit in with our definitions of what we think of as democracy. And then you said, well, maybe they really are functional democracies, but they're functional democracies because they don't have the capacity to repress in the way that they would want to repress. And so sort of in all of this, underlying it, how should we think, I kind of want to go back to Josh's question about how we should think about democracy and whether, does it matter, if we are going to call these democracies in the same way that we call Sweden a democracy, does it matter why somewhere is a democracy? Is it consequential that the only reason that this is a democracy or that it's pluralistic is because there's insufficient capacity to repress? Or is that one of the ways that you get to consolidated democracy, is you're constrained from repression for long enough that that becomes the system?
That's a great question. I think it matters a lot for the simple reason that if you're simply democratic because of the weak repressive capacity, it's pretty likely to be a pretty unstable democracy. You're not likely to be democracy for very long. And indeed, pluralism by default is mostly competitive authoritarian rule, sort of non-democracy. But they tend to have these moments, 2 or 3 year moments of democracy. They tend to be highly unstable. So that's why I think it's incredibly important to really understand, what the roots of this, because to understand their future trajectories and just to understand how to deal with them. What the problems are.
Margarita?
Yes. 2 small comments and a question. Maybe one way to get out of this kind of impasse in the conversation between Dominique and Lucan and Joshua is by perhaps being more careful. Do we mean a strong state, or do we mean a strong regime or a strong ruler? And perhaps this is more clear in the book, but in our conversation maybe we should have it more clarified. Also, concerning identities, maybe if we conceptualize those identities also as possibly based on interests, we can get out of this idea of whether there's an ethnic identity or a divide or not. And my question is, maybe you could bring out more clearly the role of economic factors. You did talk about this concerning external support in the case of Belarus, but economic factors can play a role through the use of economic elements in populism, through the power of regional groupings based on economic interest, through the executive's power to use its rule-setting power in terms of elites' access to rents as a way to discipline those elites. So what is the role of those elements, and is it in the surface in the book, or is it indirectly there?
So certainly, I think this is very much state. This is, are the state officials paid or not? Are there lots of them? Are they well equipped or not? I mean, this is really about the state. It's not about simply ruler or regime. And answer your second question, I think economic factors actually play a very important role. I mean, one of the dimensions of authoritarian state power is their capacity to control the economy, the degree to which they have basically unilateral discretionary control over economic resources. And that's, obviously in Belarus, a hugely important factor. Precisely because, in the former Soviet Union, basically what happened in 1988 is that Gorbachev basically took apart the command economy, and autocrats that emerged in the early 1990s either had to rebuild them or not rebuild them. And their ability or inability to do that had huge impact on future regime trajectories.
So, Lucan, so the argument in the book is about strong or weak states, not about strong authoritarian or weak authoritarian regimes. You can't distinguish the two. You can't think of cases where you could have potentially a strong state, but a weak or relatively weak authoritarian regime.
Well, so what I'm saying is we have to talk about, just as we talk about different types of regimes, we have to talk about different types of states. We have a liberal state, which everybody likes, which we thankfully have mostly here in Canada, which is about the provision of public goods. But we also have something called an authoritarian state, which is much more about the capacity of the leader to engage in repression and buy off opponents. So,
But the state is not authoritarian. The regime is authoritarian within the resources of a state.
Right. So, so assuming that, I guess you could have a situation in which there's a strong authoritarian state, but the leader, I guess Gorbachev in the late 80s decides not to use it, right? So, but that's kind of harder to imagine.
Okay, Anders?
Thank you very much. Sounds great, and the great presentations from both of you. When one hears something like this, one thinks of the underlying variables that should be studied and might not be there. I haven't read the book, of course, I can't say. But we have two big regions in the world that are more authoritarian than others in relation to economic development. It's the former Soviet Union and it's the Middle East. Both these regions have benefited greatly in the last decade from the commodity boom and rents. So that's the first question that you look at. Is this a temporary phenomenon based on the commodity boom? Can you, or how does it fit into your argument? The other, what Megan touched upon here before, that's so to say, the state as a black box, also what Dominic discussed. What we are dealing with is very much the secret police. Secret police that runs the states. And these are done in different ways. If we take Ukraine, it was very striking during the Orange Revolution that different police forces took different attitudes, and nobody really knew whom they could rely upon. Yanukovych had certain police forces, and Kuchma had more. Kuchma refused to use his, and they told Yanukovych, if you want to shoot on the people, it's your responsibility, not mine. And Yanukovych did not do it. Kuchma claims that Putin was very upset about him for this. In Russia, the whole system seems to be much more unified. If I understand Kazakhstan rightly, there are a large number of competing security police corps that are keeping it up. Have you any thoughts on this? This is not my area, so I just wonder about, because clearly this is something that is very important that we understand, or at least I understand poorly. Thank you.
So certainly, commodities are very important in terms of understanding authoritarianism in the former Soviet Union. The most stable authoritarian regimes are, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Russia, Kazakhstan, that that have a lot of oil. But my argument basically but the causal mechanism is that basically this has allowed them to keep the state very strong, to pay their officials, which in turn makes authoritarianism more stable, and therefore we would expect if, so that in a sense is not so surprising. But I think there are two things. One, there are about 7 post-Soviet states that don't have commodities, and there's enormous variation within them. So simply, having oil or not having oil doesn't explain all the variation. And furthermore, within the commodity states, you have enormous variation between countries like Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, which were basically stable from the get-go, in cases like Azerbaijan and Russia, which were unstable initially, but then became more stable over time. So I think that you can't simply reduce it to having oil or not having oil. You still have to look at state capacity more understood more broadly. I don't know if this answers your question.
Lucan, you very kindly, thank you, gave me an advance copy of your Ukraine chapter. I think it was the 80-page version, not the 200-page. And so
I like you.
I had my seminar read the paper this fall, and I thought you would be interested in a little feedback. We got into a ferocious debate with me presenting essentially the framework that you've just outlined, and I got terrific pushback from the students who said, "Look, for better or for worse, Ukraine just has had 4 singularly inept leaders. They were inept in different ways. This is the story that Lucan is telling. Ineptness in coalition formation. And if they had been better politicians, each in a variety of possible ways, we would not be talking about a democratic Ukraine today." So I wanted to confront you with that reader response to begin with, even though it's simple-minded in comparison with the structures that you developed, but also can't resist the temptation then to take the question forward. Will we be reading 3 years from now another article from you about pluralism by default in Ukraine, but this time based on 5 failed presidents?
Yes. You will. That is almost certainly the case. I think contemporary Ukraine actually fits quite nicely. And the answer to the question of ineptitude, that's always a very hard thing to deal with, because it's hard to measure ineptitude outside of the outcome. So there's no sort of it's not normally it's not stamped on your head. I'm inept. But you can look at how leaders are perceived before they lose power. And you take someone like Kravchuk, who now is seen as very weak. At the time, there was a saying that that Kravchuk was so skilled he could walk in between raindrops, and he was considered a highly skilled politician. He was a wonderful backroom maneuverer, but suddenly he manages to fail. Well, why? Well, I argue it's very simple. He has no organization. He rose up in the Communist Party. He decided that in order to keep power, he had to jettison the Communist Party, so he destroyed the Communist Party. But he suffered the result. He had no organization to sort of organize parliamentary support, no organization to help him manage elections, and so he suffered. But it wasn't ineptitude. I mean, he was broadly considered very skilled. The same with Luchinsky in Moldova, who lost power after one term. I mean, he's universally considered very skilled. Kuchma, I think everybody considered Kuchma a master. So I'm uncomfortable with that as a variable. About today, I think actually works very well. This state is very weak and very isolated. And I think that basically I really doubt whether it has the capacity to steal elections in this context. I mean, I think that because the coercive apparatus is so weak, I think that, and also the party, is basically, incredibly weak and new, and so I think that really probably does explain a lot of pluralism.
Lucan, I don't want to belabor the point, but this is the exercise here. It's a give and take, right? The story you just told about Kuchma, he may not have been inept, but he certainly made very bad strategic choices. We know that in retrospect, right? When you said, well, he destroyed the Communist Party, or In other words, he was not a victim of objective state weak capacity. Entirely.
Okay.
Entirely, because you're telling us it has a lot to do with the fact that their leaders are making bad choices. If they're making bad choices, maybe it's because the regime, then we can say, was not very strong. When they were not within a context of relative state strength or relative state weakness.
Okay,
but there's agency in the picture.
There certainly is agency, and actually, this is, I mean, I'm not actually, I don't make a very strong structural case, and I do think that, contingency matters a lot. You should give me some credit, man. This is my first book where agency matters. I want some love for that, man. Okay, but you still have to look at why.
Mommy loves you.
Okay, good. It's really a little weird. I hope it's not going to be outside, man. That's the problem. I have small children. I don't sleep. I start saying weird things. Okay. But you have to look at why they make those certain decisions. So, for example, one of the, classic inaptitude was, why did he choose Yanukovych as his successor? He's a corrupt bastard. But then you look more closely and you understand what was the nature of his coalition. It was incredibly decentralized. Where was most of the money? It was in Donetsk. If he had chosen a much more electable candidate like Litvin or Tihipko, it's unclear that that campaign could have been funded. There was a real danger that you would have had a split. And so there, it seems inept at first, but then you understand the nature of his ruling coalition, and you think, well, actually, it probably was more of a function of the decentralization of his ruling coalition than the fact that he was stupid. I think it's not to say that stupidity can't matter in certain cases, but you have to look at the real constraints first before you make that kind of argument.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on this question of the leader here, because again, with the logic of the argument being that the weaker state, right, prohibits the authoritarians from consolidating authoritarian rule, is there a built-in assumption to the entire sort of enterprise that all leaders in the post-Soviet space, given the opportunity, would want to be autocrats? It's almost like, it kind of goes back to I think of this sometimes as the George Washington question, right? Like Washington could have had a third term, he stepped down. Is that path dependent for the whole thing? If you had a couple figures here like a Mandela who might have wanted to step down, there's a Putin, Putin could have gone out in 2008 as like Russia, the greatest president ever, and ridden the high horses off, and he didn't, and there are reasons why people think he didn't. But is it at that level? And if it is the case that the model assumes that all of these leaders, given the opportunities, want to become autocrats, want to consolidate an autocratic form of government as opposed to a more pluralistic form of government, is there something structural about the post-Soviet space that makes anyone, regardless of what we know about them a priori, sort of fall into that world?
Well, first of all, I don't assume it. I actually have to show it empirically that they tried to steal elections, that they tried to concentrate power. So it's really important. I'm not assuming anything. I want to make it clear that I'm not sort of saying every time an election isn't stolen, it's because they're autocrats and they failed. But empirically, most of these guys are autocrats. And what I mean by autocrat is, I have a very softer definition of autocrat, which basically means the willingness to use extra legal means to stay in power. Like they're willing to sort of abuse the rules to stay in power. And I think that is empirically the case.
But you have a theoretical setup in the model, and you want to explain the puzzle of why you get these pluralistic regimes. And there's two things. There is identity. That's one thing. Having I didn't say anything. It's just identity. Two large types of identity that are out there that people could alternate between, that have country names attached to them, but have nothing to do with. Anyway, there are two identities out there, and the other thing is that the state's weak. Right, and the reason we understand where the identity comes from, because it creates these reservoirs of support for these flip-flops, and it creates these elections that can be close, right? But the fact that the regime is weak, we are told that matters, which you said in your discussion here, because you can't, as my colleague BDM would say, you can't pay off the selectorate, right? It matters because you can't, in an emergency, trot the secret police out to shoot people, and it matters because you can't steal an election effectively, right? So that is a theoretical framework, but those things don't matter if you don't have a leadership that wants to shoot people, steal an election, or distribute rents in this particular way. So that's why I was asking, is that a baked-in assumption to this being a useful model? Or do we, if I'm explaining to somebody how this works, do I say, look, conditional on wanting to stay and wanting to consolidate autocratic power, or is it a stronger model than that? It's almost like there's a weak and a strong form of this. The weak form is to say conditional on the autocrat wanting, and by the way, we observe that almost all of these guys do, which is kind of what you just said right now. But there's a stronger form that says, in this particular geopolitical context, they will always go this way. And then because they will always go this way, my 2x2 thing will tell you when you get these unusual pluralism cases. So is it the stronger one or is it the weaker one?
I would have to say it's probably the weaker one. Okay. I mean, I'm not willing to sort of make that kind of argument.
Okay.
So my question's right on this point, so it's a good follow. So I don't know anything about Bangladesh, but Georgia holds more structural variables constant. One of the things that I think about in the context of Georgian identity politics is that you have a strong foreign aid component, and so the Russian story is that the geopolitics are imported, right? The Russian story is that they do have exactly the kind of the adverb would be geopolitical on their identity. It's not like a Georgian versus Abkhaz split that caused the Rose Revolution, but it's definitely a West versus old regime split. And if you listen to the Kremlin's line on this, it's that's just a complete product of USAID. That's really because of something in the international environment. But there isn't any of that in your story. Your story is definitely a kind of a comparative politics, domestic politics sort of story. And I was just wondering what the role for international actors is.
Yeah, no, it's not there. And it limits, I'm not explaining all regime. Most of my other work has talked about international factors. I just don't think in these cases, I'm not saying it doesn't matter generally, but it's definitely not there. And I think, for example, there are certain things that I want to be clear, that my model can be falsified, right? There are certain cases in which my model doesn't work. I don't really explain very well why Saakashvili stepped down from power in 2013. I have much better time explaining why Gamzahordia left in 1992 or why Shevardnadze left. I don't, because, and that I think was a case where I think geopolitics mattered a fair amount because Georgia was so isolated geopolitically that, he basically was very vulnerable to Western pressure and, couldn't do that. So, yeah.
Natalia?
I just wanted to build off the point about the distinction between the state and the regime. I was wondering if you discuss at all the level of institutional independence of security establishments, because we can imagine situations when, let's say, security establishments are under broader commitments to national defense, and they have a bigger flexibility to not to do illegal orders, basically, given by the regime. And we can imagine situations when security establishments are really dependent on the regime, when military positions are distributed through favors. So in these situations, I think this degree of institutionalization of security establishments is really important. So,
yeah, absolutely, it's important. Generally speaking, in countries like Ukraine and the former Soviet Union, the state tends to be more politicized, which is one of the reasons why they're so vulnerable to authoritarianism. That things like the tax administration, as we know from the Kuchma era, was incredibly dependent on the presidency and could easily be subverted for purely regime ends to sort of prop up. But I think so. But I'm kind of assuming all my cases have this trait. But the question is, even when you do have this, my argument is that sometimes still, even with this sort of highly politicized state, the incumbent is still unable to still an election, which is really pathetic. And I think that has to do with factors like inability to pay wages and the like.
So my question is about whether it's only about the inability to build strong institutions, strong states, strong leaders, or if it's also concerning the lack of willingness to build those kind of strong leaders and strong institutions. Because, so I'm thinking about Moldova and the kind of crisis that has happened over the summer, and you had this candidate who was like the strong candidate, the pro-reform candidate, and she couldn't get into power because the vested interests were kind of preventing that kind of her taking up that position. So I'm wondering, in this situation where pluralism is kind of being built or is now being established, whether there are also incentives to maintain that plurality. Because you see on the public opinion side the demand for potentially for a presidential system, but I don't imagine that the interest in this kind of plural system that we have in Moldova would be willing to go towards that presidential system, because that would kind of vest power in one person as opposed to this kind of plural system that we have.
I think that's right. I think, I mean, there's a lot of these cases of pluralism by default, they're sort of self-reproducing because there are certain interests who obviously, they can't basically agree on any one, group to give power to. And one of the things that I think is interesting is that, this, I mean, I'm sort of attracted by irony. And one of the things I think is very ironic about Ukraine is this sort of rampant cynicism that preserves pluralism. I mean, if you look at sort of in 2008, 2009, when Yanukovych and Tymoshenko were sort of negotiating on this sort of grand coalition that would have really shut down pluralism by default, sort of made elections much less competitive. Basically, what happened is that they didn't trust each other. They assumed, Akhmetov destroyed this deal. He was nice enough to tell the U.S. ambassador, and Julian Assange was nice enough to give us access to these files. And basically, it turns out that he basically, because he didn't trust Tymoshenko, so that's where this sort of cynicism and mistrust really helped pluralism. So,
Okay, we'll take a cluster of questions because we're approaching the end. So there was Ivan Kachanovsky in the back.
Thank you for interesting presentation. I just wonder how your model would apply to the Maidan events and transition during the Maidan, and also in Ukraine, and also current events in Moldova by Russian political parties trying to use a similar model to change the government outside of elections, and also what future for pluralism in Ukraine now after de facto secession of Donbass region and also annexation of Crimea. Thank you.
I will take 3 questions. Boris?
Just to return to the original question you raised, Dominique, about identities, I think what we're stuck with is a terminological problem. Rather than saying Russophile and Ukrainophile, simply go to something you said later on, coalitions. What we really have here is a anti-regime and a pro-regime coalition, both of which are rather unstable. The anti-regime coalition is people who've, for the most part, been disappointed economically or feel they're paying for corruption, people who can't self-actualize, people who also have ethnic questions raised about language and so forth. At the other side, you have people who feel they're either benefiting from the regime or at least they're catching the crumbs from the table. And when we look at those as coalitions, fairly loosely structured ones, we can then understand why Russian speakers and even proud Russians can move over to the so-called Ukrainian side of the coalition and feel their interests are going to be protected by it. So really those terms are identities they've pulled onto themselves that cover a lot of real differences, and that can explain the instability of the regime, the inability to serve or provide the social goods, as you mentioned, to enough people to keep itself in power.
Anna?
Thank you. Very lucky. Exactly the topic I wanted to jump in prematurely. I think very important question. How do you label it? And partially because the theme is so emotional inside Ukraine, so a book may fail just by using wrong term. So another suggestion or question, if it's possible to use values, maybe it sounds very idealistic, but I know that people can identify themselves with certain values. They don't necessarily have to want Ukraine to be part of European Union, but they want to have European Union values applied in Ukraine. Then people who value this strong state, Russian Empire values, and then have people with other values, so it's like values plurality can substitute for ethnic, and I think it certainly does in Ukraine, doesn't it?
Okay. Answer to the question. First of all, how this relates to Maidan, I think this was hugely important in understanding, the regional factor was hugely important in understanding why Yanukovych fell. Basically, I think he probably had the capacity to take over Maidan. I mean, it wasn't that large a space. But by that point, the entire West had left, and he did not have the police or the army to literally take back the West. So if he had held on to power after after late February, he would have held on to power of half of Ukraine, and that's, I think, really important to understand partly why he left. In terms of I think you're absolutely right. Values is precisely the way to see it. It's not just about specifically wanting to join a particular international institution in the European Union. It really is, in people's minds, about broader European values or about broader Russian culture, and that's very important. And I think it's important because for among ways it really actually hampers collusion in the sense that it really makes it costly. It made it really costly for, even though I think Yushchenko probably would have been at some level been oddly willing to form a coalition with Yanukovych, which is always really surprising that you do that, someone who tried to kill you. When he tried to do that, it created enormous crisis within our Ukraine. People started to defect, and so it was really costly to do that. And so that's why I think it is important that these are real coalitions based not simply on sort of narrow material interests, but on sort of broader values that are really important to people. That makes it harder to sort of to simply ignore and politically costly.
Josh, I've been thinking about your query about the concept. So there's a word missing, right? If ethnic doesn't apply, maybe cultural in this sense would do it. Stepan has the word nation, like as the state nation, but national identity here, I mean, in the case of Ukraine, well, there would just be a swamp of...
To bring it back to Lucan's book, I mean, I do think the reason I was making that point, and the reason I use the term ethnic as shorthand, right? Right, I'm the last person in the universe who should be in this room telling anything about whether it's more language or region or historical tradition or any of those things. But I think from Lucan, for the point of the argument in the book, we can't just say, is there a salient divide in the country? There's a salient divide in just about every country over something or other, right? So there has to be some sort of, I mean, would the United States fit this category today? Probably, that's not your intention, is to put the United States in this category today. But we got a pretty big salient divide in the United States about the direction of politics. But it's not based on this idea of two different identities, really. I don't know, that might be wrong too. But the point is, I think that's what I was trying to do, was bring it back to the book and say, look, yes, there are these two things. Maybe ethnic is the wrong word, language is clearly the wrong word, but there's a there's a Russian-Ukrainian divide here. Now, whether you want to call it a Russian-Western divide, you want to call it an East-West divide, you want to call it a South-East versus Northwest divide, whether you want to throw the word Russia, Ukraine on these things, these are all layered, and of course they're all completely complex. But the resulting point is that there is an identity-based, something about identity, and we have to have that word identity mean something different than political polarization. Otherwise, it's a different argument than I think from what Lucan's trying to make.
But there's also the territorial component.
Yeah.
It's just not multiculturalism like in a broad sense. It's culture with a territorial component. I mean, in the pluralism by default argument. So that the state, or rather...
does it have to have a territorial component?
Well, it's part of...
Well, I mean, it does in Ukraine. I think, generally speaking, identities that are territorially based tend to be stronger. But actually, what's interesting is that Moldova, in the 1990s, once Transnistria left Moldova, had much less of a territorial component. But there was still a huge identity divide that was still quite salient. But it was less,
But it seems central to your argument that it's about state, or is it regime? We can discuss capacity. I mean, that's why the territorial component is important.
Right.
That the Party of Regions had a weak hold on central Western Ukraine, that the Orange, or the Orangist after the Orange Revolution, had a weak hold on eastern and southern Ukraine. That's the argument of pluralism by default.
Well, I wouldn't limit it only to territory. I mean, I think territoriality is important in the Ukrainian case.
Well, it's one of your three components. Right. But, all right, on that cheerful note, thank you. Thank you, Lucan. Okay, it's not quite the coffee break, but we'll take 5 minutes, and then we'll move to a different theme.
I'm just thinking what might also be useful to take into the conversation is the whole. This is what I wrote about.
This is great topical music.
We are starting an ambitious panel on conceptualizing the war in Donbass, presented by the boss, no, Dominique Carrel and Jesse Driscoll. So I'm very emotional in moderating this panel. We couldn't have imagined last year. I mean, last year we were not at the point to conceptualize the armed conflict in Donbass. It's worth a try this year, and I think we'll have a very interesting discussion after that. It will be a two-voice presentation in an order that you are free to define. So please.
I think that we're going to tag team here, where I'm going to start. It's a huge honor to be here at the Danyliw seminar. Again, it's doubly huge to be with the boss. Dominique and I have been slowly co-authoring this argument. It's a paper with an argument, but it's a little bit sprawling, so I hope you'll bear with us. Luckily, it's easily conceptualized in a 2x2. Political scientists love 2x2s. This is even better because it's not ours. It is from a gentleman named Stathis Kalyvas, who wrote a very useful book called The Logic of Violence and Civil War, which is an effort to synthesize a great deal of literature of the sort that was discussed in the first panel this morning on the kinds of violence that you see in irregular warfare, and in particular the treatment of civilians. The dependent variable, the outcome variable that Stathis is interested in, is how civilians are treated in civil wars, and he talks about shifting zones of control between incumbents and insurgents in civil war. And importantly, in order to make his argument, it is important that he define the technology of warfare in a way that sets scope conditions for the kinds of cases that he's talking about. So this 2x2 is a simple way of conceptualizing that. So if you have functionally parity between the actors, so both the rebels and the incumbents are fighting on more or less equal terms with essentially the same technology, we would call that a conventional civil war. So if the state is high capacity. So when we think about conventional civil wars, what we're thinking about is, say, the American Civil War, where you've got essentially two different armies that look the same, they're armed the same, and they fight on large battlefields. If you talk to Americans and you tell them that you study civil wars, they just start talking about Gettysburg. They think the American Civil War is the only civil war. And that's misleading because it's actually nothing like most civil wars. The modal civil war, the average civil war, 80% of the density, kernel density in the data, is this lower left-hand corner, irregular warfare. This at least used to be true. There's some arguments about whether or not this is still the case since the end of the Cold War. But certainly when Stathis's book went to press, he made the strong case that irregular warfare is much, much, much more common. What you usually have is a strong state and then a rebel group that can't really compete head-to-head. At the very, very end of guerrilla war, what Mao would call stage 3, you have to beat the army. But most of the war is fought in Mao's stage 1 or stage 2, where the rebels are setting off bombs, the rebels are on the run, maybe they control the town at night, but someone else controls it during the day. And those kinds of dynamics are well studied, and they're actually well understood, and that's the literature review that Stathis uses to organize his book. It's also the literature base and the theoretical base that most political scientists have used as we have tried to do political science in the name of public policy, helping the missions in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's like the workhorse models that political scientists who have been working on civil wars, all of us are assuming that we're working in an irregular warfare environment because, that's what the blue team has been doing for the last 15 years. Importantly, there's a third cell, which is Stathis noting that sometimes you have parity between the actors, but the state is just incredibly weak. And in these cases, it's hard to really make predictions at all. And we would conventionally call these failed states. So think Somalia, think Liberia. These are places where it is a mistake to think that there is actually a center that is doing counterinsurgency at all. And even if there's parity between the actors, it's because the state is really not that much more than a decentralized band of militias itself. So you have militia on militia violence, but it's hard to make theoretical predictions because it's all just so complicated. I spent a lot of time living and working in Tajikistan, and that's how I think about Tajikistan's civil war. Okay, conventional wars are quite rare. as an empirical fact. Since 1945, when Stathis wrote his original article, he could count like 3 or 4 of them. The Biafran Civil War, when the Nigerian military split. The Spanish Civil War is a classic case. Some of the latter parts of the Vietnam War, the American Civil War. You're hard-pressed to actually put together a longer list than that when you start thinking through the cases. Now, since the end of the Cold War, there are some people who have argued that more wars have this characteristic. I'll take issue with that if you guys wish. But suffice to say, for this point in the program, conventional wars are pretty rare. But the argument that we're going to make is that a conventional war is exactly what we have in Ukraine. So at this point, I think I'm going to turn it over to Dominic, and we'll talk about how we got there.
Thank you, Jesse. Of course, the minute we start talking about civil war, then it's the radioactive term, a bit like genocide is with Holodomor studies, and it gets emotional, and it's immediately being decoded as, well, it's essentially the Russian position, that is something internal to Ukraine. It kind of denies or minimizes Russian intervention, etc. Well, it's obviously not what we're arguing, but we're arguing that it is actually in the family of wars, a civil war, but a very unusual type, as Jesse just intimated. But because there's a civil or internal component to it, let's go to the roots. Let's go back to February 2014. And the story is one, actually, of distinguishing state and regime. We had this, I initiated that discussion in the previous panel. Because we have regime fall or regime collapse, we have state incapacitation and state kind of resurgence. So the distinction between state and regime and state. What do I mean by that? First, we have the violence, the lethal violence. That, we're talking 18 and 20th of February, led to, for the first time in, 4 years of the regime of Yanukovych, that you had significant defections from party members. It never happened before. You had one defection in November 23rd, at the very beginning of Euromaidan, when you had police brutality, like non-lethal violence that was shockingly enough. One defection, the regime, or more specifically the parliamentarians here in Parliament, the region's deputies, just held fast. Same in January when the dictatorship laws, so-called dictatorship laws were passed, again, it was a monolith. It cracks for the first time precisely because of the violence. It cracks in a very interesting way, is that suddenly Yanukovych in one evening, that's the evening that he will spend the night now negotiating with the EU foreign ministers, he's losing his deputies from central Ukraine. He never really had deputies from western Ukraine to begin with, a couple, kind of token. They're also gone, and he's losing that deputation. So you could say his patron-client relations. Interestingly, by the evening, we've got suddenly the east-west kind of divide. Now, that parliament basically passes a critical resolution saying the violence is entirely the responsibility of the regime. The police has to withdraw. And as a result, the police withdrew, because negotiations for the withdrawal of the police began even before Yanukovych was finished negotiating the all-night session with the EU. So you have police defection that during the fateful day of 21st of February expand to the point that basically, as we say in French, le roi est nu. Suddenly he's totally defenseless. By the time he turns around, he signs the agreement at 4 in the afternoon, but there's nobody around, not even to protect the presidential administration, and he flees within hours. That leads to regime vacuum, to regime collapse. Overnight, suddenly, all the top leaders and the presidents are gone from the Party of Regions. But on Saturday, we have reassertion of state power. The regime collapsed, but not the state. Parliament convenes. We have the impeachment vote, where basically, well, by Friday, Yanukovych has already lost now the deputies from southern Ukraine. By Saturday, he's lost most of the region's deputies except Donetsk. The Donetsk deputies, actually don't vote for impeachment. But by Sunday, they renege, we're talking mid-level by that point, mid-level region's deputies, they renege on Yanukovych, they denounce him, and they essentially support the regime change. Now, that's in Kiev. Regime collapse, state reassertion. Then we've got rapidly Crimea, when it's essentially Russian occupation. So Russian captures the state, because they literally captures parliament and all the major state institutions, including the police and the army. So you got massive defections. Apparently half of the Ukrainian army stationed in Crimea defects to what now becomes the Russian army, and again on the police side. And we know what happened. It's in Crimea, it's done. But then we move to Donbass, and here the collapse of the regime at the center, and that regime was almost exclusively from Donbass, all the top positions. That collapse meant, actually, I wouldn't call it a state collapse, but a state incapacitation. That in Donbass, contrary to Kiev or to Crimea, suddenly there is no more command for security forces for a period of 4 to 6 weeks before you actually have the penetration of Russian military personnel and the special forces and so forth. You have a situation where maybe the administrative states continue to function, but there's no more law and order in Donbass. The state, or the state 101 law and order, as if not collapsed, has become incapacitated. That is actually, these are the conditions that allowed for Russian penetration. No resistance. You come in. That doesn't explain the war, obviously, that becomes then conventional and so forth. And it becomes indeed a conventional war that's only possible if you have access to armaments from major states. But the genesis is something that happened internally in Ukraine, that in this critical territory of Donbass, in a sense, there's no more state for a longer period that allows, and crucially, those combatants or rebels, the early, again, opponents, they'll storm the regional office of or oblast or city government building, but they don't actually capture the police, the army, or parliament. Contrary to Crimea, everything goes parallel to the state structures that are actually being hollowed out. The evidence that we have is that there's actually relatively few police defections in Donbass. There's a celebrated case of this Khodakovsky, SBU, etc. It's got his battalions. But on the whole, we don't have the story of Crimea. These are the conditions that can explain then, again, or made possible the conventional civil war.
The conventional civil war is really a term of art about the kind of fighting that has taken place. And I'm going to just speak in broad brushstrokes, and then we can kick it out to questions for more details. But the long and short of it is that what you have had is not nearly as bad as what was described this morning in the conversation, where the kind of tactics that are very, very common, horrifyingly common, if you think about insurgency in general. None of that has happened. Hardly any of that has happened. You can find individual cases, but partially because of the proliferation of cheap cell phones around the planet, and partially because we have a lot of journalists in the area, I think we'd know. I think if there had been mass rapes, I think we would know about it, don't you? Right? So there have been parts of the planet where you have had more IEDs go off in a single week than have gone off in all of the Ukraine war. There have been a couple of them. They're homemade devices, but it's nothing like I thought it was going to be a year ago. And that's really the main point that I want to leave this with. I remember being at the seminar a year ago and having some conversations with Keith Darden, some conversations with some other people about what this was going to look like in a year or in 2 years. And I have to say, it's It is horrible. Every single death is a tragedy, but the death count is a lot lower than I thought it would be, because I thought that Ukraine was moving in the direction of either state failure or irregular war, depending on what Russia's response to the violence that was going to happen was going to be. Then that violence never happened and there was no response. What we have had instead is the conventionalization of the war, what looked like warlordism, and I coded it. I got the names, and I have the names of every single Ukrainian battalion commander. All of them, it's all public. They're all on Facebook. I've called them up. I know how many men they claim to have working for them. I have all these data. I'm not worried about human subjects concerns because they're all public figures. There's no war on terror aspect. I'm not putting together a predator drone list here. This is just all completely public. And at first it looked like warlordism, and now it actually looks like a sort of Twitter-enabled levy en masse. These guys have all joined the state. They have functionally subordinated their chains of command to the institutions of the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of the Interior. There are exceptions. I'm not going to claim that this is a professional military. Azov is not like special forces. No. But compared to what I thought it was going to be, I'm a student of the Georgian Civil War and a student of the Tajik Civil War. I carry a very dark, nuanced model in my head of what state failure looks like, and we haven't seen it yet. And that's really positive news for the Ukrainian nationalists in the room. It's also really positive room generically from a human rights perspective, that there has been a positive role that has been played by the OSCE and by other humanitarian groups in terms of keeping the line. There have been a lot of decentralized efforts by populations to just get out of the way. What you can't have in an irregular war, what you can't have when it is, as was described, I think, really eloquently this morning, 3 different state-building projects happening on the same territory. The civilians can't get away because the civilians are the resource that everyone's trying to tax, and so you hold them there. When it's a conventional war, by contrast, you draw a line, there's a no man's land, and you figure out what side of the line you want to be on. There have been decentralized efforts, some of which have been covered, to set up taxi services to get families across the line. It's starting to look quite stable. The technology of murder is not handguns and knives. The technology of murder is artillery. So you have this sort of a theatrical World War II style battle that will break out every couple of months. But again, you can get out of the way, and a surprising number of people have just kind of gone home after, and they understand that this is the new normal. But it's not civilian targeting in quite the same way that we saw in Chechnya with the same kinds of weapons. It's just not like that. That has not happened. So I want to say 2 more things quickly before we hand it over to the audience. Are we all right on time?
I wanted to my 2 minutes more.
All right. So you do your 2 minutes, and then I'll do my 2. My last 2 minutes. I want to talk about the disadvantages of calling it a civil war as an academic, because I think there are some. So I'll end with that. If you want to jump in.
It's just reinforcing the point. I know we're 2 minutes within our 20 minutes here. Okay. This is not to minimize civilian.
Heavens
suffering.
no.
Because obviously we had evidence at this seminar. Anders told us, economic production goes down to 30%. We know it's over 1 million. Is it 1.5 million of refugees? It's social and economic devastation. The figures are not small. It depends on the comparison. But of course, if the comparison is intra-Ukrainian, the first 3 deaths in January 2014 were shocking because nobody had ever been murdered for political reasons in Ukraine. And then we moved to 100 in February on Maidan. And then the latest count is 8,000. The civilians are probably in the 6,000 range. There's probably more than 8,000 because we don't have the death count of the combatants. But at least half of the deaths of civilians, and we're talking again 5,000 to 6,000. It's enormous. But at the same time, in the family of civil war, since the vast majority of contemporary civil wars are irregular warfare, it's relatively small. It's relatively small partly because of the technology of warfare. The thing is, Ukraine calls it an anti-terrorist operation. The point is actually that it's precisely not terrorism. If it was a terrorist It's a counter-operation to terrorism. If it was terrorism, then you would see the civilian casualties going way up, because you would have basically people being bombed, or you would get death squads targeting civilians, so you would get ethnic cleansing of the type that we saw even in the former Soviet Union, the cases that Jesse studied. So that there is something, again, in all this social devastation, something unique in actually containing, we know from world experience, the civilian fatalities. Because, of course, suffering, there's many middle levels of suffering, and 1/3 of the population is actually leaving the area. It means it's pretty grave. But we're not talking 50 to 100,000 people. And that's what we're trying to link here, the technology of warfare with the civilian count, while still putting the fight or the war in a family of civil wars. Only 1 minute.
All right.
Extra 30 seconds.
Okay, so in 90 seconds, I think there are a couple of disadvantages to using the term civil war, even though it's an academic term of art, as Dominique said. The first is that it's obscurantist, that by not calling it an invasion, you're somehow playing into Russian propaganda. I don't take that one very seriously, but I do take the next two pretty seriously. The second is that there is that community of social scientists, of which I call myself a part, who have been studying the dynamics of irregular warfare for a long time. And we're at a point where we actually have findings and syllabi and experimental tests of our theories. And I worry what will happen when that community starts playing around with a set of models that are calibrated for one kind of warfare in an environment where they don't fit, or where they start saying things that are functionally wrong. But that are bad science, but they think they're right. And the social scientists, political scientists in general, we are in love with our theories, and we now have 15 years or so of real serious theory building that has happened in the Civil War space, all of which, if you take Stathis' theory conceptualization framework, is misplaced, is misspecified. It is not actually, we have built a knowledge base that does not work real well for what we're trying to describe. The people who potentially have been working on those kinds of models are people who work in international relations and in IR, people who take Thomas Schelling really seriously, people who think about deterrence and interstate warfare. But again, that's just a different part of the ivory tower. That is a different part of the academy. And I don't welcome those people getting into Civil War studies for separate reasons. The third disadvantage of calling it a civil war can be quickly summarized, which is that I worry about conflating the Donbass and Crimea episodes. I think that Donbass is dripping with every kind of ambiguity, but is not actually a crass violation of international law in quite the same way that the Crimea territory is. And the Crimea territorial seizure is really a very big problem in terms of the post-1945 order that that does not actually have an analogy to Donbass. And this is a problem from the humanitarian perspective, because the Donbass is where all of the people are dying. It's where the humanitarian machinery that the UN has built is at work. But Crimea is where the big rules of the game got broken. And conflating those two is a problem. And I'm not really sure how to fix it. And I'm worried that the use of the word civil war contributes to it. So those are the disadvantages.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very fine-tuned presentation of the situation and reflection on the way we could qualify it in academic terms. And it's even more visible, this fine-tuned approach, in the paper than in your presentation, of course. When I was reading the paper, I had the feeling that I really need to copy-paste it and to give it to my students, In a way, it's a nuanced, balanced vision of different actors and actors, dynamics, chronology, interpretations of the armed conflict. And it also, I think your research also fills a gap in interpretation of the conflict, the gap between two different positions. The first one is to claim that there is a diversity of interpretation of the conflict, and there is one truth for each protagonist. And the other side of the gap is the is a discourse we often hear from Russia, that nothing is true. We can't believe anybody. There is no possibility of a relevant vision of the conflict. So thank you so much for trying to fill in this in the middle. I was really happy, Jesse, to hear you talking not on conventional civil war, but on conventionalization of the civil war. Because I felt, I won't use the term uncomfortable because Sophia told me not to do so. I didn't feel uncomfortable, but I was kind of surprised with this term of the static term of conventional civil war. And when you talk about conventionalization of the armed conflict, of course, it's a completely different approach. You see the dynamic of how a change of nature occurs in time. However, I have the feeling that this concept can be used for the Ukrainian side of the conflict, but probably to a lesser extent for the separatist side of the conflict. You don't have Facebook pages, or even you don't have contactee pages of separatist leaders. Yeah, you do, but I mean, yeah, you do, but it's not the same use. It's not the same kind of state loyal approach in which they embody it in official institutions. You don't have the same use of coercion and weapons. I think these regular arms and mortars and artillery used on the pro-Ukrainian side or are also used on the opposite side. But the unconventional and irregular weapons are also, I mean, ways of acting closer to, not to a terrorist act, but to more a more irregular warfare. You can see and observe it on the opposite side. So I would like to react on that. I also had the feeling, not an uncomfortable feeling, but a feeling that this concept squeezes the diversity and the dynamics of the war, the concept you try to use. The diversity, because I think there's, maybe in 50 years, we will have a qualification of this war. So far, we have different wars going on for different geographic areas. You talked about that, even smaller areas, for different protagonists. To what extent does, and maybe it would be a question to Dominic, does this unified vision helps us to understand what's going on? Why should we look for a concept right now? Why shouldn't we do what stay at? How can we go beyond the vision of there are different interpretations and integrate the diversity and the dynamics in the analysis? And it echoes to Yulia's remark on Olga's paper yesterday. On a local level, Maidans were different, and the logic of resolutions and local activities were different. How isn't it interesting at this point to focus on the diversity more than on a general qualification? Last question. It's a very naive question. I was thinking about the concept you suggest, and you suggested for an academic analysis, and I was wondering how I could use it in my own research. I'm working on combatants, so definitely conventionalization can be of some use in analyzing them, but. What is the tool we didn't have before your concept and we have now? I'm sorry for this provocative question, but thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to dodge your first question by conceding the truth of it. A lot of we have way better data on the western side of the lines than the eastern side. I would worry about the human subjects implications of trying to call up people in Donbass and asking them questions. I would assume that would have bad implications after the after I hung up the phone, if I got them at all. And so, there's more of an open access research environment for political scientists and for sociologists and whoever on one side of this than the other. And so that bias is the data that we have access to. Nonetheless, we have a pretty good picture of the sociology of what's going on in Donbass, even if it's, you have to kind of, you have to read between the lines a little bit. But there have been a lot of troops that have come in, and I think you're right to say descriptively they look irregular. There's a lot of this, I think we use sort of provocative language in the paper, that a lot of it from a distance looks like a very well-armed biker gang. What's important, though, is that once they get there, it's not Sons of Anarchy. Once they get there, they start taking orders from people who are clearly in a hierarchy and understand where they are in that hierarchy. These people might not have insignias on their arms, and you kind of, you wonder if they're getting, exactly where they're getting their orders from. The lines of command and control are intentionally hard to see. I think that is a strategic thing. This is not the first conflict where that kind of thing has happened. I acknowledge that it's just harder to get data from over there. But we, again, in terms of, and this is your third question about how it might affect your research, what they have done with these groups of soldiers is emphatically not a regular war. Like, I do not think there have been, on the Donbass side, death squads running around and shooting Ukrainian, pro-Ukraine groups. I think we would know about that. I think that if that had happened, I don't know how you would hide it. I know how you would hide it in theory, but it's harder. It's just harder in an internet age. And while these guys are not on Facebook in quite the same way, a lot of them are on Kontakte, and I think you have a hostage population that is kind of behind the lines, and they know how to keep their heads down. And the soldiers who are there know that they know how to keep their heads down, and so you don't have to kill them. And that's the completely different set of kind of war dynamics. So for your research, I don't know what your research question is, and so I don't know specifically how to answer it. But I would ask them how they're training. I mean, the actual argument that we're making is a very materialist one about what war means in the minds of the soldiers and the combatants. And the basic argument I'm going to render Stathis' argument poorly, and I'm going to do it on the internet, and I'm sorry. But the basic argument that I think captures Stathis' 2x2 is that when you have a failed state, these guys are basically just bandits, and they're mostly in it for economic enrichment. Jeremy Weinstein and a number of other people have used microeconomic models to take this up a notch. In irregular warfare, people are political, and they have a long-term plan, and civilians fit into that plan. And whether they want to or not, you use violence in order to keep them in line. In conventional warfare, it looks quite a bit more like state-on-state violence with long-term strategic goals that are being met that the civilians may only be incidental to. They may be in the way, or they may be hostages. But what you really want to do is you want to capture strategic objectives and do strategic things. And the way that you train as a soldier, what you think about your job is as a soldier, at the level of the human being is actually different in those three worlds. So I would encourage you to explore that.
I think we're using here, perhaps in the discussion, conventional and regular, or unconventional and irregular almost as synonyms. They're not quite. I mean, the key insight here by saying that the Civil War is conventional is that it's an artillery warfare. I mean, it's kind of almost like World War II kind of war, which is not, again, your typical, maybe it was in the 19th century in the United States, but it's not your typical war at all. And obviously, excellent point, it's conventionalization. There is a process. It didn't start on March 1st in Donbass. We probably get to a point when we can say we really now have, in terms of the technology of warfare, a conventionally led war. By August, when you have, for the first time, evidence of regular Russian troop formations coming in, and leading to actually the stabilization of a front line, and then Minsk I and then Minsk II, and basically the conventional warfare has meant not much movement of the front, but lobbing missiles, the Grad missiles back and forth, and you've got casualties and civilian casualties until the actual ceasefire a month ago. that's the latter part, because indeed the rebellion / war in Donbass go through various phases, and at some point becomes conventional. Now, obviously, it's not regular in a sense that those troops on each side that are doing the shelling are very often not really trained, not really dressed. Like you've got battalions on each side, particularly on the DNR side, because it seems that the evidence of penetration of regular Russian troops formations are for specific battles to stabilize their fronts, and then they largely retreat, leave instructors, etc. And you've got kind of the territorially Ukrainian ones manning the front line. So it's very irregular in the sense of personnel, but very conventional in terms of the technology of warfare. Because again, an irregular technology of warfare would be what we call terrorism, which defines most of the irregular warfare on the planet. When you are after not being indifferent in terms of where the missile will go and whether actually you've got civilians that might be injured or die or killed in the process, but you are actually specifically targeting civilians for a political purpose.
Well, you have that. If you ask NGOs, they will account of cases of kidnappings, torture, specific persecution against specific groups, rape, disappearances.
We're talking economies of scale. We're not certainly minimizing the complexity here on the ground, but in the economies of scale, you don't have the systematic using.
It's nothing like Chechnya. It's nothing like Bosnia. I mean, okay, it is in the sense.
I think we don't have the data yet to
okay.
Just
no, I don't think it's like Chechnya. I don't think it's like Bosnia. Yes, there are obviously there are kidnappings and disappearances and people get raped. Yeah. However, in comparative perspective, like respectfully. This is it's very, very hard to hide large-scale population cleansing of the sort that took place in Bosnia or in Tajikistan or in Georgia or in or in Chechnya. I think we'd know. Of course, individual people. Of course, individual tragedies are happening, and I think that they're getting reported by NGOs, and that's one of the key mechanisms that I feel confident saying what I'm saying.
If I could add, we also don't have aerial bombing of the type that we're observing in Syria at the moment with Russian ARPA involvement. There were some cases up to MH17. MH17, by all reasonable indication, was a mistake. That the target, as had been the case for the 25 earlier instances, was trying to hit a Ukrainian military plane. But in terms of actually using planes to bomb areas and therefore having massive civilian casualties, that hasn't happened.
Let's open it up to discussion. I think will have fascinating questions. Mikhailo, please.
Okay, I think the leitmotif of the Danyliw seminars of this year has been, I feel uncomfortable with your paper. So here's my uncomfortableness. I think that I'd like to ask you to please make a serious distinction between military action prior to August of 2014 and military action afterwards. If you were arguing that up until Ilovaisk, it was a civil war, I would be much more comfortable, because that map that you have behind you would basically be showing us the insurgency and potential insurgency areas of conflict. And in that case, the problem is that if we go back to the 2x2 table that you've proposed, we have to go back to, actually, if you don't mind going back to it, I would really appreciate it. What you've done in this is you've done something here that you haven't done on the paper. And the paper says the top bit is not about state capacity, it's about resource levels of incumbents. Now, resource level of incumbents and state capacity are a little bit two different things. If you're talking about resource level of incumbents up until August of 2014, then in actual fact, the resource level of incumbents on both sides was low, and the parity between the actors was also low. So we end up with this strange scenario of a bottom right-hand corner kind of war, which I guess is just plain chaos, which is what was on the ground in the Donbass up until August of 2014. But in August of 2014, the world changed because this stopped being a civil war. The state capacity became very high because it was a direct intervention from the Russian side. And if we look at what's going on in Ukraine today, we have approximately, according to Inform Napalm, now the question is, do you believe that source? But I believe I do. We have 45,000 armed people on the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic side, 15,000 of which are locals, and 30,000 are not locals. They have nothing to do with that particular area, and they don't carry Ukrainian passports, and they are not from that area, nor do they speak the local language, nor do they know the lay of the land. They are imports. Some of them are regular troops, others are not. That stops being a civil war in that case. So I feel very uncomfortable with that. And then the final point that I'd like to make is with respect to civilians. The argument that you make about civilians is about the fact that in a civil war scenario, civilians are targeted, and civilians have are part of they're not combatants obviously, but they suffer from what's going on. In this particular case, and you mentioned the statement about IDPs, we should be very aware of the fact that the IDPs, there are 1.5 million IDPs registered, but I personally am involved in an IDP project on the ground, and when we go to look for the IDPs, they're not there. Because what they do is they registered in order to get social benefits from the Ukrainian government, pensions and welfare checks, or not welfare checks, but they get them on their bank cards, and then they go back to the Donetsk People's Republic and the Luhansk People's Republic, and they live there and they access Ukrainian pensions using their bank cards. How does that fit into the notion of civil war? It seems to me to be a war between two combatant sides who are not really touching the civilian population, and you can travel back and forth, particularly pensioners. You can travel back and forth because you've got effectively two artillery countries with artillery shooting at each other over some line. That's not a civil war, as you put it very correctly. That's more like a world war or an interstate war, and it has nothing to do with a local separatist conflict.
I'll answer the first part of his comments, and then you can address the latter part. If it was straight up 2/3 of current combatants in DNR, LNR, basically territorially Russians, then there's nothing to discuss. It's straight up or almost straight up military occupation. I don't think so. Of course, it's impossible to know, but multiple sources of evidence tend to show that past the key battles in August, early September 2014, and then in February 2015, you have that withdrawal, considerable withdrawal, but there's a presence, of course, of territorially Russians, whether of the so-called mercenary or type or regular soldiers. Of course, there is a presence. But it would seem by, again, multiple accounts that there's a sizable, probably majority portion of the combatants, or I would call them territorially Ukrainian, meaning from Ukraine, from Donbass or other areas. Obviously, military command, political commands, clearly there's been a chain of command, very violent actually, and violently done internally, particularly in Luhansk, and we saw recently DNR. There's no question about that. But in as much as you have, again, territorially Ukrainian personnel, there is still a civil component to the war. Because after all, they lived in Ukraine and prior to the conflict. You could say they were political Russians that actually had an opportunity with state incapacitation to actually take up arms and against Ukraine. Not the majority of the population by any means, actually. The evidence is pretty strong that the overall mobilization was fairly low But you don't need that many when in the context of a state vacuum to actually make a dent.
So I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable.
What would be the point to come to a comfortable Danyliw seminar where we all agree and...
Well done. Okay. So I'm not really sure how to do this rhetorical exercise. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm certainly not trying to offend you, but I do think that I just disagree with some of the statements that you made. It doesn't stop being a civil war just because there was a foreign intervention in the Civil War. Like, that's just factually untrue. Vietnam was a civil war, and then the United States sent a bunch of troops in, and it kept being a civil war. Iraq was a civil war that was caused by the United States sending a lot of troops in, but it was still a civil war. In the community that I work in, it is a civil war once there are 1,000 people dead in a country and 100 of them are dead on the government side. And that, I would also sort of stake out the point that it is, if we enforce a norm that you have to start every conversation about what's going on in the Donbass by calling it an invasion, that's probably not great for conflict resolution, period. Now, I might be wrong about that. It might be wrong that the best way to do conflict resolution is to just constantly, like, refuse to do anything except call it an invasion. But I would be surprised if that were true. In my experience, in Iraq, for instance, not that I've spent a lot of time in Iraq, but I have spent a lot of time talking to people who have spent a lot of time in Iraq. And it's very, very hard to start a civil conversation about conflict resolution or responsible counterinsurgency or whatever else when there are people in the room who only want to have a conversation about it being an occupation or an invasion. I think it's just sort of non-overlapping magisteria. I mean, I think that there are reasons to have that kind of activism in academic discourse, but I think there's also reasons to just do social science on certain concepts. And I think that there's a productive reason that Dominique and I are doing what we're doing. I think that what you described is awesomely accurate in terms of what I've also heard, in terms of people crossing over to get social benefits from one side and then essentially going back to the area that they think of as their home. That is facilitated by an intersubjectively rendered understanding that the civilians aren't the targets here. And that's an amazingly cool thing in terms of, again, something that separates this from Chechnya. And it's also something that I think you would have seen in early Abkhazia, Georgia, and South Ossetia if there had been a functioning Georgian state handing out pensions at the time. You wouldn't have seen it once the ethnic cleansing started. I'm not claiming that, but there was this gray area before the ethnic cleansing, when you had people who weren't 100% sure if they wanted to be in a part of a separatist SSR, new Abkhaz political project, but they also didn't feel very comfortable with the Georgian paramilitaries that were showing up and claiming to be the state. And I think they might have tried to have it both ways if they could have. But that didn't happen, and there wasn't a Georgian state to pay pensions. So I take the description really seriously, and I think it's pretty consistent with our argument. One more thing is consistent.
Jesse, I'm sorry, but we have 10 minutes
I'm
left,
sorry.
7 more questions. I wish we had 1 hour and a half, but I think we'll have very interesting remarks, and we have to take them. Hilde, please.
I mean, some of the issues have already been addressed, but I just wanted to ask you just to look. I don't want to get into the question about how the combatants and how many of them were local or not, but I just wonder. When I was reading your paper, you also seemed to kind of make an argument about the fact that the initial conflict in the Donbass was also started by the local guys there, and that they were in power to begin with. But I'm just wondering, I mean, to what extent do you think that they would actually be able to act if they were acting on their own? And I don't know if I can entirely buy this argument when it comes to that makes it like a civil war that was initially started by the locals, because I think, first of all, very quickly you did have the other components coming in. And if you look at some of the people who were, like Gobaryev, who was kind of one of the first people, very quickly, he was kind of sidelined. Purgin recently also was sidelined. So I think some of those who actually had ideological kind of backing for that idea have those who don't support the Minsk process and who don't support some of what Moscow kind of is instructing them have also been removed gradually. And you see also in Luhansk kind of a cleanup. I would also say, if you talk about the issue about containment, I think the argument could also be switched there, that actually, the fact that it can be contained, and why is it being contained, is because they're not actually, it depends on, again, warfare you have here. And I think that you see, whenever you had a ceasefire now, it was actually, it showed pretty clearly that if there is the will to stop it, it can be done, and it's not because of the people on the ground. I think it's much higher up. So I just wonder then again, I just think that I feel in a way you maybe kind of understate that kind of factor. I'm not saying that I'm arguing against the concept of have it being a civil war kind of concept to it too, but I think it's something to keep in mind. And then lastly, I wanted to just say, in terms of the civilian targeting thing, yes, maybe it's not as bad in some other conflicts, but I think at the same time you do see that some of these the weapons that are being used are placed in civilian areas, and they're kind of placed in areas which actually means that the other side, whether it's by default or not, are hitting civilian areas, and I think that should also be kept in mind.
Thank you. I will take question by Greta and Jennifer, and then let them respond.
Yes, I'm hoping that Jesse mentioned that it doesn't have the war on terror aspect, and Dominique pointed out also that, and yet that is what it is being called by Ukraine. So I wanted for Dominique to speak to what is it that we could make of that labeling of it as an ATO, right, an anti-terrorist operation. And I think that is important because it might help us better understand the Ukrainian side, and also because it does have such large repercussions for the civilians on the ground, right? So Jesse mentioned that there's not a crass violation of international law on the level of Crimea, and yet, however, what went with the ATO was that you needed a propusk to get out, which is a violation of international law. Not on the scale of Crimea, but it's significant because it meant that the absolute most vulnerable people could not get out, and there was massive corruption, right? Because if you had the money, you could pay your way out without the propusk, right? Or if you were infirm, you would not be able to wait in the 18-hour line in a car to get out, right? So I wanted both of those points to be addressed.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Thank you. Hopefully this is a question that can be kind of wrapped into those two answers. I wanted to step back a little bit on a slightly broader scale, and I'm having very strong flashbacks to last year, actually, when we had this very same conversation about the terminology civil war. There was a lot of, I think, well-placed response to it. And I recall, Jesse, specifically, your response was that you, as you said this year, that this is a term of art, and I think you challenged us to find a case of civil war in which there wasn't an outside actor that was acting, maliciously and with gross disregard to the preservation of human life in each of those cases. And I recall that having a sort of calming effect on the crowd that was here, because what that did, or what I remember that doing was, maybe it doesn't this year, but what I remember that doing was, what I remember that doing was, at least for me and the people that I was seated around, sort of placing the narrative of what was happening in Donbass 1 year ago squarely in line with what had been happening in other de facto states in the region, in Transnistria, in Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and that gave us a way to understand what was happening, and especially a way to understand what was happening that put blame on specific political factions and actors in Russia in a way that was also very satisfying emotionally. So, so I would ask, I want to harp on your point that this is not Crimea, and I agree with you, I have no comment there, but I think that in addition to Donbass not being Crimea, Donbass also is not Abkhazia, and it is not Transnistria, right? So I was wondering if you could, you've talked about this, but I would like you to put a slightly finer point on it, because there is so much proliferation of theory and writing, and in my sphere of the world, Elizabeth Dunn and Michael Bobick have especially written about how this de facto state pattern is significant, and I agree with them, but also there is difference here. So if you could talk about how the situation is not the same as there, that would be great. Thanks.
You know what? I take more questions.
Maybe we respond briefly, and then another final
Yeah, we have 7 minutes left and 4 more people asking questions. Okay, if the
2 more minutes.
If the boss allows us to add 2 more minutes, all right, you have 2 minutes.
All right. On Hilde.
The mic, please.
Oh, good point. Yes. The local guys at the beginning, in February, late February, early March in Donbass, Gubarev and the others, how could they possibly do what they were doing? There must have been other actors. Who were these other actors? The oligarchs, renegade or surviving party of region officials, Russian tourists, quote unquote. They were actually, territorially Russian presence. I don't think so, actually. The point I'm trying to make here, we're going to have to back it up decisively, perhaps in the paper. I'm trying to back it up with documentation. But you have state incapacitation. They're able to do these things because suddenly, in terms of law and order, there's no more state. And that's the point. Obviously, they could not stand up to eventually the Ukrainian army without Russia. There's no question about that. It becomes a conventional war, and then with political and military command in Moscow from late August, early September. That's, to us, we're not disputing that. But we still have the question, why couldn't the Ukrainian state reclaim its Donbass emanation, the Donbass regional state? Why couldn't they do that? Why were they incapable of doing that in these 6 weeks? Why was Russia able then to come in, essentially, largely speaking, in a vacuum? We still need to address that. On Greta, why do they call it terrorism? It's essentially to delegitimize your opponent. The opponent, if they're terrorists, you don't negotiate with the terrorists. Terrorists cannot possibly have legitimate claims. Why? Because they're actually and consciously targeting civilians. That's the worst possible operation you can have. So they're terrorists, while, of course, on the pro-Russia and Russian side, they're fascist. So it's delegitimization, it's a strategy, and dehumanization also, because in the agency, we're not interested in who are these terrorists, except that they basically have to be removed. So we're trying to basically take a distance from, again, the use of narrative by states and non-state actors.
Thanks for fact-checking me on the gross violation of international law. I wasn't trying to say that everything that has happened in Donbass is clean. Like, quite the opposite. Really, quite the opposite. There is, however, a whole corpus of humanitarian law that is being engaged to debate these fine points, which is simply moot in Crimea. Like, Crimea, the international law we're talking about is like Hillary Clinton standing up the next day and saying, hey, that really reminds me of the Anschluss, which she did. This is the presumptive Democratic nominee. Like, we're at that level of great power communication about red lines and stuff. And it's just different. So, but your point is well taken. Let me say explicitly, I don't think that the wars that are sort of the error term of the peaceful breakup of the Soviet Union that led to Abkhazia, that led to Transnistria, I think that's very, very different than what's happening now. And drawing facile analogies between Abkhazia and Donbass is not I don't think it's a great idea. However, with that said, I do think that there is some real non-trivial, really, really non-trivial possibility that a frozen conflict is going to end up being a long-term equilibrium in this part of the world. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that Abkhazia is Donbass. It just means that it is very, very easy for me to imagine a scenario where this ends up being one of those wars that isn't ever really quite settled, and there are really, really strong instrumental logics from Russian point of view for that to be so. It does a good job, as in a crude way, of keeping NATO out of the neighborhood. And if you want to hear more about that, I'm happy to say more about it. But there are reasons for that, from a Russian point of view, to never be settled, and that might be optimal for them.
Thank you. I'll take the rest of the questions. Christopher, please.
For both the Ukrainian and Eleanor side, why didn't it develop into warlordism? Who stopped it and how?
I take all the questions, please. Amandine.
Thank you. I'll just focus on the question of comparison with Chechnya. I'm not sure it really makes sense of discussing whether it's worse or better or not as bad as Chechnya. In fact, obviously, personal experience of people may be as bad as people who were in Chechnya. That's not the problem. I think for us as researchers, maybe the question would be of looking at what are the different points of comparison with Chechnya that can help us understand what's happening in Donbass now. And I have more questions than answers, but anyway, I think the questions are worth asking. Obviously, the question of the control of territory makes it different between what is in Donbass now and what was in Chechnya. But I think there can be really comparisons about the type of warfare, the weapons used, and the use, for example, of cluster bombs, which were proved in Chechnya, and there are serious evidences that are used also in Donbass. What are the practices, the warfare practices that just led to this? The type of warfare and the importation of practices and language, the question of exchange of bodies on both sides, the question of the notion of pit, zindan, which is used by both sides and also used apparently on the Ukrainian side. Where does it come from? Is it post-Soviet practices? Is it exchange of experience? Where does it come from? And then the question of who's the target and what's the discourse on local population. And I think here we may see a difference between the fact what was in Chechnya and the overall association with all the Chechen population with terrorists, and terrorists that should be just wiped out, and no place for Chechens to go in Russia. Obviously, the situation is different, but that doesn't mean that there is no construction of the local population as, for some reasons, a target, whether they are considered as traitors, as potential, potential fifth column and things like this. Once again, from both sides of the conflict, and that can lead to the violences Anna was talking about.
I have a couple of points. The first one, I wanted to give you a piece of information, actually, a clarification on why it's still called an anti-terroristic operation. It's actually for financial reasons. The moment, and this is...
There's always a way of actually dealing with that, but that's the official excuse.
I mean, it's connected to the fact that, I mean, they would not be able to get IMF funds. And this has been... Well, but this is this is the fact that I mean I got from a number of sources clearly in Kiev. On the other question, I mean I agree on your assumption that basically the war started because the state had collapsed. The Ukrainian state had collapsed and was unable to basically provide basic services. 30% of the police in the Donbass area had switched sides. The reason why the volunteer battalions was established was that there was no way regular police or also the army on the rest of Ukraine could be mobilized and sent into the Donbass. So on that we are clear. But I think, and I mean, I'm going to repeat a point that Hilde has already made. I think we need to study more and better the role of the Russian tourists. And this is not to use the concept of Russian invasion as a justification for everything. I think, I mean, historically there has been a tendency, and I mean to reuse Jennifer's useful vocabulary yesterday, a Russian mimicking of separatism as a way to basically, well, exercise control over its neighboring countries. So I think, I mean, what happened provided an opportunity that could not be missed. So I think there is an element that we need to understand, we need to remember in this.
Okay, that was loud. So my question is coming back, but from a slightly different way, and maybe from a place of not as much information as you guys obviously have about civil wars in general. It seems to me that in conventional civil wars, I mean, and you've mentioned that often foreign involvement occurs, and in fact, it seems to me that foreign involvement in conventional civil wars is almost a feature rather than an exception. I mean, that seems to be the norm. What I'm not sure is the norm, and I'm genuinely asking, is it seems to me that in this case, a lot of sort of operational, strategic types of decisions are maybe not being made locally. And number one, you maybe will correct me and tell me that's not true, and I'm happy to hear that, although it seemed to me that that was what Dominique was saying earlier, was that now, you know, much of the high command and a lot of the sort of strategic choices are coming down, are sort of driven from Russia. Is that typical in conventional civil war? Because that to me was something I was less familiar with in other examples. That was what seemed to me to potentially be different. So could you talk briefly about that?
Very briefly then, 1 minute for each.
All right. So it depends on what. It depends on how far you want to spread the scope of comparison. So it's common for, if you think about Afghanistan or Iraq, the United States is obviously doing a lot of the, in the early part of the last wars, it was the United States, not Karzai or whoever was in Baghdad at the time. So I mean, if you want to extend the scope of comparison that far, then like yeah, sure, you know, it's pretty standard to have a great power coordinating on the ground. It's also the case that in peacekeeping operations, there's usually a lead state that coordinates all the NGOs. It's sometimes the post-colonial power or whatever. I don't want to take it too far. Who stopped it and how? I think. The ghost in the machine here is that there's actually Ukrainian state capacity that 1 year ago I was not sure that there was. And neither was Keith, and neither were most people that I talked to last year. It was kind of an open question, and I think it's been empirically answered, and I think that's great. The other two questions I'll leave to Dominique.
Well, actually, there was one on warlordism, and Jesse wrote a book pretty much on that. I was about to say forthcoming, but it's not. It actually exists. Yeah, yeah, I read it too.
Thanks, man.
I read it too. But sometimes I
love your book too, man.
So as a reader of Jesse and a colleague, since we don't have time to elaborate here, I think from a political economy standpoint, there is definitely warlordism going on in Donbass. No question about that. But we'll.
That's my next word.
The details later, and most of the comments. Well, Megan, is that the norm? I think you meant in conventional civil wars. Well, the family, even though there's an article that claims that it's a huge family, but and Jesse is going back to the original source of Calivas is actually a very small family of conventional wars. And there's two types. It's basically when you have the army literally splitting up territorially, which is not what happened in Ukraine, but which is what happened in the United States, Biafra, and come to think of it, Spain as well to a large extent. So it may be something new that we're observing here in our small subset of conventional civil war. So I think we'll have to leave it at that.
Well, a very last question by Oder, and then we stop for the coffee break.
Okay.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. I was wondering about the question of the blockade, and that's a topic that is very actively discussed in Ukraine right now, and it has a number of consequences for the conceptualization of the Ukrainian state, both in Ukraine and on the territories that Ukraine does not control. So in Crimea or with Crimea, that question is more or less clear, or it has become clearer, right? So blockade is possible. It is partially supported by society and so on. The question with those regions of Donbass that Ukraine does not control is much more blurry. Ukraine still picks up the tab for a lot of things there. And what is your view on this? Thank you.
Dominique?
Well, on the blockade, I can't really speak for Crimea. I'll have to leave it to the Crimean experts in the room. I haven't followed too deeply that latest development. But clearly, we don't know how it's done. It's all murky, but clearly Russia right now is supporting DNR and I mean the DNR, LNR. I mean, salaries somehow are getting paid, and then the gas is flowing. I mean, it's still socially extremely, the social conditions are extremely dire. But essentially, Russia is financing these states the same way that, that's been the story with these in limbo territories, these frozen conflicts. But we won't be able to write a paper about how it's actually done because of the murkiness of it. So the blockading then from a Ukraine perspective doesn't tell us much about in terms of, again, the capacity for this quasi, ruling. Oh, from maybe in the next panel would be a better question.
Let's discuss it on the next panel.
It's more of a,
we have a 20-minute coffee break, but before, thank you to our.
Thank you. Thank you to Anna. So, 4:10, we're back. Thank you.
We're going to get started. We'll start the session, please. We're going to start the session, please. I never made it to the coffee break. Happens, bywает. We have to start, please. The boss. The boss. The boss. Okay, we'll get started. For the seminar participants, we're having a dinner tonight at the National Arts Center. We're meeting at 8 o'clock in the lobby of the hotel, Novotel, and then we'll walk. It's not far, but it's a little tricky to find within the NAC. Okay, so 8 o'clock, lobby of the hotel, and now I'll leave it to Julia.
So let's start our last session of the day. I think the audience, everyone is warmed up, so we will continue on the same subject, the war in Donbass, with two presentations. The first one will be by Ralph Clem, and he will address questions of sovereignty, different sources of information, so to get through this fog of war, plethora of sources available. And then we will have a view from inside, from the OSCE, with Hilde Hogg and her presentation. So Ralph, please.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. This is my first seminar, and I'm finding it both intellectually stimulating and enjoyable in other ways. This is a follow-on, I think, to the previous panel, with a slightly different focus. I am more interested in the manner in which we can understand or answer questions, I guess is a better way to say it, that have come up, especially as it involves Russian actions in Ukraine, and even more importantly, what the narrative is with regard to Russian actions in Ukraine from the two principal Western actors in this drama, the United States government on the one hand, and NATO on the other, and those are pretty much in sync, as you might imagine. I like the idea of Jared Tolles of a storyline, an official storyline, as a part of a broader geostrategic narrative. Storyline dealing with more specific events or more specific facts, again, as a part of a larger issue of a geostrategic nature. And the official US-NATO storyline is, as I'm sure everybody here knows, as follows. Ukraine is a legitimate sovereign territorial state, and its territorial integrity should be respected. Both US and NATO authoritative official sources have stated unambiguously on a number of occasions that yes, Russia has attacked Ukraine. How have these Russian attacks on Ukraine manifested themselves? In three ways. First, initially, mostly beginning in the period of June 2014, in the midst of the now much maligned ATO, the Russians began transferring military equipment of a more sophisticated nature across the border. Number two, as the ATO progressed, disregarding those military transfers, the Russians launched cross-border rocket and artillery attacks, actually beginning in July of 2014, against Ukrainian forces operating on their own territory. And then finally, as July morphed into August, and not having achieved the desired result, apparently, the Russians then used their own standard army formations to cross the border into Ukraine and conduct operations inside Ukrainian territory against Ukrainian forces. This study focuses, the paper that I wrote for the conference focuses on the period June to August 2014, not because other times weren't important or other events weren't important, but because that's when the highest number of casualties were incurred, when the most severe fighting took place, with, again, a few exceptions. That Russian invasion/incursion, among other things, reversed the gains that had been made during the Ukrainian government's ATO, dramatically so, as was already discussed in the previous panel. It ensured, very importantly, that a large portion of the Russo-Ukrainian border remained open, so that Russian supplies, and troops, and other items could cross that border unimpeded by the Ukrainian government. This study does not include MH17 shoot-down. We can certainly discuss that later if it comes up. It does not include the Russian invasion and annexation of Crimea, and it involves the two external actors, as I said before, the US and NATO. So how do you verify the storyline? If US and NATO are putting out the official storyline that Russia has in fact attacked or invaded Ukraine, what evidence is adduced to support that? Well, all governments find themselves in a quandary when this sort of a subject comes up because they have data and information that they do not want to release to the public. I don't know of any government that desires or agrees to release all the information it has on anything to the public, and that's certainly true when it comes to military conflict or matters dealing with intelligence. Intelligence is crucial to governments because they have to protect the sources and methods by which that information was derived. They also use their monopoly of what has been called epistemic sovereignty, their monopoly on this kind of information to seduce mainstream media, most of whom usually go along with the government evidence without questioning it too strongly. And finally, it validates the government's policy. When the government does release this kind of information, the public is generally very impressed by it. This photo, of course, is from what is arguably the most impressive release ever of government intelligence information during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Adlai Stevenson made these very dramatic presentations at the UN. Unfortunately, the legacy of that was then corrupted later when US intelligence sources briefed false information on the Iraqi WMD issue. So is it good enough for the government to tell us, trust us, we have this information and it's true? Well, maybe not anymore. But don't worry, because now there are lots of other ways to get this information, and that's really where the thrust of this paper goes. High resolution satellite imagery under half meter now, publicly available to anybody who has a computer and access to the internet. In addition to the satellite imagery, as something is very, very important in the Ukraine conflict, is the massive amount of street level data that's available. It's already been mentioned, mobile phones, mobile cell phone videos, selfies, which Russian troops seem to be addicted to, especially useful when it's geotagged. It was mentioned before by Josh and some other folks that there's metadata attached to everything that you do and transmit off your phone. And oftentimes, unless you deselect the GPS feature, that's available. And very importantly, rapidly expanded networks, which is often overlooked. Everybody's connected now. Networks are just about universal. We talked about counterattacking the ATO just very briefly to set the stage. Here's where the Ukrainian forces were, and after the Russians intervened, that's where they were, with some very noticeable reversals, which people here are, I'm sure, familiar with. So what's the official storyline? Here is NATO imagery released on the transfer of equipment from Russia to the separatists. It shows, among other things, tanks being loaded onto transporters, and the NATO narrative on this is that, their storyline, excuse me, is those transporters the next day delivered these tanks to the separatists in East Ukraine. Now, the first thing you need to notice about this is they don't identify what kinds of tanks they are, because the very next day, these are released by NATO again, that they culled from the internet, images posted online of a T-64 tank in Ukraine. Unfortunately, because NATO didn't tell us that the tanks in the original photo were T-64s, you have to make a little bit of a leap of faith to say that this is one of the tanks that came across the frontier. Okay. Cross-border rocket attacks. Here's a NATO release on cross-border rocket attacks. It shows the location. A rocket, or the rockets, the infamous Grad rockets, when fired, of course, leave blast marks on the ground. And of course, when they land, they leave impact craters. This satellite imagery shows where the firing positions were supposed to be, and where that red line is the Russo-Ukrainian border, shows on the other side where the impact was. What it does not show, however, is the trajectory of the missiles when fired. There's a way to do that. This is public sourced information, which in fact did exactly that. That you take, in order to derive that, you take literally thousands of impact craters, and you figure the geometry of them by that method, and then you follow the vector back to the firing site, and it nails it down precisely. You want to know how to track vehicles across the border? Here's how you do it. Again, public source information, vastly superior to anything released by the US government or NATO. It shows a infantry combat vehicle on the Russian side of the border, identifiable by a number of means, and then it shows street level views of that vehicle as it progresses through, and finally you have a photo taken by AFP of that very same vehicle, now geotagged inside Ukraine. That's the way you do vehicle tracking cross-border, not what NATO presented to you. That little white thing behind the soldiers like to write names on vehicles for reasons that aren't clear to me. That little white symbol behind it means that it's crossed into separatist territory, and that's a tactical identification mark for the separatist forces. Okay, here's what we got. Why doesn't NATO share better information with you? Well, one possibility is they haven't got it. They don't do it. We have an idea that they do it. U.S. Air Force General not too long ago revealed the fact that an ISIS member took a selfie inside an ISIS command post, and within 24 hours, the Air Force put a GPS-guided bomb on the ISIS command post. So they have at least some capability of doing it, but perhaps they don't want to share it with you. MH17 shoot down, the next day, Secretary Kerry said, we have the launch on record, we have the trajectory of the missile on record, we have radio and telephone conversations between the guys who shot the missile apparently and the Russian handlers, which means we have persistent universal coverage of that area. But when asked for the next day, when asked for the actual evidence of that, the State Department spokesperson demurred. Summary, real quick. Officially released data are more timely. They usually come out pretty quickly. It takes the internet sleuths sometimes a few days, maybe even a few weeks to get their act together, get everything that's hurting cats in some way, get everything out for everybody to see. Again, the government is not going to tell you what you want to know necessarily because they don't want to tell you. They want to keep it secret, sometimes for good reasons. Sources and methods is something that you always want to protect. Public source intelligence in the case of the war in eastern Ukraine, and also, by the way, the war in Syria, is eminently more convincing than anything that the government releases, but it takes a while. It has been facilitated by this revolution in communications, networking, connectivity, and so on, that basically means now that you have thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people cooperating to make information public that hitherto nobody would have known. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Margarita, and if you wanted to. And Hilde, please.
Thanks very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time in Canada and my first time at this seminar. One of my colleagues was here last year, Michael, who is from Canada, so he sends his regards. Yeah, so I will bring it back to. I mean, I've been in Ukraine now in the mission since March 2014. So I've been in the. I think the title in the program is a little bit deceptive. I've been a monitor first for 6 months. I've been kind of really in the field only for 6 months, and then I've been at the head office of the SMM in Kiev for the last year or so. And I have to say, it's been a bit of a roller coaster in many ways, for me at least. So I wanted to start to say something a bit more general just about the mission and how it's kind of developed with the conflict. And secondly, I wanted to say just a little bit about our role in regards to the Minsk arrangements and the process. So I think, as many of you probably already know, the mission was established. Let me see. In March of last year, at the height of the crisis in Crimea. And the mission's activities are in very broadly governed by its mandate, which was issued by the OSCE Permanent Council by consensus between all the 57 participating states. I think I had, I don't know how this, which way is it? This one? Yeah. No, here. It doesn't seem to work, but here you go. Yeah. So the mandate is kind of pretty broad, and it includes not only the need to gather information and report on a security situation, but also, equally important, to facilitate dialogue, to reduce tensions, and to promote normalization, as it says. I think, I mean, in a way, many ways, the mandate has been quite broad, and it's actually served us quite well over time because it's allowed us to adapt to changing circumstances. I think initially I will just put it. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. I don't know. Don't press the bottom of the ring. Use strictly the left and the right. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a bit blurry, but this just to show you a little bit the footprint of the mission. We had from the beginning of, we established 10 offices all over Ukraine, and initially we had kind of quite equal spread of people. So we had both in the western part and the south, so all over. So I think in the beginning it was a much broader kind of focus on different aspects, including kind of I mean, we still focus on all these issues, but it was much broader kind of pan-Ukrainian focus. But I think as the conflict has developed, and also as we received more tasks following the Minsk arrangements, a lot of the focus has shifted to the east, and also the number of monitors has shifted quite a lot to the east. So after the Minsk package in February, I think a lot of the people from the other offices were then relocated to the east, and new people who have come in have also been placed in the east. So as you can see here, we have at the moment, I think we have around 244 people in Donetsk area, including we also set up new hubs in Mariupol, in Kramatorsk, and in Severodonetsk. And at the moment, we are also setting up this kind of forward patrol bases to give us even more of a reach. And this has also been something that the Ukrainians have been quite asking for, because they want us to be able to focus more on the security zone now with all this withdrawal of weapons. I'll come back to those. I think it's quite important to point out that we are a civilian mission, but as the situation has changed, we kind of find ourselves operating in a context that's been increasingly kind of militarized in at least part of the country. So I can say from the very beginning, we've worked in an environment that's been physically challenging, politically very complex, and it's been constantly shifting, as you also said right now. And we've had to adapt to all of these changes. So I think it's worth recalling also that the situation was very different when we started from where we are today. From my own perspective as a monitor in Donetsk, we found ourselves working in an increasingly unpredictable environment, where gradually, as I think it's already been pointing out earlier on, we found ourselves in a situation where the previous political elites and power structures and the various institutions were kind of taken over then and challenged by the various groups of armed men. So we saw, for example, the prosecutor's office was taking over different municipality buildings, media outlets, and also other kind of infrastructure offices like the railway. And some of them came under kind of more open occupation, and others kind of were actually under more kind of silent occupation. And it might just be like one or two guys inside the building, but gradually you realize that these, you still have people who went to work in a normal way, but you realize there was something wrong, and people just didn't question it. They just went past these guys with the Kalashnikovs and went to work. So I think, of course, as has also been mentioned, the situation started to affect the local population quite a lot, and we saw a lot of intimidation increasing. We saw people, especially from the civil society, starting to leave. They were the first people to go, and anybody who kind of were seen to have pro-Ukrainian sympathies. And I think people, I think there was a lot of fear, and I think this is so important that the support that these guys had was not necessarily that strong. I mean, especially we saw a lot of young people who left at this point. But I think at the beginning, back in kind of April, May, people still didn't really understand how bad things would become. So I think the people were still just kind of watching and looking to see where things would go. After the referendum and after the election in May, then the people started really to kind of see, you could see a real shift in the way people thought. But the bigger kind of exodus happened much later than over the summer. And I think for us it was also kind of unpredictable period. We noticed it more and more on our own security situation. It was become kind of quite difficult to patrol for us. And we never really knew in this kind of transitional period what would happen. I think a number of us got stopped at checkpoints, including my own team. I mean, we were stopped at Peski for about 4 hours, and you just didn't know. And then, of course, the whole thing changed at the end of May, early June, when 4 of my colleagues were abducted and were taken hostage, and another 4 in Luhansk had the same experience. And with my colleagues, we didn't know for the next month, we didn't even know where they were and who were holding them, because they didn't actually claim, nobody claimed them, We also had, of course, this Vienna document guys who were taken in August, and that, even though they were not associated with us, that also put a lot of, it had an impact on our operations, because it made it much more difficult for us to build trust with the locals. I think then, so the hostage situation put a lot of strain on the mission, and it basically for the next months halted any further expansion of the mission, because we were in a kind of constant situation of increasing people, but we just had to stop at that point in the east. So it did actually have quite a lot of effect. Then the next issue that happened was, of course, the MH17, which also has a very special kind of place in the history of the mission. And it had also a profound impact on the operations. And we were at the time, let me see, we were the only international organization. Sorry, I will come back to this one later. Sorry. I can't. Well, he did, yeah. So basically at this time again, we were the first kind of international organization on the ground there, together of course with all the journalists who came quite quickly as well. And I think we realized quite quickly on that we could play a role there in terms of facilitating, and because we had people available, we had contact at this time. But this time we had contact with the DPR, which we kind of built up during the hostage crisis. So for the next month, I also worked as part of this team. We went down there then the day after the MH17 happened, and we worked then through the whole month. And mostly what we were engaged in was to kind of document the activity there, to try to facilitate access for the experts. Of course, we have no expertise in dealing with this kind of issues. And also to, for example, in terms of getting access for them to get the bodies on the train out of the region to get it to Kharkiv. And then we just took a lot of photos and tried to document as much as we could. Yeah. So I will move now quickly on to the other issue about Minsk. And this is kind of, let me see. Sorry, I'm really crap at this. I think I will leave it to you. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah. I just want to just put up like this. This is just like a kind of a small map over the stakeholders, which shows this really how complex this is. It's not a comprehensive one, but it's just to illustrate some of the how it is. And I think those who are kind of mentioned is explicitly in the Minsk arrangements are in this slide are kind of in a dark blue. I put our mission in a slightly lighter color because we are not specifically mentioned in the Minsk documents, but we still have had an important role in actually having to deal practically with a lot of the measures that where the OSCE is mentioned. Just very quickly, I mean, we have also a lot of other participants here who have some kind of stake, but that are not specifically mentioned also in the arrangements. We've seen over time that the Normandy format has become kind of more involved as an oversight mechanism, and the respective foreign ministers and the deputies and political directors, they have met in Paris and Berlin quite regularly, and we have also been, I mean, my boss, Chief Monitor Apakan, has also been invited for and been consulted in some of these meetings. We have also, I don't have the time, but we have this JCCC with this Joint Center for Control and Coordination. That's a kind of a specific, peculiar arrangement also. Yeah, we can maybe discuss it later on, but I won't get into any details now. We also liaise very closely with the trilateral contact group, of course, who have the main responsibility to oversee the Minsk arrangements. And I just wanted to...
Just 1 minute, please, yeah.
I just wanted to say a few things about the Minsk memorandums. First of all, I think for us, we normally talk about the Minsk arrangements, and we try to avoid using the word Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, because in the end of the day, all of these documents are part of like one arrangement. And they don't, you know, the Minsk package of measures doesn't cancel the two other ones. They are still valid. I think point in view, for example, is if you talk about the issue about mine action, which is now kind of coming on the table, it's actually mentioned in the Minsk memorandum, and it's the same with a lot of other things. So sometimes they don't always correspond with each other. There are some kind of lack of synchronism between them, but they all actually, I mean, the Minsk package, even though it has new points, it still kind of points back also to the former documents. And I just wanted to say this very briefly at the end. We also have been involved more directly lately now with the working groups that are under the trilateral contact groups that were established in May. So for the last, about a month ago, at the beginning the progress was very slow there, and it was more about format than it was about substance. But lately, I think they've had some success, and 1 month ago they agreed on this addendum to the package of measure, which deals with the kind of slightly not the heavy weapons, but the tanks, artillery pieces, and up to 100 millimeters, and mortars up to 120. And as was mentioned earlier by Dominique and Jesse, we have observed since September. And also reported about this substantial reduction in the level of violence. But I think despite of this lull in fighting, there is always, I think in our view, there is still a clear kind of danger of re-escalation. And I think the absence of trust is still very clear. There is a lot of weapons that are still around. There are also the men and women who handle the weapons around. So I think at the moment we have not really seen any talk about and I think this is part, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but I think
microphone, yeah. Just for, for 30 seconds, please.
Sorry, Yeah, so sorry about that. Yeah, so I think at the moment there's still a lot of uncertainty as how to fill the vacuum there, you know, if they were to disengage. The heavy weapons still remain a big concern to us, even though they signed this package of measure about 8 months ago. We still haven't seen them remove them, and part of the problem that we've experienced is that they never really gave us the baseline information that we need to have to actually monitor and especially to verify. So we don't even talk about verifying those. I think for the smaller weapons now, we had some time to negotiate an annex, which actually includes some kind of measures that they have to fulfill. So. Okay, I will stop.
I suggest to stop, yes,
yeah.
maybe then later on the questions.
Okay.
You will have occasion to come back to Minsk. So thank you. Thank you so much for your presentations. And I will try to bridge them through one question, actually, that I will ask to both of you. Question of credibility. Credibility of war communication by a foreign state or international organization, military organization. And Ralph, I will have a question for you, because this communication is directed to certain audiences. Has the aim to shape, of course, the terms of debate. Also, so I would like you to reflect on how to hold together credibility and the element you have evoked, the necessity to preserve sources also. So how make them go together in this situation of plethora of sources, alternative sources, and available sources. And for Hilda, I have also this question of credibility. Credibility, in a conversation you told me we're in the middle of a crossfire, in the literal term of the sense, but also in terms of reputation, of course. So how do you practically actually deal with this question of credibility? And just to provide some element, I remember I went to an exhibition in Kiev in February, and Anna also, you advised me to go there. It's an exhibition organized by volunteers, the most active Ukrainians engaged in solidarity with the front lines. And it's an exhibition about war in Donbass with different artifacts and photos. And you have one photo of OSCE, which is really revealing of the popular perception, and especially by those groups of active people of OSCE, you see a situation of war on the picture, and you have just a car, OSCE car. You have a guy sitting in the car, the door is open, and he just has put his legs, in a very relaxed way on the car. So that's the image, actually, of OSCE. Thank you.
Great issue great question on credibility, and it's crucial. First of all, there's the obvious issue of people with agendas, and the need to have what has been called gatekeepers in the flow, the tremendous flow of this information, who curate the data, cross-check the data with a number of other different sources, and especially those that maybe don't have a vested interest in the outcome. Reputations in this field are very fragile, and the better sources, the ones that I showed you here, most of those were from Bellingcat in the UK, despite the fact that they're under constant attack by Russian trolls, which goes without saying. If you follow the commentary, there are critiques. They do, adjust some of their findings from time to time, but you just have to get a sense, pardon me, of what the level of technical expertise is. And once the reputation is damaged, they're pretty largely finished. So to some extent, it's self-policing, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes, of course, the issue with reputation is an important one, and we do actually, of course, we face these kind of images for both sides, and it's been, and it comes sometimes more at certain times than others. For example, I mean, actually, interestingly enough, I've seen the same images used on both sides. Like there was one of us as kind of blind monkeys, I think also. And I've seen it in Donetsk, and I've seen them later on the internet from Ukrainian sources. So I think this is something that we have to battle with constantly. I think in my view, as long as they're equally from both sides, I feel that then, okay, so we are doing something right as well. But of course, I mean, the issue of contact with the population is an important one, the one that we are also now seeking to deepen. And it's also been, it depends. A lot of the time, we've been the monitoring has also been constrained by security reasons. So the level to which you have the access to actually go and speak to people has sometimes been quite difficult. We try through the media strategies to to kind of deal with some of these things. For example, we also had a lot of attacks on Twitter, on other media campaigns. So, and I think the other thing sometimes when it's dealing with facts, then we have to try to kind of come up with the factual issues and show actually this is not the way it's been portrayed, and try to show it through those kind of sources. But I think this is something we have to continue working on.
Yeah, I'll just mention again very, very quickly. There are ways to digitally investigate imagery. Reverse image search to find out where the image originated, and also ways to find out if it's been manipulated, if it's been photoshopped or whatever, the pixels have been moved around. And there are folks out there, believe me, who are on that job all the time, trying to figure out what's real and what's not real.
Hilde, yeah, maybe as I cut in your presentation, can you just a little bit elaborate on the Minsk agreement? And the question I would like to ask you, it's always more difficult to understand what's going on one side and on the side of DNR, LNR, and on less on the Ukrainian side in terms of who represent, who go to negotiate. And what is the maneuvering, margin of maneuvering and an agency actually inside. So could you just speak a little bit more about who are those actors that represent those republics during Minsk agreement? And negotiations. Who are negotiating? What is the social profile of those people? Who are them? Do they represent themselves as a representative of the state, or it's really interesting to understand and to get a better sense, of what are your interlocutors at this level.
Yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail about the interlocutors, but I think what to see is that the people who are at least in our working group, they're not like well-known entities. They're quite, at least one of them seems very young, and they didn't put their kind of top people into this scenario. I think generally what we see is that when from either all the participants who come, they have normally pretty clear instructions, and they have pretty clear limitations as to how far they can go. So I think while we've seen actually that they're completely capable of discussing the technical aspects of what we are, we've been discussing this withdrawal plan. They are now starting to look at the issue of mine action. But I think that the issues that they discuss, they can do it quite, they can agree on a lot of things, but what we see very often is that they lack the political kind of leadership support, and until they have that, then nothing really happens. So it really depends on the kind of higher level politics.
I want to go back to something that Jesse mentioned in the previous session, because I think it really relates, and that's the question of whether or not you want to put the label invasion on this. The U.S. and NATO positions, the storyline seems to be clear, but because the evidence they present is not definitive, is it really clear? And you know that there was the backing and forthing between the State Department and the White House on the one hand, and the reporters on the other hand about, is it an invasion, is it an incursion, invasion, incursion, back and forth, back and forth. And both the White House and the State Department refused, in the end, to use the invasion word. And that's probably because of what Jesse said. They're probably trying to leave themselves room to maneuver. The problem with that is that the public source stuff provides or fills the gap that the official sources don't provide you. That there's just enough wiggle room in the official data, the official imagery, to allow you to say, well, the reporters are skeptical sometimes, they challenge them sometimes, but the mass of the public source stuff is such that it just overwhelms that, and maybe kind of boxes them in a little bit now, and therefore there's room to maneuver diplomatically to end the conflict may actually be circumscribed.
Amandine?
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this presentation. I had a question about, well, obviously what you're telling us is that information is basically power. I mean, getting information, monitoring is basically power, and the power to designate who is responsible for what. So my question is, where does the Ukrainian government stand in all this? Because Yulia talked about the exhibitions of volunteers. In fact, there has been constant exhibitions of proofs by the Ukrainian government on the public space, and proofs that basically are not convincing at all. That you could really quite easily reject. And they were forced also to, well, they're also doing interview with captured Russian soldiers, and then they have all the problem with international humanitarian law, that you should not show these soldiers. And then what should you do to prove? So where does the Ukrainian government stand in access to the information you're talking about, but maybe also your relation with the Ukrainian government?
I didn't, by design, consider the information coming from either of the two belligerent parties here for the very reasons that you mentioned. Obviously, the Ukrainians have a point to make and the Russians have a point to deny. You can argue about which one does that most effectively. Ironically, there are some very capable public sourced networks in Ukraine, and people here, Informed Napalm was mentioned before, Ukraine at War. There are a number of those that any of us who are following this look at, but they have a clearly stated agenda, and therefore you have to take whatever they have perhaps with a grain of salt. The Ukrainian government, oddly enough, is further behind still. To the point that the Canadian government earlier this year announced that they were going to be providing the Ukrainian government with better overhead satellite imagery with which to plan their, I guess, military actions. But again, you have to take whatever comes out of the belligerent parties on its face. And frankly, I find that what comes out of the Ukrainian government is not high quality.
Could you just say the question again? Just so
No, the question was, you have a lot of information. What are the relationships with the Ukrainian government? To what extent do you share the information of your monitoring with the Ukrainian government? Is it total, complete, partial?
I mean, we share actually, this is quite unusual for OSCE, we share the information actually publicly. So every day we issue public reports, which is also why we have to be very careful with how it's being, that we have it accurately. And of course, I mean, we do, we do monitoring on both sides of the contact line, and sometimes when we report something on the Ukrainian side also, they don't always like it, so then they will contact us, and but we have a very good relation with the government. We have a good dialogue with them. If there's any issues, we normally discuss it with them, quite frankly, and so we try our best. But of course, we have to, all the reporting we do is public. So I think one of the, just to take a concrete example now with this withdrawal of weapons, where actually, the Ukrainians have actually given us much more information and time, but initially we faced the problem of getting, the baseline information, both for the smaller weapons and more for the heavy weapons. And whenever we don't get the information, and whenever there are ceasefire violations, whenever, when we get stopped and don't get access to go into certain areas, we do always report on it. So in a way, we see that both, we see that Ukrainians, they read them very carefully. The same with the guys from the DPR. I mean, they read the reports very carefully also. So if there are issues, they bring it up with us, and then we have to.
2 questions, Rosaria.
I have 2 questions for Hilde. First is, in my experience, international organizations are often concerned in dealing with de facto authorities because, I mean, their interaction with them as interlocutors has the effect of somehow legitimizing them. Or creating some facts on the ground that recognizes their authority. I wonder whether you've had this debate inside the OSCE, or because of the special mandate that you have, the question has never emerged first. And second, and on this I understand that you may not want to discuss too much, but to which extent you feel that the presence of, well, Russia in the membership of the organization has affected the daily operational life of the mission?
Okay, to start, let me just go back.
Sorry, I'm gonna take the second question also, Anna.
Anna. Okay. Well, I had questions for both presenters, but I don't have the right. So I ask my question to Ralph. Do you think that these new technical possibilities are just a window of opportunity or something more permanent? What I'm thinking of is this selfies issue, Russian soldier selfies. As soon as Russian army authorities realized that selfies were kind of geolocalizing soldiers, they stopped. They were forbidden to do them anymore. So as soon as you publish this kind of information based on non-official open data, there is a risk that this kind of data could be blocked. So what is your feeling?
Go ahead.
Yes, thanks for your questions. Of course, they're very pertinent. Yeah, I think in terms of let's start with the first one. I think that when it comes to how we communicate with the DPR and the LPR, of course, it's been an important question, and it's a difficult one. And I think initially when I was in Donetsk, for example, we actually had no contact with them. And at the time, it was a different scenario because we had still kind of some regional elites who were still present there. So it was the kind of also a different period. And like my boss at the time, he's now no longer with the mission, but he had worked in Donetsk for like 4 years, and he knew them quite well. So it was obviously quite a difficult situation. And I think with the hostage crisis, it kind of forced us to have to deal in any case with them. And I think we recognized that we had to have some communication with them. And I think through the MH17, this became even more important. But it doesn't mean that we do not recognize them as legitimate, and we are very careful not to do so. And I think, for example, in Minsk, even though they participate in Minsk, and they have signed all these agreements, they sign it on a lower line, and it's very clear they're not part of the trilateral contact group, even though they're kind of being talked to. But yeah, so we try to make that distinction. But we do have contact with them, and it is important. I mean, we wouldn't be able to operate if we didn't have any contact.
The selfies issue is a sources and methods question, and that's why intelligence agencies protect their sources and methods, because once you know that somebody has that capability, you take steps to counter it. The word is that after the ISIS command post was blown up by a GPS-guided bomb, that ISIS told everybody to ditch their phones. The point about the Russian soldiers is a little bit spongier, that it really does seem to be something that they can't let go of. Beyond that obvious one, then there's the ubiquity of smartphones amongst everybody. So you don't necessarily have to rely on selfies. You can track the Russian involvement in Syria almost in real time now. You could watch them load onto the ships and move the cargo to Syria. Then you watch them fly the airplanes in and line them up on the ramp. And then you watch them begin to launch sorties. I mean, you had all of that sort of thing playing out in the public domain almost in real time. And if there's somebody out there with a video going, it is real time. And that capability is so new and so incredibly revealing that it's literally created a new situation for governments that hitherto, as I said before, have been, reluctant to release the information that they have. So now you don't need them.
So we have, I'm very sorry, we have only 4 minutes, as 3 minutes,
Sorry,
and we have 6 questions actually. So I'll suggest to collect, and then we'll see, maybe we will have more time. No, just 2 minutes to reply. Jesse. Okay, Joshua.
About this in Syria. Oh, sorry. When I talked to people about this in Syria, where there was a lot of videos originally, I heard some stories about stage videos and like that this becomes a sort of counter propaganda story. So have you heard much about that in Ukraine, about people, thinking about this as an iterative game with multiple players? So I agree with you 100%. The technology is not going anywhere, but now, so the question is, how do regimes respond to it? Decoys, things like that. And thank you very much, both of you, for the really interesting presentations.
Mikhailo, just next to you, yeah.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, thank you very much for the presentation. If you can go back to the Minsk II slide, that was really what I wanted to ask you about. There's 2 questions here. First of all, very quickly, there's a perception in Ukraine, a very very low level of trust for the OSCE mission, and it has to do, and I'm talking about Kyiv rather than on the ground in the Donbass, and it has to do with the involvement of Russians in the OSCE mission and the fact that it's not necessarily very objective or neutral, let's put it that way. Actually, one more back if you can. And then where you've got the sequence, the 12 points. This one, yes. And after Paris, it became very clear that these aren't just 12 points that are sort of put down on paper. This is a sequence. In other words, we're going to go for one to the next, to the next, to the next. And now the question becomes the permanent monitoring the border by the OSCE. Does the OSCE currently or have plans for capacity to do that? There's a 450-kilometer border, and clearly that's problematic. If that comes before local elections, then local elections are dependent upon, let's put it this way, the objectivity of local elections are dependent upon you securing the border rather than the Ukrainian government securing the border. Can you do that?
Sorry, just two more questions.
Yeah, I just need to go to a different slide because this is the protocol and it's in the Minsk.
Thank you very much. Just really short. First, is there evidence of crimes against humanity or transgressions against the rules that were established on the part of the Ukrainian military? There have been claims about that. And number 2, why is NATO not sharing more information with the Ukrainian army? Is it because the NATO is afraid that the army is so infiltrated by FSB and other forces that this data will immediately also penetrate there?
And Sophia.
Thank you. Based on these new technologies that open a bright new world, amazing opportunities, do you have any data on Russian citizens who are fighting in Donbass? And if so, how reliable are they? And B, if we do and they're reliable, is their number falling in the last year, as my sources have told me? If you know, thank you.
2 minutes each, please. Be concise.
To Josh's point, Syria is where this new technology really cut its eye teeth. The 2 leading people now, at least in the West, Elliot Higgins of Bellingcat, James Miller of The Independent, both worked in Syria originally. Most of these technologies and applications were developed to investigate war crimes and actions by the Assad regime. And of course it's been abused. You're absolutely right. And mainstream media, New York Times was taken in by a hoax. And that's why the gatekeeper function, that curating those kinds of data is so important as a first order cut to get rid of as much stuff that's bogus as possible. Why doesn't NATO share more information? I suppose on some level with the Ukrainian government, I suppose on some level it's because they figure that it will, in fact, pass to the Russians. And it's also a policy statement. The one wild card in this, by the way, is the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Philip Breedlove, who is an American Air Force general, and oh, by the way, a fighter pilot. So he tends to sometimes get a little bit off message and perhaps a little bit further out front than the NATO leadership or maybe United States government wants him to be, which in itself is kind of revealing. But it's a policy issue. Why hasn't the United States or NATO provided lethal weaponry to the Ukrainian armed forces? And that's a discussion, obviously, that's way above my head.
Thank you.
Oh, and one more. Yes, lots of Russians in the East with selfies. And Simon Ostrovsky, who is the bravest guy in the universe, actually tracked a Buryat soldier to Ulan-Ude and filmed him in his home. Yeah, that stuff is, I don't know about the numbers.
Hilde, please, 2 minutes.
Yes, back to the issue about the border monitoring. I think, first of all, I just want to go back to this slide because it shows also the number of monitors that we have. The last mandate change we had, they said basically we can increase up to 1,000 people. We are in the process of doing so, but again, it sometimes depends on how many candidates we also get from different countries. So at the moment we have 937 people in the mission. Out of those, we have almost 600 monitors, and I think we keep getting every week now new monitors, and I think the aim now is to at least get up to 800 pretty quickly. When it comes to the border issue, yes, there is a sequencing, which is, I think, is one of the hardest part of the Minsk protocol. It was also the last issue that they negotiated, and I think I think that's what they spent most of the night on, and it's probably why. I mean, is it kind of no win for anybody in that? I think what I've seen, and this is also this is only my own kind of interpretation of it. I think when you had now recently this decision to postpone the elections in these areas until later on, I think there is the question about sequencing seems to have been kind of coming up, and my reading of it is that the Ukraine is now kind of trying to press a little bit on getting away from the sequencing. And what we see is that the different kind of signatories they tend to focus on different aspects of these points, you know. And so there is a question whether now it's like even if now that you come to the end of the year, does the fact that you have postponed the elections, does it mean that the border issue will also be postponed? And I think now they are kind of debating this issue. So for us, yes, there is a lot of pressure now on the border issue. I think what's also important to keep in mind is that obviously we cannot kind of be controlling that such a long border, and I think that's never really the question. What we can do is to monitor activities that go on there, but I mean it still will have to be, you know, we are not border guards in that sense. So I think that's something that needs to be kept in mind. The biggest question problem we've had so far is actually getting access to the border areas. And this is also one of the reasons why it's taken a bit of time to kind of increase the number of monitors, because if we don't have access, then we can't do the job anyway. So, I mean, of course, we are now focusing very much. We have a concept on how to do this, and we are preparing for it. But yeah, I mean, obviously, even if we put all the monitors on the border, we wouldn't be able to be guarding the border as such. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's all, unfortunately. Yeah. So let's thank our presenters. And tomorrow we'll start at 10, yeah?
Yeah. So we start at 10 tomorrow. Tonight for the group, the dinner, the meeting is at 8 o'clock at the Novotel. And also for the participants, we'll have a group picture tomorrow at noon, just before the lunch. And we'll take pictures of the Montreal and Toronto group and the staff and all the pictures tomorrow. So thank you. Thank you, Julia.